Tonight we're having a woo-woo Wednesday because last night we made some super chats that got us to that number. So that's awesome. Tonight we're going to talk aliens. This was Nicholas McHugh's what he came up with. He's pulled up some stuff for us to check out. It's going to be awesome. I don't even know what this is, guys. And I like alien stuff a lot, but I don't even know about Dulce or Dolce. Like Dolce is that ice cream, right? That Haagen-Dazs makes. I think it's Dolce or Dolce something. But yeah, so hope everybody's doing good today. I had a good day, another 6 hours and a half driving and all that shit, but it is what it is. So last night I did something after the stream I probably shouldn't have done, but this is what I did last night, guys. After my stream, I'm backstage with Jim Satala, and this is what I do. I mean,
not so bad.
You gotta be kidding.
Like a rap boy drawing
for a few minutes.
It's a good deal. Jim tells you, says, please subscribe to his channel. That's a good idea.
Definitely. He's doing a lot of reviews out there. Good guy.
Matt Joe says, what's on his beard? I think semen is $60 confirmed from Timothy Fitzgerald. $60 for the Rat Boy Sturgis drawing, which is pretty nice. Hey, $60. That's 12. Wait, how many Eric July comics is that? 12? 12 Eric July comics for $60. $60 is the top bid right now. $60. I'm gonna count it down.
Extra beard semen. Nice.
Yeah, extra beard semen. Going once, 5. I'm counting down. 5, 4, 3. $70 confirmed. By the way, anybody who buys this can definitely put it on at least one t-shirt. $70 confirmed. I'm gonna count down again. 5.
Yeah.
4,
Ryan, you're gonna have to do better than that. Somebody got 70 before you.
75. We're looking for $10. I appreciate the 75. Let's get $80. 5. 125 confirmed from BTM Reviews. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. That's big time. $125 from BTM Reviews right now. Looking for an increase on 125. Let me do a countdown. BTM kicking some ass. 5. Jasper playing 9. Oh, no, hold on a second. You're just repeating. 5, 4, 150 from Jim Tells You. 150. Confirmed. 5.
Son of a bitch.
4, 3, 2. Going once. Going twice. Going to where's BTM? BTM? What did he come back? 175. 175 from BTM Reviews. 175 is the top bid right now. 175. Amazing. 5. 4. I'm reading it. I got it. I'm waiting for 200 right now. 4. 3.
Somebody said, screw that. It's going to be $5 an hour. No.
2. Going once. I see I don't need my glasses. I'm looking. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. We are at 175 right now. Is there anything bigger than that?
Guys.
Going once, going twice.
Let's go.
Going 3 times.
Saying sold.
Sold to BTM Reviews, unless something comes up before this one.
Nope.
Good.
Yep, we're good. That was
Antino Palacio gives me the finger. Hey, Ethan, can you see this? Shane.
Hey, he
So
just
that's what I did last night after the goddamn stream. I didn't know he was bidding. I had no idea, Low Watermark. We're sitting there next to each other. No idea that my man Jim is bidding. But as soon as he did, I typed it right back in. I thought he was going to go higher, but he didn't. So that's fine. But here's what I'm going to do. Tomorrow, I'm going to post that video on my channel. And I'm going to, in the chat or the comment section, I'm going to ask people to name that character that Shane drew. We'll come up with a tally on the most votes for the name of that character. I'll get like the top 2 or 3. And then Friday night, I'll do a live stream. We'll put the top 3 in there and we'll let the chat pick the name of the character. And then I'm going to make some fucking t-shirts of that because that's too cool not to have t-shirts with that character's name on it. So we won't do Air July t-shirts. I'll just have somebody make t-shirts and you guys can order any color, any material that you like. But that's too cool not to have t-shirts out there. I think it's a cool drawing. So I'm glad I won it. So Jim, how are you, sir? Oh, he's not even here. You're muted, buddy.
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. How you doing?
I'm good.
You want that drawing, don't you?
I did actually, but then I was like, fuck it, I can't bid them up. The other one just wasn't. I bid on the other one, but it wasn't as nice.
No, it looked too much like Fidel Castro.
Yeah, it kind of looked like Eric July mixed with Sturgis.
Yeah.
Like the beards. It was like, so I don't know.
But they did those drawings so quick, man. Like it was just unbelievable. So let's see. Jim and you did you in? Haha. I know. I thought it was comfortable at 125. Thank you for the 10, Mr. Julio Scissors. Shane's was best, Pastor Flash, for sure. And like Ethan, he didn't even try and push his as long as he did Shane's, because Pastor sent me that video. And it was only like 1 minute and 10 seconds. So
Well, yeah, no, because somebody bid 200 on it right away.
I know, and it just ended the bidding.
Yeah, like I bid 50, I think, on it, and then someone went 200, and I was like, all right, I'm out.
It puts the whole chat out, which I guess was fine, right? Like end it as quick as possible. So do you know about these Dulce bases, Jim?
No, not really. I don't know. Maybe once we start watching, maybe it'll come back to me. I don't know. There's so many of these things.
Right. Well, let's bring in Nicholas. So hold on one second.
Hey, Nicholas, welcome to my show. Dave's no longer here. We're under new management.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Glad to see the progress. So I have a name for the character that you rightfully inherit because of Dave's dismissal. Oh shit, he's back. So Fidel Sheckley is the name of the character.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, that's my idea, at least.
Well, we can ask the chat later. We'll put that picture back up there and just see what they think, and then We'll do. I'll
Or-
put the video out tomorrow.
Fidel W. Schmeckel. Fiddle with Schmeckel. I don't know.
I think Ethan would have took anything. I don't. I mean, he probably didn't. If he would have got 50, he'd have been like, okay, just like that drawing that Ethan did is like something I could never do in my whole life. And those guys did that stuff in 20 minutes while they're talking on a live stream, Jim. It's pretty crazy. So Sturgicabra, nice. It's pretty good there, Julio. I like that. That's pretty good. Sturgicabra. So we got Woad here tonight, and we'll bring him up. How you doing, sir?
Hello, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
Doing great. Doing great. How about you? How about you?
I am alive. I am here.
You getting any painting done?
Actually, I got a buddy. He's going to a big tournament up in DC, so I'm trying to finish up some pieces for him to help him out because you get more points if everything's painted. So he's trying to get everything done, but he's on the road right now. So I've got one of his bigger pieces I'm working on.
So paint matter. You can paint while you're streaming, dude.
No, I can't.
You can't draw and
No,
paint
I
at the
can't.
same time.
No.
So do you get more points if they're more detailed, or they just got to be painted?
There's like I think it's like a 3-color minimum. It's not really, there's contests where you can have your painted stuff and compete that way. But for playing, they want 3 colors and for the miniature to be based. So you have like the base done.
Huh.
Yeah. It's like 10 points.
Which
So
is
Have
that
to
a
use
lot?
like giant magnifying glasses to do that kind of shit.
Well, my eyes are getting old now too. I have to put readers on and I have to freaking crank the lights way up so I can see everything.
It's amazing how light helps your vision, isn't it?
Oh
Like,
man.
it's just like better
Yeah.
in a lot of
There's-
ways.
There are these lights, these painting lights by this company, Redgrass, that were coming out and they looked really good, but they were like $200. So I searched around on Amazon. I found one for $60 and it's bright as hell. It's pretty good. And it's got the right, because you have lights that have different color temperatures.
Mhm.
And this one, I can't remember if it's 5,000K or 6,000K or something, but it's supposed to be the best one for when you're painting.
Is it like white light? Is that
It's
why?
white light. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that tinted yellow hazy
No,
stuff.
it's
Right.
pretty pure.
Little one mark says, "Oh, you got a light bright."
I do have a light bright. I do.
Who didn't, man? I loved my light bright growing up. I just hated when I ran of all the little, the papers that went behind the light bright that you told you where to put the pins. If you go through those things quick, well, kind of obvious, Andrew. Kind of obvious. I don't think we need to say it out loud.
For painting.
Well, that's what we're talking about for painting.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Leo, I was the Picasso of light bright when I was 10. Jim probably didn't have a light bright. He
I had
probably
a
wouldn't.
light bright.
Did you?
Yeah.
Is that where you stored
Or
all
you
your
could even afford a
illegal stuff as a youngster?
No, I like light brights. They were cool.
You
You
cook
used to have
meth
all
on
the
them.
thing. You had to think you'd put this color, follow the, put the thing
Yeah.
in and make the different designs. And
I like my Etch-a-Sketch too. But I sucked at it, but I liked it because I could mess up and just shake it and start it over again without wasting paper.
Yeah, you can cut locks with those things. Saw it on a documentary.
With a what?
That was Breaking Bad, the show. They
you
did that in
can
the
you
show.
can make thermite with what's inside of them.
Of a light bright?
No,
No.
sketch.
Oh, an Etch-a-Sketch? Really?
Yes. Well, the old ones. I don't know about the new ones. They
Yeah,
probably
they
changed it.
they took all the hazardous good fun out of our toys. All the and the new toys just don't last as long because they took all
Yeah.
the fun stuff out of them.
Well, they don't use the tasty lead paint on them anymore. So
Ridiculous.
I know, right?
It lasted forever. It chipped just the right size for you to chew on it when you needed it. Oh my God.
Yeah, and my asbestos teddy bear would survive the fire.
It would have protected you.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you've been teaching myself how to draw lunch breaks. or on lunch breaks? You're trying to learn how to draw your lunch breaks?
Environmental drawing.
I guess
Scenery.
so. So Jim has a new solar report for us. We'll wait a few minutes on that. So
We've
Jim, did
actually
you
got
do
2 today.
okay? Did you do anything
We got
exciting today?
No, no, nothing we're talking about.
For legal reasons, he's not allowed to discuss.
No, I don't. It's
family shit, right?
no.
Oh,
No,
He was visiting a hooker.
oh,
I wish that would have been less painful.
oh.
Ow.
Okay, okay.
Colonoscopy.
Oh, paying
Jesus
bills.
Christ. No, not even. Well, that I did. Yeah, that was painful.
Yes, of course. Should BTM do paint night? I don't know. I'd just sit here and watch. I don't.
What do
paint
we do?
anything.
Get a bag of paper bag and spray it with spray paint and huff it, and then
Right.
talk about what we see. Is
We
that
could have a
paint night?
drawing contest one night.
Oh,
Oh shit!
oh.
A drawing
Dude,
contest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's no.
Like us
Oh,
on here, like try to draw something.
Oh no!
I'm out.
Me
Operative
too.
word is try, at least for me.
Yeah,
My best
it'd
thing
be
I can.
fun.
Dude, I'm telling you, what I see does not correlate with what comes out of these hands when I put it on paper. It's like, no, that is nothing like I want it to be.
Like
And it
a drawing a
drives
Trogdor.
A what?
Trogdor, old school Homestar Runner cartoon.
Mm,
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I can draw a stick
he-
figure.
He shows you how to draw a dragon. It's pretty good, and it's got
Right.
a good song with it too.
I was listening to Ethan the other day talking about drawing, and he was talking about like when you're doing teeth, it's a triangle. You're just drawing shapes and fitting them in, and you're like, I don't think like that. I'm trying to draw the tooth. He goes, no, because he was talking about teaching his daughter how to draw, and
Nice.
she's what 9, Jim, so and she's autistic or something like that. So he's like, she's getting it, but we all think our kids.
Yeah,
Got it.
consummate V's.
Well, she has a good teacher. I mean, that's,
Have you guys
Oh.
been paying attention to any of the stuff that's going on Twitter with the Ethan Ralph going to Nick's
Trial.
hearing or whatever? It was a hearing today, or whatever
hearing?
his case, and then the stuff that Dick was posting about. I guess it looks like the
all
judge.
these people that block me on Twitter for no reason at all.
It sounds like maybe the judge is actually thinking to throw the warrant out.
Oh, really? No shit.
They
Yeah.
gave the state I don't know how long, a certain amount of time to respond in writing.
Wow.
To
To defend their actions.
That's not
Yeah.
that's not like exactly unheard of though either.
Well, normally they
As long
just
as you
go-
have a good lawyer.
Most judges
Most
say,
most judges
stand up
are
for
gonna
yourself.
the
They can-
judge is gonna go, yeah, okay, I denied,
denied.
saying, take it and say, because supposedly, I mean, from what these people are saying, I wasn't there, so I don't know
Sure.
what was said in court. But from what's being relayed on Twitter, the judge had a lot of questions and was asking the state, "Is this true? This was not the video. That no one saw the video. This person that you claim, is this true that you knew that there was no cause for there was no
welfare stuff.
welfare
welfare.
thing going on that the state had already, the county had already said it was unfounded when you asked for the warrant?" And they're like, so it's a problem because that was, it might not have been what they went looking for, but it was all in the warrant.
Right. To make
And
the
also
warrant, to get the warrant more meat. Right.
Right. And the fact that the judge signed the warrant within 4 minutes of getting the piece of paper is also kind of like, oh, well,
So he had to have some
Especially,
knowledge of it
especially when they're not
beforehand.
looking for dead bodies or something, Jim. You know what I'm saying? They're just,
well,
this is,
yeah,
yeah.
and I guess there was some, there, I'm not 100% sure, but it sounds like they tried to get a warrant and it was denied and they went back with other stuff basically to get the warrant.
Mm. No, I didn't see any of that stuff.
Yeah.
I did see a tweet with Dick comparing one thing to the other thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was Nick's case and another case that's out there. Is like apparently Dick had been paying attention to whatever Ethan was tweeting, because I don't follow Ethan Ralph on Twitter. Warrant is a great band. Let's not go with great. They're mid. They're a mid hair metal band. They had one song that people remember.
She's
Or
my
maybe,
cherry pie.
or Uncle Tom's Cabin, right? Those two are the two that people remember. Cherry Pie is a banger. No, the chick was the banger. The song was just
wasn't that a book, Uncle Tom's Cabin?
Yeah.
Is that where they're saying calling people an Uncle Tom comes from?
Yes, Uncle Tom's Cabin. There's like, I guess the house N word or something, I think, in the novel.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be called Uncle Tom if you're the black guy,
Navajo.
right?
Yeah, House
Right.
Navajo.
The house. Yes, the house Navajo.
It's not the same as the Slapaho.
Ooh, they're related in
Not
tribes,
located in Idaho.
No.
So anyway, Jim, Ethan Ralph's saying it looks pretty positive after today.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
I'm sure they can't give the state too much time to respond, can they? Like, can't be like a week or anything, can it?
I can look and see what it says exactly. I was just
browsing
it and saw some of the stuff. I was watching what Dick was posting and what Ethan was posting, and
you think Dick was just following Ethan, or he has somebody else there?
I would suspect, just my own theory of that Nick and Dick are communicating.
Oh, that makes sense. Sure. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That would make sense.
They've been friendly for quite a long time, I'd imagine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, they gave them a lot of time, low water mark? They gave them a lot.
Well, here, this is what happened today, I guess.
It seems like it should be 24 hours.
God, Rackets is lanky.
He wore flip-flops to court? I hope he didn't wear flip-flops to court.
He didn't show up in shorts and a fucking button-up shit shirt like that.
Ethan Ralph doesn't look bad for how he used to look.
No, he
looks great compared to that video I saw him in. Many days. Like, hopefully Monday at the latest. But I don't think they should get that much time, Jim. I think they should have to respond within 24 hours. Some bullshit.
I mean,
low watermark says AI.
Yeah.
What are you rubbing your head for?
Because this picture is just gonna add more fuel to the fucking fire of shit.
Oh well, I mean,
not the worst kind of reputation.
I mean, because she's still there, or because Ethan's there.
I was talking about where Nick's hand is.
It's a hug, dude. You're at a group picture. Jesus Christ, where do you want to put his hand on her ass so he can't see it?
Probably. I mean, he's almost certainly fucked her, so I mean, might as well.
Dude,
he didn't go with the hover
allegedly.
hand.
I would never say that. He's a good Christian man with 5 kids and a wife.
Well, I mean, if you go by that,
I'd
think
say
about
that
how
'cause
they
I
talk
think
about how angles, when you take a picture and they look at angles where people, and they say, oh, well, look at how this person is angled, and you can tell that this one's the dominant person in a relationship. I mean, he's straight up and down. She's leaning into him.
Yeah, but Lady Rackets' head is getting pushed down by gay ass Ethan Ralph putting his arm around Nick. So he's not putting it around Lady Rackets too much. So he should have just kept his arm down, and her head would be straight up too. His arm is just like his armpit's right in the back of her head.
That's not what I was. Anyway, I was saying that April is leaning into Nick.
Nice.
Never mind.
Rack on her.
You think so?
Yeah, look at her legs. Look at
I
this.
just think she's posing. She's in high heels.
Angle? See the angle right here? See right here?
You mean like Lady Rackets?
No, she's straight up and down.
No, she's not. If you flip the camera, she's got the same lean into Nick's hip. Because she ain't going to lean on Ethan.
I don't know. Okay.
That's how I see it. I mean,
They're both wearing stripper shoes.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at her, look at her shoulders angled down like this.
mm-hmm.
That means she's leaning that way. She's like this.
Her and Kayla
That's
are
all.
probably like playing like finger games over on his back and everything.
Okay.
Good Lord.
It's like total middle school shit.
Just, I don't put that much stock into those things. I just don't like. It's just a picture of 4 people outside. Like,
I feel good for him.
I do feel good for him. I mean,
I mean,
He
it was
looks
very
pretty happy.
likely a point in time where he was getting head from her. You could hear her voice. I remember that video and the analyzing the audio on it.
oh yeah, we there was something going on. Right, that's true. Elemental. April actually said though that she appreciated the Rackets because they were just very nice to her and got her out of that shitty situation with Aaron Imholtz, Wode. And now he pled guilty to like breaking a restraining order and got 90 days, but it's a 1 year like thing where if he doesn't violate within a year, he doesn't have to serve the 90. But if he does violate, he gets more than 90, right, Jim?
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't know what you were saying last night.
Possible.
Yeah. What's up, music? How are you? Yeah, he can't help himself. He can't help himself talking about stuff that they're not talking about him anywhere that I can see.
Almost like he's a pathological liar, just that reflexive lying for attention and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
he's saying anything he can to get people to watch, right? Yeah, Jim is. I think he's looking for tweets, aren't you, Jim?
I'm looking. I don't know what the fuck happened to him.
Yeah, he's. So, Nicholas, this thing in the private chat, is this the article, the top one?
Yeah, it's a top one. It's an actual one of the newspaper articles that come out like right around when the story first started becoming a thing.
Okay.
And it's
And
from
then
the
the
local
second one?
community.
Second one's a video.
The second one's the playlist. So it's ordered, through the different videos.
Well, you can control them if you want.
Okay. I've never done it before. So
All you got to do is just open it up and then hit share, and you pick that tab, and then you can do it that way. And then just hit play. At the bottom down on, it says present at the bottom of StreamYards, and then you hit share screen, and then you pick whatever tab it's on. Jim, are you ready to play your man?
Yeah.
All right. First solar flare update of the day, Wode.
I'm excited.
You should be. Last night he blew my mind because I didn't understand a fucking thing he said.
Oh, I understand everything.
Of course
I'm
you
glad
do,
you
Jim.
do.
Good morning, folks. Today we're going to be seeing a gorgeous fly-through of the Orion Nebula. We'll see anomalies in the North Pole movement coincident with geomagnetic anomalies. We'll hear more about the record-breaking solar storm from May. But we are starting with the last 24 hours on our star. No significant solar flares, just more of that potential found in the sunspot groups. There were several pops and coronal surges, but nothing that broke out of the sun's atmosphere towards Earth as a CME. We're still having eyes open on the sunspots as the bigger groups remain, and there was significant development in one of the trailing groups. It grew considerably, both in size and umbral core count, and now adds to the active regions with magnetic complexity worthy of flare risk. So far, they've been mostly absent, but we are watching these closely. Let's go next to that fly-through. This is how it would look if you could see both visible and infrared light as you were flying through the Orion Nebula. The dust and nebula structures vastly overwhelmed the stars spotting the region. This visualization is linked below with the Goddard
what a
Scientific
sperm sees.
Visualization Studio link and is constantly refined over time as new data is taken in. Most of this was from Hubble. Up next, folks, a very interesting paper showing that anomalous movement, irregularities if you will, in the motion of the North Pole match up with geomagnetic jerks and geodynamic anomalies. One of the prominent ones was in 2006. There's that year again, keeps coming up. This one is about the actual geographic pole motion, not the magnetic poles, which is another not wholly unexpected wrinkle in this story. Last but not least,
Sounds like he's talking
every
about a
time they
stripper
come
pole.
out with something like this, which has been quite often since May, it is a good reminder. Yes, the solar storm impact itself, the auroral displays, and various other upper atmospheric phenomena that occurred during the May solar superstorm were record-breaking. Problem, of course, is that what the sun erupted to cause them was not record-breaking. It was normal sunspot maximum events of the 11-year sunspot cycle. The severity of the storm and atmospheric impacts was due to Earth being more vulnerable now as the magnetic field is weakening in the ongoing pole shift. We greatly appreciate your support. We'll do this all again tomorrow. Right here, but right now at 6:15 a.m. in the new Valley of the Sun.
It was late.
Eyes open. No fear. Be safe, everyone.
Wow, he was 15 minutes late.
Yeah, he was a little late today.
Were you worried?
No, I fucking don't see him when he first gets up in the morning.
That's a joke.
Good afternoon.
It was a joke, Jim. So we got a 4-minute one here on pole shifts.
Yep.
Are they?
Updates on the pole shift.
He just talked about shifts from 2006.
Well, this is an update. This was
I did that a lot when I was a kid.
I know.
This was this afternoon. Yes, Dan's right. He wasn't late. It's just the time changed. The Earth grew.
You know,
It took
Dan,
longer.
Dan's always got the right answers. He really
does.
does. He really has all the right answers. I've got to give him this credit where credit is due. Yeah. So let's go with number 2. Let's hear this, and then we'll start our show.
Good afternoon, folks. We have had several updates on the geomagnetic changes of Earth in the last few weeks, and they may seem somewhat unrelated apart from concerning the magnetic pole shift. But here we're going to put them together and show how they dance, starting with this morning's story of the irregularities in the magnetic dynamo and geographic positioning of the North Pole. For veteran observers who know the evidence that Earth's crust shifts during major geomagnetic excursions, the link between geomagnetic jerks and polar motion was not at all surprising. In fact, your comments suggested that this was exactly the kind of thing you expected to be true, and that's some good mental work there. It was interesting, however, that they noted a significant event in 2006, in addition to the ones in the 60s and 70s when we know the pole shift took major accelerations. The 2006 acceleration was not only the one that made the ESA say we'd gone from losing 5% of the magnetic field per century to 5% every decade, but it was the subject seen in other recent papers. Probably the biggest paper of the year so far was this. Most importantly, it highlighted the March 2023 magnetic anomaly, which was the biggest yet, marking the most recent acceleration. But it also discussed the major events in 2006, which gave away the house and told geophysicists that we're about to have the magnetic pole shift for sure. I hope you recall that we also saw this 2006 mark in a recent paper about rapid changes in the core field and reversed polarity trends, with the main finding being a dramatic shift in 2006 of the flux patch orientations. This was huge. Put these together.
If they bought a flux capacitor, they could maintain it at 1.21 gigawatts.
Well, low watermark for $20. Thank you, low watermark. That is not cheap, says the expanding Earth. It answers everything. It answers pole shifts. It answers where the water didn't come from. It answers the time changes, all this stuff, Wode. The expanding Earth.
Yeah, it's a
I mean,
one size
if we
fits
lose
all.
our magnetic,
Yeah,
as we lose our magnetic field, the Earth expands.
and Low watermark, you're up on the board.
Unifying
Thank you,
date.
sir. Thank you very much for the 20. Again, I do appreciate it. We need to get low watermark on here so he can be our yin to our yang, right? Like he's always, I don't believe any of this shit. So he's the best. Nicholas is a huge doubter too. I don't know if we could tolerate two doubters at the same time. You're probably going to present all this stuff tonight, Nicholas, and say, I don't believe any of it, aren't you?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little convinced so far. You never know.
Go ahead, Jim.
And you really begin to focus down on 2006 as one of the critical years for kicking the pole shift into gear. But we're not done yet.
Okay.
Back in 2012,
I just want to remind everybody that 2006 is an important year for another reason. It's probably everyone else should be aware that some bad shit happened in 2006 that caused this country to really get fucked.
Afghanistan?
Obama got elected to the U.S. Senate in 2006.
Oh, was it 2006, huh? Yeah, because he was a one-term junior senator.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
He rose pretty
Like
fast.
maybe he was like this Manchurian candidate, dude, that everybody just had to vote for, right?
Yeah.
Well, he had a
Leo, I will
couple
not include your
unsuccessful campaigns, but he
I
rose
will
up.
not include your $10 towards another woo-woo show. Thank you for saying that. I won't include that. That's fine. Oh, well, hello, Tara. Hopefully you'll find it's not completely nerdy because we talk about other stuff besides just throughout the show. Our show goes a gazillion directions in about 5 minutes sometimes.
we covered the first major ionospheric changes of our online discussions, the critical frequency of the F1 layer of the ionosphere. This is pretty much what it looked like forever. Slight variability during the sunspot cycle, ups and downs. But again, something major began to change once again in 2006, where the critical frequency began going, well, haywire. It got worse and worse until eventually the data was taken down in 2011. Now, it was a big deal back then, but with the new information about the geomagnetic changes in 2006, the same year the F1 layer went haywire, we can begin to better understand why it happened. The planet was making way for the grand shift to come, which took another gear shift last year. Now, sticking with the ionosphere, we go up one layer to F2. This layer, as we learned earlier this week, is collapsing. The F2 layer is losing height at a fairly remarkable rate. From the 90s to now, it was between 0.5 kilometer and 1 kilometer per year, but with recent changes being the strongest. Its changes are accelerating and is now around 1 kilometer per year, if not more. I went back through the papers on this topic and found the same analysis performed back in 2002. It also says the F2 layer is collapsing, but only at 0.2 kilometers per year. So we are now 5 times that rate of change. To read these papers by themselves, it's very hard to put them together to form a bigger picture, but I hope that when presented this way, everything from the major geomagnetic jerks and geographic pole motion anomaly to 2006, to the geomagnetic field shift and rapid reverse polarity flux patch changes in the same year, to the F1 critical frequency anomalies that began that year, begin to show how our planet is changing faster and faster and what's causing it. And if I may, we know that sometime between the 2002 analysis and 2024 analysis here, that the F2 layer went from losing 0.2 kilometers a year to now 5 times faster, an entire kilometer per year. Can't help but wonder if that happened in 2006 as well. The great changes of our time are near. The next age of Earth is coming. Subscribe here for daily updates, and I'll see you in the morning for the daily show. Be
Better
safe,
be getting
everyone.
superpowers.
Can I ask you what the hell an F2
Good
layer
afternoon,
is?
folks.
What?
What is the F2 layer?
They're just a different designation for the different layers of the ionosphere. The F1 is the lowest one, F2, F3.
Okay.
You know, it's like the Fujito scale, you know, depends on how much they eat.
And the ionosphere, that's basically the magnetic field, right?
Yeah.
So the Earth's magnetic field in the F2 layer is losing 1 kilometer a year.
Yep. No, I don't. What does that mean? I don't know.
I know. I mean,
More dangerous rays can get closer to the
Yeah,
surface.
are getting closer to
More
us,
get through.
so
Yeah.
more
yeah,
get through.
but has it done it before a pole shift? Is that what maybe he's, because
We
I don't like
haven't
I don't know.
since
Really?
we've been monitoring this stuff. I don't think this is why they're noticing
They have
these
no
changes.
comparison,
They're saying,
right.
they don't have anything to compare it to. I mean, there has been an uptick in, skin cancer has been getting worse, right? Everyone hears that all the time. Sunscreen so important. Like, would you ever remember when we were kids going outside and people being, getting skin cancer from getting sunburn? Now it's
Well,
happening.
they did.
We didn't know about it.
Happened. Yeah, you just didn't know about it. Everyone had white spots. You never seen a white spot on a person? That's skin cancer.
Okay.
You never saw anybody with a white spot when you were a
I
kid?
don't know.
Do you remember? Do you remember your
Douglas,
mom and
remember
dad
that
making
the
you
whole
wear
key to
sunscreen
this
every time you
show-
walked out of the door?
The whole
Mine
key to this
fucking
show
didn't.
is yes and.
Right.
Mine did. But,
Your parents made you wear sunscreen?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what sunscreen was
Yeah.
till I had kids, and my wife's like,
no
"Well,
difference, I guess.
it just wasn't a thing." But I didn't
I
always
also
live in
lived in, went to the
hot
beach a
climates.
lot
I
and
lived in
everything.
Alaska. I lived in Iceland, so that's a big reason why, probably too.
Yeah.
But when I lived in California, they never said, "Oh, put this on," or Arkansas, and you'd get a sunburn and you'd burn for a couple nights, uncomfortably sleeping, and then you got a tan, right? Not anymore.
Tim Pool is reporting that RFK is going to endorse Trump and drop out on Friday.
I saw that earlier today. Yeah.
Said he might be doing that to try and get a position in the cabinet.
He already told him he already told him he was going to give him a position if he won.
Yeah.
So he's going to put him in charge of all the vaccines.
It's still at some point he would have to be announcing his endorsement, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, his vice presidential candidate was on with somebody talking about it, how they, basically laying the groundwork, saying, we're gonna have to make a choice if we're going to stay in the race, that we're basically going to help Kamala Harris and Tim Walz destroy the country, or if we get out and endorse Trump, we can save the country and try to work from inside. So we'll see.
That's what we were talking about a few weeks ago about the whole Ross Perot effect, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
Ross Perot is what got us Bill Clinton, which is what got us NAFTA, which is what got us open borders to compete with the businesses in Mexico that are started manufacturing all the goods that were manufactured in the United States. And,
Like all your
then they
Ford
went to
trucks.
China.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad that I saw that earlier.
So
Glad I saw that today, that he was dropping out. So, all right, I'm going to pull this up, Nicholas. This article, this will introduce us, Jim, to what this is. This is I just looked at the article, Nicholas. That's pretty funny. ETs living in New Mexico? Not likely, investigators say.
Now, this is mainstream media. Of course, they're going to downplay it.
Sure.
They're probably got paid off or something.
By Kay Bird and Stephen Terrell, the New Mexican Staff. Is that the name of the fucking paper? The New Mexican
Yeah.
Staff.
Well, the New Mexican.
All right. This past week, supermarket shoppers across the nation and Santa Fe have been confronted by a tabloid headline screaming UFO base found in New Mexico. The headline summarizes the main story of the September 20 issue of the Weekly World News, a publication that shares facilities with the National Enquirer. The story gets to the point quickly. Diabolical invaders from another solar system have set up a secret underground base in the rugged mountains of northern New Mexico so they can Shanghai human guinea pigs for bizarre genetic experiments. And shockingly, the U.S. and a host of other nations are involved in a colossal cover-up of the horrifying story because they were hoodwinked into okaying the loathsome tests during a series of incredible face-to-face meetings with the extraterrestrial friends. The story goes on to say that the evil spacemen operate on or near an Apache Indian reservation. Those poor Indians, man, they cannot catch a fucking break. Holy God. Near Dulce, New Mexico. Should a smart supermarket shopper waiting in the checkout line believe that? No, said an investigator who once was paid by the state to investigate unidentified flying objects and cattle mutilations in northern New Mexico. No, said the top UFO expert, who was quoted throughout the tabloid story. He said he was never interviewed by the tabloid and knows nothing of the Dulce Space Base, although he said such. Do I just click it here? Or
Oh, you don't have to open it. That's
okay, that's it. So that's the basic point, right? So here's the article from the Weekly World News. World's top scientists called into emergency session. UFO base found in New Mexico. Love it for, oh, this is other stuff. So, and aliens stunned the British press. Wow. Now, you know, it's always funny, Jim, when a major or a mainstream paper even fucking responds to the Weekly World News, right? That just tells me that there's probably some proof in what the Weekly World News was saying. Because why would they even comment on it, Wode? Why would they feel the need to make that not a story?
Give it time and attention. That means there's something there.
Right.
Some they don't want you to dig into and mess about with.
Yeah, they don't do that for other stuff like this. They just don't. They don't care.
Yeah, it's like the best thing you could do is just ignore it.
Yeah, of course it is. So Nicholas has compiled a few videos, right, Nicholas?
yeah. First one, it's one just broken up into a few different parts. It's been on the internet forever.
So
I do have some additional ones though, if you need them.
But the sounds. You said the sound's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the guy. It's coming. It's one of the few videos out there that's coming back closer to the time when it actually happened. So the telephone game happens. As time goes on. It's been over 30 years. So it gives a chance to see what they were saying actually back then, like where this all started.
Yeah. Just be prepared to hit pause when we say hello. And all you got to do is hit present. Then share your screen and I'll pull it up.
All
right. I've never heard of this, Woden, and you have, right? So you have some idea.
Not specifically this one, but Raven Rock is the big one in Pennsylvania that I've seen some stuff on.
Okay. Well, if you can find something on that, you can pull that up too.
Got it there.
All right. Yeah. So just go ahead and hit your screen, make your screen bigger. And let's get rolling. Let's hear about this underground base.
You're in for a treat. Phil Schneider has 17 years experience working in the government black projects.
Ooh.
He carried a level 3 security clearance. He's a former government geologist and engineer in the black projects, underground bases and areas.
What the fuck is a level 3 security clearance?
I don't know.
Hey, just because you don't know it, don't question.
No, because I know there's
this guy was in the black project.
It's G14 classified, Jim.
No, okay, because there's classified, there's secret,
top secret,
there's confidential, classified, secret, top secret, ultra secret, and eyes.
What? But this is for now. This is Black Ops, though, Jim. So, he was a Black Ops guy, not just a regular. Because I had a top secret in the Navy.
Yeah.
Because
pretty much anybody that worked on anything with radios or communication equipment in the Navy had to have TS security clearance.
Or if you touch anything remotely nuclear.
Yep. So I had to have a top secret in the Navy, and then when I got out of the Navy, had to keep it because I worked for the Aegis cruiser program as a quality control technician on their communication system. So you gotta have a top secret clearance for that bullshit. They're pretty strict on it too, Jim. Back then, Now it doesn't seem like they're as strict. Like it's like I've seen some crazy people get some top secret clearances that do some bad stuff after they get it. All right, so let's hear what the level 3 Black Ops operator has to say.
Is 51, S4, and Los Alamos. He's going to expand your mind here this morning.
Nice.
From Mr. Phil Schneider.
Did you skip
I'm
him
Phil
playing guitar?
Schneider. I spent 17 years in black budget programs, government geologist as engineer, structural engineer with aerospace applications. Self-taught metallurgist, became kind of famous in my own right. I basically would have a set of notes here, but they're unavailable in all this melee. Up here I have different artifacts explaining some of them are alien maps that have been produced both on this planet and the confines of outer space that are now used in all stealth aircraft. All stealth aircraft, for instance, all black jets, what you're seeing of black helicopters and the like, the skins and the coatings and the residues that are used predominantly in the aircraft themselves, in the airframes and the rotor blades and the fans, and in some cases in submarines, special titanium hulls in the Phoenix class submarines now. All this has come from alien technology. 1947 is what the public has been told.
Real quick, Nick. Jim, do you? I have no doubt that something hit this Earth that that we got a hold of, and we were like, oh, this is kind of different. And they were able to engineer something out of it. Wode, like gold isn't from this planet, right? That's what they tell us. It's not natural on Earth, but they found this shit thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago and built a whole economy on the planet out of that fucking mineral, right?
Wait. I mean, it's not created on gold's not created on Earth. It was created in some kind of supernova or some kind of event that was the formation of the
they're like
universe.
Impacts from meteors and stuff over.
Well, some
centuries.
of that is gold, but I'm saying like
Most of the iron is from meteors, and stuff like that. Probably.
I'm just saying, like they tell us that that's what they say about gold. Now that I don't even know if that's true, Jim. I just wonder if they say that to make it seem more rare, so that we pay up for it more. Whoa, do you know what I'm saying? I mean, who the fuck knows? You think when?
Well, if the Anunnaki wouldn't have came and stole all that gold from us 600,000 years ago, we'd have a lot more.
Well, you're probably right.
And then we'd all be rich.
As many meteors have destroyed the planet over time, I'm sure we got replenished after they fucking left.
Maybe.
But they tell us that the fossils are why, or the dinosaurs are why we have oil.
No, it's not from. It's from the oil's from the plant life that decayed.
Dude, that's not what I was told in elementary school.
All organic matter.
Yeah, I was taught fucking dinosaurs dying, which would be organic, right? So that's what stuck out to like, okay, we haven't ran out yet. The dinosaurs died a long fucking time ago. I don't believe that shit either. I just think that they tell us this shit's rare.
Like the remnants of peat moss, which is like the remnants of ancient swamps.
Right.
Is also a fuel. It's like a poor man's coal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I this is why American education system's full of shit on this stuff. You just, I don't know what to believe. But as far as this material he's talking about, I can believe that, some of this stuff is just stuff that might, and was it a spaceship? Doesn't have to be. Could have been another meteor strike that was a different material load. And they're like, oh shit. And then they started looking for it in other places. Like, what is lithium? Where does that come from? What is lithium? And why is it so hard to find? Is it because it?
No, it's not hard to find at all. Lithium.
Yes, it is.
Very abundant. Lithium's abundant.
No, they go to specific spots on the planet to go fucking dig that shit up.
Well, yeah, because there's large deposits in places. But
it's not abundant. And But again, is that just another one of those resources that isn't supposed to be here? Like lithium? What the fuck is it?
It's actually like how
He's
they
my-
discovered lithium's used in psychiatric medicine. Is like they were at this town in Italy, I think, in this well, and all the children there were extremely calm. And they figured it out because of this natural well, it had a lot of lithium in it because they had tested the water and they figured out that's how they had all these calm children around.
Really?
Yep.
Hmm.
Actually,
All
that's not even a fucking joke at all. That's actually true. I know
Yeah.
I tell a lot of jokes, but no, that's
The
completely
worst
true.
part about the lithium is we can't get rid of it once we mine it. You know, it turns toxic, I guess, once we take it out of the earth and we try to dispose of it.
Oh no, it's a lot of other stuff that's the problems with that. It's all the other stuff that you're getting with it, and then the purifying, like all that stuff. Not to mention your strip mining to get at it as well.
Yeah, it's pretty messy.
No, but we like the lithium ion batteries we cannot dispose of. Like,
Well, it's not the lithium that's the problem in that necessarily. I don't know much about that in particular, but the lithium itself isn't the problem. It's what they did to the lithium to get it to there and to create the battery. Because a battery is just a chemical reaction. Every kind of battery is.
right. All right. 7-Up once contained lithium, says Charles Chance. Holy shit. It was never in a medication, was it, Jim? Lithium? Was that ever a thing? There was some kind of EM that was
Yeah, it's still a medication. It's one of the
Yeah,
oldest
it is.
psychiatric medications. Yeah.
okay. Oh, it's a cancer medication?
No, psychiatric.
Psychiatric. Oh, lithium,
Like
that's right. Yeah,
like an
yeah.
anxiety stuff, or
Yeah.
I don't. Is that the
Yeah.
same lithium though,
Well,
or
and
is that
also
just
it-
something that they call lithium because it's like Librium?
No, it's lithium. It's almost pure lithium, and they have to actually regulate your. They don't use it too much, like it's for like intractable cases. But they have to like monitor their blood levels for it all the time. Like if it gets too high, they have to give you like an IV and stuff.
All right, let's go. Let's hear our man Phil.
Something crashed in the backyard in New Mexico, a place called Roswell, New Mexico. Unfortunately, that's what the public's been told. The military's known about the alien question for the better part of 70 years, and they first saw their glimpse of what was going on as early as 1909 in the American Southwest. Now, Army cavalry evidently were chasing some bandits, and they entered this cave. They were holed up in a cave, and what they found in there was flying discs and little gray guys and all kinds of weird things, and they didn't know how to explain that, and they wrote them down as best they could, and it's been in secret archives ever since. That's up in down by the Truth or Consequences area of New Mexico. Well, the alien thing is more than just what I'd call a non-visible threat. We on the surface, first of all information dealing with alien or alien reproduced technology or alien reproduced vehicles or any other kinds of things well hidden from the American public. Our black budget, for instance, garners $1.023 trillion every 2 years. It's over $500 billion a year. Right now, there are 131 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide.
That was 30,
Each
40
one
years ago.
has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site. It used to be it'd take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods.
Mode, I kind of believe that number. I believe that they build these bases all over the world to save the elites.
Well, it makes sense too, because just look at how many military bases we got around the world, right? For strategic purposes.
Right.
So if you did have an overruling class of people, they would want someplace to go when shit hits the fan.
Correct.
So.
Yep. Yeah, I believe these numbers here. And it's probably much higher, like Nicholas just said. The good thing is there's so many of these empty nuclear silos out there that the average Joe can buy one and build their own fucking FU bunker too. But like Low Watermark said a couple weeks ago, I don't necessarily want to come out of the bunker for 50 years and not be able to do anything because nothing's alive. That would suck too. But if you're young and you're able to have children and all that stuff, at least you can repopulate the earth when the earth is ready to, get lived on again, which is what they did in the old times, right, Jim? When we had all these fucking disasters. Some people survived. They built these underground fucking places that we can't explain today. Why would they build those? Because they learned from their history, dude, just like we have.
It's like Dollar General Fallout.
1,000%. Like it is crazy. So
I have a little good news if anyone's interested. It'll only take a second.
Yeah, go ahead. That's why you're here.
The 8th Circuit Court of Appeals has denied Minnesota's en banc petition in the lawsuit about the state's age-based carry ban. They had anyone under 21 couldn't carry.
Oh.
And they lost, and they tried to appeal it. The state lost.
Sure.
The cocksuckers, the people we don't like, the state.
They tried to say if you're 18, you don't have the right to carry a gun, right?
Correct.
Right.
Correct. And it was struck down, and then they appealed it, and the en banc panel said, go fuck yourself.
Very cool. And that's the 8th district. Yeah.
8th Circuit. So unfortunately, that's not Illinois. I think Illinois is 7th.
It doesn't matter, though, Jim. It doesn't matter. It'll make it to the Supreme Court eventually, and they'll tell Illinois to shove it up their ass.
Yeah, eventually. But so we'll see. They might try to appeal this to the Supreme Court, and who knows? The Supreme Court might take it just to go, yeah, guess what? You fucked up. It's legal for anyone over 18 to carry. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, so why don't they do this with alcohol?
Well, you don't have a right to alcohol. And
I don't have You mean a constitutional right?
Constitutional enumerated right. Yeah. I mean, you have the old life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So you could make a structural 14th Amendment argument saying that you being denied alcohol is infringing on your right to happiness because it would make you happy to get drunk. But I don't know how much that's gonna.
Well, my whole argument's always been, if I can join the military at 18, why can't I have a beer at 18? That just blows my mind, Wode. If I can sacrifice my life for 3 years serving the country before I could legally drink a beer while I'm not on a military base, that's a problem.
You can't even buy cigarettes here if you're 18. You have to be 21.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it 21 there?
Yeah.
It might be 21 here too. I just don't. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if it went national or not. I'm old, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember when I was young, it went from like 14 to 16.
Jim, so what are they trying? What is the age limit for the right to carry a gun?
Well, that's a sticky situation because technically.
There is no age limit.
Open carry, a lot of states, there is no age limit. A lot of them have like 14, 16, stuff like that, or you're with an adult, because if you're hunting and you're 13, you're carrying a gun.
Right.
I mean, I started hunting when I was like 12.
Yeah.
Right.
For like pheasant and deer, quail, stuff like that. So
yeah.
I
the correct answer, if you're out in the woods and Fish and Game comes to find you and they ask you, how old are you? You ask them, are those level 4 plates? That's the correct answer.
What does that mean?
Well, it means can they stop this rifle round?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Level 4 is the big boy.
Okay.
But
I didn't know what that meant.
I mean, really, if they want to get constitutional and what the history of this country was, guess what? 15-year-olds used to go buy cannons and it was just fine.
Well, dude, that's what I'm saying, because people used to get married at 14 and had a house, right?
Yeah.
They had a right to have a gun. So like the whole abortion argument, where the reason it's a big deal is like, you like it's a weird thing.
What they're doing, and it started with Obamacare with the push to say keep kids on your insurance till you're 25. Basically, like, well, their brains aren't developed. Well, they want them to vote. So
When they're
maybe
12.
if their brains aren't developed enough for anything else, they shouldn't be able to vote until 25 then too.
Exactly,
because
100% correct.
voting was 21 until 1972 or 73 in this country.
Voting was fucking landowners only till like 1920 or 10 or something, right?
Right. And at the
Well,
same time,
that's a little.
but then it was because of Vietnam and the draft, and they were like, well, wait a minute, you're drafting us at 18, but we can't vote until we're 21. That's an argument that you don't have representation.
Correct. Right.
So, but that's the same thing with drinking or carry, like any type of rights. I mean, you don't have, there's not a restriction on your First Amendment rights or Fourth Amendment rights or Fifth Amendment rights or Eighth or Ninth Amendment rights based on.
And it's a faulty argument to think that it's my job as a parent to protect my child till they're 18, so they can't have a gun of their own till they're 18 because they should always be with me. Well,
that's the thing. It's federal. Like, as far as purchasing a gun, the federal government says anyone under the age of 18, they have to get it through their parents. So
which is
your
fine.
Parents buy you a gun and give it to you or whatever. That's not a straw purchase because it's a direct family member. But over 18, like that was some of the arguments that were made because they were denying in a lot of states, saying if you're under 21, you can't buy a handgun. And it's like, wait a minute, why can't I buy a handgun? How am I supposed to well, have your parents buy one and give it to you. Well, technically, that might be against the law. That might violate straw purchase because that the person is over 18 and they can't buy a gun. And if you get a gun for somebody who can't buy one, that's a straw purchase. Right.
But also, what if your dad has a felony and he can't buy you a gun? Well, that's not cool either, because it's not my fault as the son.
Well, that's another thing that people should really pay attention to. They keep talking about boyfriend loophole. What that really means is if anyone lives in your house that has a felony, your house is not allowed to have a gun.
Right. This is exactly.
So they're taking the rights away from any person that lives in your house. If you have a big extended family of, say, 4 or 5 people that live in your house, and your kid brother gets a felony or something, then you can't have a gun, or your parents or other people. That's what they're trying to push for. They're trying to basically exclude entire houses, and so they know this house can't have a gun, this house can't have a gun.
Right. And like Charles says, here's I'm 57. We were carrying guns at or before 16 and shooting 22 rifles, like BB guns. I knew exactly 0 kids who owned a 357. Exactly. Like your parents would buy you like a 410 or a 22, Jim. So you go rabbit hunting or squirrel hunting with them. And you weren't, and you would go out with your buddies and do the same thing. We weren't carrying high caliber stuff, and because they wouldn't do it. I mean, they're not idiots. Parents aren't going to give their kid a 357 Wode not at 14 years old.
No, I did have a 32 Winchester, but that was for deer hunting.
But you went with your dad.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't say, son, go on. Take your ass out there with the Winchester by yourself.
Pull up Elemental MJ's comment. It's they just passed the law and it's being challenged in court because they have expanded background checks on people between 18 and 21. So it's that is a equal protection claim. It's a problem. You can't single out a group of people for more, you know what I mean? So by singling out people between the ages of 18 and 21 for expanded background checks, because I'm pretty sure the under 21 purchase got struck down already.
Yeah.
So they had to put in like expanded background checks. So they want to look at like school records, and it's like, no, that's fuck off.
Fuck you. Right. You're going to look at my high school records?
Yeah.
Give me a break. Now that whole permanent record thing your fucking teacher threatened you with when you're in high school might actually mean something. Yeah. Okay. The Torah says the fighting age is 20.
Well, then why does Israel have 18 as their age for? I think it's 18 or younger in Israel. It might be 17.
Oh, I agree 1,000%. If you're 18 and the United States considers you an adult in most sense of the word, You should have the right to do it all. Don't limit me on anything.
Okay, that was cigarettes he was talking about. Okay, yeah, I think it is 21 for cigarettes. But cigarettes is one of them things. Like, it would have to be a liberty claim under like the broad auspice of liberty.
But they just buy the vape shit and move the fuck on. I mean,
well, they made vape shit 21 too now.
Yeah, vapes are 21 too.
And they haven't done any studies about vape causing any harm. It's just an assumption.
Well, what it is because they're mad because they can't tax it the same way because they tax sin taxes, like the fucking cigarettes and alcohol and stuff because like they know they want to tax it. Just some places tax it because they want to get rid of it, like New York and Chicago. I mean, the amount of taxes they put on a pack of cigarettes is fucking ridiculous.
But it doesn't get rid of it.
But it doesn't get rid of it. All it does is cause shit to happen, like that guy who got choked to death over selling Lucy's.
Yeah.
Or you get in your car and you drive to DuPage or Will and you save $4 a pack. It's not that fucking long of a drive.
I think it's like $18 or $19 for a pack of cigarettes in New York and Chicago now, for one pack.
I don't think it's that much in Chicago, Cook County.
It's a lot,
it's. I know it's probably 11 or something, but Wisconsin's just as bad. The state of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin went all fucking crazy. They went left wing weirdos.
I went to a BP one day in Wisconsin because I ran out of Skol. Pulled in $11 fucking for a can of Skol. I looked at that motherfucker. I said, "What?" He said, "That's our taxes, dude." I said, "Man." He goes, I said, "Do you sell any of this shit?" He goes, "I can't keep it in stock." So they are not stopping shit.
Yeah, I agree, Elemental MJ. Sin taxes should be unconstitutional because it's basically the basis for the reason we had the Boston Tea Party.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the government is taxing us. What's that?
Yeah, but they would have been invalid. They would have agreed with that kind of stuff. Sin taxes and stuff. The founding fathers.
No,
they
I
had
don't
shit
think
like
so.
that back then.
No,
They wanted taxation with representation. They just wanted a say in it. That's what the whole thing about taxes was. They just wanted to have a say in stuff.
Nicholas, we didn't have a fucking income tax in this country till the 1900s, dude.
Yeah, but
okay, if our founding fathers any income tax, they did not tax your income. That should not be taxable. If I go to the store and buy something, I'll pay the tax there. Don't tax me for what I make because you're limiting how I can live my life.
It's if you look at how there was a small tax they tried to place on paper and ink, and that was ruled unconstitutional because it infringed on the First Amendment right of the press.
Yep.
So why would not a tax on ammo or guns be an infringement on the Second Amendment? Why would not a tax on alcohol or cigarettes be an infringement on your rights to liberty and happiness?
Why is a tax on food legal when you need food to survive?
Well, if it's a tax that's a tax on everything equally, that
you
would
don't
be
have
legal.
a tax on unprepared
but
food.
It's not legal,
Only
Jim.
unprepared food.
When you go to the grocery store, some shit gets taxed higher at the grocery store than others.
Right, because they're not, but it shouldn't be that way. That's my point.
Agree.
Is that if they were going to tax like any of these things, like the extra $8 a pack or whatever on cigarettes, or the gasoline tax on gas, it should be a tax that's just the tax, and everything is taxed at the same rate.
Yeah, well, that's why we need a flat tax, and that's it. Or we just have an end purchase tax load. Now, I don't
consumption tax.
Yeah,
well, yeah,
do not tax my income, dude.
A use tax is what Forbes talked about back in the day. So every time you use your money, it gets taxed, but only gets taxed once.
Right. It's like your 401k gets fucking taxed.
Point of sale type thing, yeah.
You're taxing me when I put it in, and you tax me when I take it out now. Fuck off. And in Illinois, they really want to take all your shit when you die. I mean, they can't wait to come in here and fucking take all your shit.
They're pushing for this whole tax on unrealized gains, and stupid people go, well, yeah, that's just going to affect people with billionaires that have all the stock that they haven't sold yet. Like,
no, it doesn't affect them at all.
It's going to also affect like anybody who owns a home, farmers, and they go, oh, well, your farm is worth this much, and you didn't, so you own this, you have to pay taxes on this. So basically, you'll have giant corporations like Bill Gates buying up all these farmlands. I mean, already the death tax
Yes.
The estate tax is killing farmers. When you have a big family farm and they grow this farm, and then the guy who owns it dies and they give it to the kids, they can't keep it because they can't afford to pay the fucking tax on it.
But Tim, they also that death tax also kills somebody like my wife who hasn't worked in 35 years. I die tomorrow. My house is paid off, but they go, oh no, that house is worth this. You owe the state this much in taxes. She says, well, I can't pay it. Well,
they raised it recently because it was becoming a major problem for them, and it was going to be unsustainable. I think they raised it to $5 million.
They need to not have it. It's not a thing. You've already taxed. You taxed my life already. Being here as a human being. Stop taking after I'm gone. What the fuck? Well, it's so terrible, man. These governments, and it's no better anywhere else on the planet. I don't think. Well, it's not like we're not the worst. No. That's the worst part.
Well, like there's a lot of insidious taxation that people don't take into account, I think, when they compare us to some other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, look at do you know the taxes we pay? Have you ever looked at your cable bill or your cell phone bill?
Oh yeah. Everything.
You're paying fucking
your car insurance, dude.
Yeah, you're paying. If you look at it and you go, wait, what's this usage tax? You're paying 15 to 20% tax for a cell phone every month.
Yeah.
Same thing with your cable bill.
Yeah. And then you pay your FCC.
For what reason?
You pay FCC fees, pay all this stuff, like, and car insurance is just an extra tax on you for owning a car, dude. It really is. Nicholas, how long have you had car insurance in your life? 30 years, 25 years, something like that. So,
yeah.
How many times have you claimed on your car insurance? Twice. How many fucking cars could you have bought with that goddamn car insurance money over all those years? Yeah, exactly.
Never had particularly expensive, at least, luckily.
Huh?
So I've never had particularly expensive car insurance, luckily.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
The point is, like, we're afraid to even make the claim, Jim, because we don't want our fucking rates to go up. I mean, you're trapped, you know. And then I tell my wife, hey, man, this is how I look at my car insurance. If I go a year without a claim, give me 50% back. Just fucking thank you, dude. But they don't do it. These insurance companies are rich as fuck for a reason, because so many people never have accidents and they pay, car insurance, house insurance, fucking boat insurance, whatever the insurance is, that never get claimed on its entire life. Then you finally make one. Well, when you're 65 years old because your house, gets hit by hail. And next thing you know, they double your insurance, and you're like, God damn, dude, I've been a loyal customer for 40 years. I can't.
Or they raise your insurance rates because other people have things happen to their property and they incur the cost on you.
Exactly. That's the big one, right?
You did nothing, but yeah, that's just the market.
Mm-hmm.
Well, plus every time there's a major disaster like a hurricane or something, then you have a whole bunch of insurance companies basically going, "Oh, we can't pay.
We're broke.
We're broke now. Yeah,
we can't.
What did you do with all our money?
We're done." That's a major problem in Florida.
Yeah, it's getting unsustainable down there.
It's not like the executives bought less Rolls Royces or anything.
No.
Yeah, if they didn't get their look. I think this taxation without representation is awful, and not just the representation, just the taxation in general. Stop hitting us up every time you open your mouth. Their big thing in Illinois is giving us a mileage tax. They're working on a mileage tax.
Yeah, to offset the electric cars.
So not to derail this stream any further that I already did.
As the electric car companies are fucking stop making them, like Fiat, Ford, they're both like, we're out, we're done, we're not doing this shit no more. They're not selling. Nobody's buying these fucking cars. So that's good.
Their electric cars.
So Mad Max would be a pretty shitty
the
movie.
only electric car that sells is the fucking Tesla. That's it. Nobody else is selling any electric cars that is going to change their company's future forever. Volkswagen will have one electric car in the lot, and it'll sit there for 3 months when they come in. So
But anyway, it looks like there might be a fight tonight.
What is this? Oh, cool. Hey, Dave, if I go to Bucky's, should I get you a roll of pomegranate chewing tobacco? Tucker Carlson favorite. Yeah, man, I would love to try that. I need a Bucky's around here. The closest Bucky's to me is there's a sign, Jim, in Illinois on Interstate 39, or no, I think it's 80. It says 469 miles to Bucky's.
Nice.
It's in Tennessee or some shit, right? I'm like, God damn it, I want a Bucky's.
I've still never been to one, and I've been to Texas for trips several times. I need to make my way out there and just go see it. Yeah.
Now, what they do have here is Wally's, and it's fucking gigantic too. And when I said, I thought it was Bucky's. And I was like, oh, this ain't Bucky's. This is Wally's. And my wife said, well, this ain't fucking Bucky's, Dave. We got to go find a Bucky's. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that'd be awesome, Charles. If you do, let me know, and I'll send you the cash for it. And my address is in my description. That'd be great. What do you got, Jim? A fight?
Well,
A liberal and a right winger?
Like Ethan Ralph has challenged.
Oh my God!
Has challenged Steel Toe Aaron Imholt to a fight, and they're supposed to meet at his gym, and Aaron has accepted the fight. He said, "I could be there at 10. Can you make it?" and then you never gave me the address, pussy. Ethan says, and Steel Toe says, just sent it. And then Ethan says, can this dump handle a broadcast? So he wants to broadcast the fight.
Of course he does. Who does, Ethan?
Ethan wants to broadcast the fight. Yeah.
Well, if Aaron doesn't, he's an idiot, right? I mean, but why?
Well, I think he would probably get thrown in jail if he did, because something they could.
Let's see what
That's
Aaron is saying.
Part of his thing.
I should watch the story of the Dog Man. I think I know what that is. Wode?
Yeah, you should. We've talked about it a little bit on some of the other woo-woo stuff. But the big one is Michigan Dog Man. That's where the big stories come out of.
We could dedicate a whole show to just the Dog Man, I'm sure.
I mean, there's entire channels that dedicate multiple channels that dedicate their whole basis around Dog Man and Dog Man lore, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So you Midwest old guys remember Stuckey's? Yeah, man. Stuckey's was like I remember driving from Arkansas to California across the desert. There'd be a Stuckey's. We stopped there all the time. Remember Howard Johnson hotels?
Yep. The Hojo.
Yeah. Hojo. Yeah. I mean, all that stuff. The good old days when you could go into a Stuckey's and buy all the Native American trinkets you wanted. But they weren't made in China back then. Aaron said if Ethan wants to stream, he can. Well, good for Aaron. Rich, I think Dogman will probably appear in Horseman, and that'll be Horseman's, that'll
arch
be the
nemesis.
That'll be his arch nemesis, of course. Yeah. Yes, there's just one story of this man from Tennessee, and his story is so in detail about everything that happened. I believe he really did see something. I don't know what it is, but he's all something.
Yeah, I think I've heard that guy. He gets really emotional, and either that guy is like a unfound, Emmy Oscar winner,
well-paid actor, yeah,
or he actually saw something. Yeah, but there's a one of the, I guess it would be one of the bigger channels. It was called Dogman Encounters, and he's got these he does interviews with people on the phone and whatever, and he's got these big compilations where he's got his scariest ones, and there's the one where I think it's got that gentleman from Tennessee, and then I can't remember. I think there's a couple from Tennessee, and a couple of them is like you can hear these people and they're not okay, and they're reporting stuff from, you know, the one guy's talking about stuff from the late 70s, early 80s, you know, and it's maybe did the interview like 5-10 years ago.
So 40 years later, and he's
Yeah.
still
So, I mean,
about
that's
it.
like textbook PTSD, you know, from his reactions during the interview. It's pretty gnarly. You listen to the guy, he's like, you know, grown ass big redneck dude, and he's breaking down on the phone with this guy. So it's pretty intense.
Well, we should compile a bunch of that stuff and watch it, because that's interesting to me, because when I see people react like that, man, it makes it more believable. You know, that what's
Yeah.
it
Don't know what happened, but something must have happened, you know.
remember that story about the guys that were, you know, the lumberjacks or whatever, and their friend disappeared for like a week. Nobody knew where he was, and he said he got abducted, and they accused his friends of killing him and all that shit, and he came back. That was wild.
But
They made a movie about that. I can't even remember the movie. Do you remember any of that movie, Jim?
You're not talking about Fire in the Sky, are you?
Yeah, Fire in the Sky.
Yeah, that movie fucking trips me the fuck out. I can't watch it. I don't like it. Because where
Right?
where I grew up, that happened in Arizona. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he's made the circuit multiple times. But that was in Arizona, but where I grew up, and half my family was loggers, and just looking at the landscape they were in and everything, it was like, I don't like this at all. No, thank you.
I don't have a reason to doubt the guy. I just don't.
Travis Walton. Is it Travis Walton?
Travis. Yep.
Yeah.
I have no reason to doubt the guy. And I have no reason. Oh, thanks, Charles. Yeah, my P.O. box is in my description. If anybody in the chat ever feels a need to send me something. And oh, guys, you guys weren't here earlier, but if you don't know, I did win an auction last night for a t-shirt or a drawing from Shane Davis. And tomorrow I'm going to post the video on my channel so you guys can watch the drawing that I won. And please go into the comments and give me a name for that character, so that on Friday night, the top 3 names in the chat, and if you guys don't leave comments, then I can't do it, and I'll just name it my fucking self, and it'll be gay. And then I'm going to put that name on the character, and we're just going to have t-shirts for sale, because that's a Shane Davis art, dude. It's not like my art. That's Shane Davis art. It's going to have Shane Davis's signature on it when I get it. So it'll be cool.
Ever seen Fire from the Sky?
Is that the Drew Barrymore movie?
No, that's the Randall Carlson movie about the
Oh,
meteor
okay.
impact. It was on
What's it?
TBS in 97.
No,
What was the Drew Barrymore movie? Or
we're talking about
something?
Firestarter.
Firestarter. Yeah,
When
Firestarter.
she was
yeah.
a pyrokinesis. She could set stuff on fire and everything.
Yeah,
she was
yeah,
a little girl at that point. Wasn't she?
Yeah.
yeah. They all pass polygraphs. You know, they always say these polygraph tests, you take them with a grain of salt. But if you fucking fail, the cops use it against you like you're a piece of shit. Never agree to a polygraph test. I don't care if you didn't do it. You could still look fucking bad on a polygraph test, Woad, and then they're just coming after you. Fuck that polygraph.
Do you want to know something weird about the whole Dogman subject? There's stories that tie some of the Dogman stories to the deep underground military bases. They're
Is that right?
Yeah, there's multiple ones out there talking about it.
Well, like experimental stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, everything's conjecture because you don't know anything, right? Because if is somebody going to come out and say, "Oh yeah, we're creating these genetic super beasts in these deep underground military bases to come do bad things"?
Hey guys,
What
here's
about the werewolf soldiers in World War II?
You ever watch the movie Dog Soldiers?
no.
Yeah.
That's a good one. I really like that. It's a British film. I think Sean Pertwee's in it. It's a good flick to watch.
Dog soldiers.
Dog Soldiers. It's a fun one.
Okay. Guys, this is the artwork that Shane Davis drew on Ethan's stream last night that I won the auction for. And we're going to make t-shirts out of this. But I need you guys in the chat. You can start naming them tonight. Come up with a name for this character. And that's what will be on the
Fabian
shirt.
Sheckelstein.
What? Just type it in the chat, and I got my little black book right here, and I'll start writing names down, and we'll start building up a poll for Friday night. Because I thought it was awesome, and we'll have a shirt that we can sell, and I'll have some stupid BTM logo on. It'll be tiny. You won't know it says BTM reviews. It'll be like Ethan says, you make that shit small, and you make the art a big part of the shirt. So, yeah, I'm gonna definitely do that. Jim, you even told me I should do it, right? Like, definitely
Make a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fabian Sheckelstein. All right, so go ahead back with your video, Nicholas.
Has actually been on some of the high-speed railways, the magneto-leviton trains that connect all the deep underground military bases within the United States. He's been on a Mach 2 train and floats off of a single rail at a 3/4 of an inch off the rail, and is what you'd call high tech. We have nothing like this on the surface. The public basically has been totally lied to. We're considered stupid or even moronic in some cases. It's got to stop. If we're going to gain our country back, we must, and I repeat, must instill in our public officials, anybody that goes and does public service, they must tell us the truth. If they cannot do this, then they must be impeached, or they must be removed from office. If this cannot occur, if the truth cannot totally come out, there are reasons for secrecy, for instance, but if the truth cannot totally come out, what's the use in us having anything called freedom? Okay, now I have pictures here that I'm going to show you during the break in artifacts, and I ask you to kind of look at them but not handle them. I have actual crashed retriever metal from Roswell, New Mexico. It's given to me when I was 14 years old. For instance, I've got other things. I've got pieces of titanium, a special titanium alloy made for everything from the original SR-71 Blackberry. That's old hat now. F-117As, they're old hat now. They're making a whole new class of hypersonic above Mach 5 aircraft that employ extremely modern charged particle beam weapons. They don't even use lasers anymore. Computer enhanced imaging radar, although it's used in helicopters for public surveillance, computer enhanced imaging radar, and in satellite technology. The brand new kid on the block is a kind of infrared technology where a satellite at 150,000 miles out in a geosynchronous orbit, or not quite geosynchronous orbit, but these spy satellites can literally look in and see a dime on the floor, say on your kitchen floor. They have a resolution factor of 99.999961. This particular piece of metal, I'm going to drop it on the floor here. It'll kind of ring like a bell. You can't break it. Withstand temperatures in excess of 7,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It has niobium in it. It also has mironite in it, element 123. Yeah, please do. It's in a non-crystalline form. This is just kind of a dripping out of the main crucible. Here's a crystalline example. It's in the scalenohedral crystalline form. We got this from the large grays technology. This is grown in the confines of outer space, which has not quite a super vacuum, but by the way, this is capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's great for certain parts of aircraft. This kind of material I work with on a daily basis. Up here we have a transparency of Groom Lake. Groom Lake is where the infamous Area 51, S4, S2, a CIA base, it was originally a bombing range, a nuclear test site. It was later become the most secret base in the United States. It employs over 18,000 workers who work in shifts of 12 hours at a whack. Most of them work in the cover of darkness, like us. We built 9 underground military bases there, each with an average capacity capable of basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. They don't bore. They literally vitrify and melt the rock, deflagrate the rock. It's a very sophisticated laser melting and deflagrating system. It reduces the rock.
So that's kind of like what they might have done to make pyramids, right? If they're so perfectly sealed and the seams match on those crazy shaped rocks, Wode. Maybe.
I mean, figure if we don't know exactly how they were built, and if you posit that it was alien technology that built it, maybe we just have the same stuff now.
right. Like, yeah. Have you heard of those materials he was talking about, like vitrocene and all that stuff?
I mean, I'm not an engineer or a geologist, so I have no idea.
Jim, how about you? You ever
I
heard
haven't
of
seen it.
I never heard of it either. Not titanium, but titanium's been around for a long time.
Yeah, and you think like Mylar too, because Mylar is supposed to be for high temperature stuff.
Yeah, it'd be great, like if he actually had a video showing something at 20,000 or 10,000 degrees and it not melting, or getting changed in any way. That'd be great. Don't just say it.
I'll say this though, even if everything else this guy says is BS, that part where he said that our quote unquote leadership should be held accountable for the truth. That's the most true statement that's make.
Right. They all say it's for our protection. But
protection from what? Protection from knowledge.
They don't have the right to protect me from anything in that capacity. They don't protect us as cops, so why the fuck do they why do they want to protect me from knowing about something that's visited our planet, multiple times? Who the fuck cares? So it says, I feel like high ups in our so-called rival countries know more than the people who live here.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Subscribe to the theory that, it's not the US government, it's the world government that's doing all this stuff. Then it would make sense,
Yeah. I was in Vegas, Charles, 2.5 years ago. Had a great time. We were going to go to Area 51, but it's not as close as I thought. Like, it's not the area fit. It's not what as close as I thought it would. It would not have been like a 2-hour drive. It's a pretty long drive to where, what's that, Roswell. I was thinking Roswell instead of Area 51 because I've never been there. Have you been to Roswell?
I stayed the night there once. I was driving cross country on a PCS. I was going from California, went down to Tucson to visit a buddy, and then up to Ohio. And so I didn't see any aliens. I did see a lot of shitty souvenir shops.
Did you stop into any of them now?
Yeah, it was.
Of course, you got to, man. You're there, right?
It up. They were. I mean,
while in Rome,
you gotta be marketable, right? Make some money off it.
Shit. How about you, Nicholas? You ever been there? Roswell? No. How about you, Jim? No. I would go. I mean, I'm sure there's nothing there to see except for, like you said, shitty fucking gift stores and stuff. Unlike Branson, where at least you can go see a good show, right?
Yeah. I still want to make the trip to Point Pleasant to go visit the Mothman Museum. Because that ain't too far away. That's in West Virginia. So.
Oh, yeah. That'd be
and they've got a big festival every year too.
Oh, you got to plan that out.
Yeah, my daughter is a huge Mothman fanatic. She's got a poster and a shirt, and she just thinks it's freaking cool. So I want to take her up there sometime just to go check it out.
You seen the fucking trailer for the Crow movie?
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it, but that's not the Crow.
No, dude, it's not what I'm looking for.
When he said try harder, that's not what they meant. Don't make another shitty movie. You already made what? There was already 3, and the first one was the only one that was any good, at least in my opinion.
Was it as good as it would have been if he wouldn't have died?
I don't know. Brandon Lee. I mean, was he an amazing actor? No, but was he?
But he
good
was
for that
very
role?
starting out at that point, right?
Yeah.
He was,
and he was really good as Eric Draven. He was really good in that movie as the Crow.
Dude, that's the first date I ever went on with my wife to see that movie. So I've got those memories for that movie, but I haven't rewatched it in like 15 years because I don't want to. I don't want to get a bad taste in my mouth. Like I just watched Aliens 2 weeks ago, and that fucking movie sucks balls.
I still love Aliens. I still like it.
Great,
man. Why don't you just put her in charge?
Starting from the second one, I saw almost all of them through the 80s and 90s in the theaters, even as a little kid. I loved horror movies when I was little. My first favorite movie was The Howling when I was real little.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
Oh, American Werewolf in London, too. Both of those movies. But
I've owned American Werewolf in London on VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, and now 4K Blu-ray.
And it's always gets the better special effects nod than The Howling. But I like The Howling as a movie. I just like that movie for a reason. American Werewolf in London is good. I know everybody tells me this, man. It's classic. I agree, but don't watch it now because it's not classic anymore. Like it's
the first one, Alien.
Alien is the
Alien
classic.
Was scary, dude. The first one,
Alien, especially
The
that opening
one,
sequence is just masterclass in suspense.
That's the thing because they didn't show you too much too early. That they knew how to build suspense, like you said back then when they did films. So
I mean, even just them walking into the eggs thing, that was creepy as hell. Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna tell you right now, go see Romulus, Alien Romulus. It's fucking good. I saw it this weekend. It's good. Yes.
I felt like the only person on Earth who liked Prometheus.
You are. Because did not jive with that movie. And they had good actors in that movie, but it just didn't do it for me. So Aliens, I watched, and there's just a lot of shooting guns, and you don't know what they're just shooting to shoot. It's just like, ugh. And then I don't know, but if you go see the new Romulus movie, Wode, I promise you're going to go, God damn, Dave, that shit was good. Like 2024 movie with a bunch of young people, early 20s, that were not SJWs. They weren't badasses for the sake of being badasses. Like it earned it. So I'm going to give the director credit because he sold me on the planet they were on. Like you fucking felt like you were there. Then you got in a ship. And then that shit got scary. But the best character is the droid, Andy. He's the best. He plays 2 roles. He goes from good robot to corporate robot back to good robot. It's fucking outstanding what they do with the droid in this movie.
Is he an android like Bishop was, or?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Cool.
But he's an android that was programmed by this girl's father to protect her. So that's his first mission. But she wanted to I'm not going to go there, but something happens in the movie to where he changes, and some things change. Like she's like, "What the fuck? Like this isn't my guy, right?" And he's like, "Hey, this is what it is now." And that, and my God, chat, he's black, and I like a black actor in Hollywood, and everybody else was, white or Hispanic or whoever is else in the movie. The black dude was the fucking star of the movie. By far, he's the star. And then there was a mutilated droid on the ship, of course, because it's a corporate ship, right? It's a, you know, it's a corporate ship. So, I was wondering where you were, Retro Dice, because I thought some of the content we've talked about then she might like. Right. So, original Alien is the best, of course. But Julio, when you go this Sunday with your son and you talk to me about this Romulus, you're gonna be like, that shit's good, Dave. I haven't told you guys anything that's bad yet, because Beverly Hills Cop 4 sucks. Don't waste your fucking time, Jim. Right?
Yeah,
That movie's
that was
awful.
horrible.
It was horrible. Jim is spamming the chat. He's trying to.
I'm just putting a couple links in there. Campaigns I've backed.
What is a support young clip? Oh, that's okay. That's Riley. Yeah,
Riley's,
yeah.
right.
I thought
Has
you
he
were
still
looking.
not streamed since all that?
Yes,
He has streamed.
he hasn't. No, it's just Mint streaming.
Really? Does he know he can't control himself? Is that the reason why you think, Jim? He'll call that guy a stupid motherfucker or something, and it'll be more harassment? Or did he get a warning he can't do anything online?
He might have
A restraining order?
something. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Or
There might
maybe
be
he's got
something.
court coming up or something. Who knows?
Well, we know that because Eric July's a cunt and said he was going to shave my shoulder hair. It was a threat. So they got a warrant on him.
Arrested for aggressive grooming.
Yeah, dude.
I think he's an annoying little shit, but Eric July is a massive bitch if he can't deal with that. You know?
It's not like he got at Eric's face when he went to the warehouse, right? He just talked shit. And
you like
posted
take $20 to the
40
freaking window or something.
$41 or something, right?
yeah,
So-
something like that.
Yeah. 220s and a single, right? Something like that. So,
Hey Dave, I'll be right back.
all right, buddy. EJ is paper thin skin. No, dude, he's the righteous ANCAP, right, Jim?
Yeah,
Yeah.
anus cap.
Yeah.
I think it was on low water mark and me were in the chat of like Eric debunks or they were having one of their shellcast streams.
Mhm.
Like the actual fan, it was the first time I'd ever really gone in there. And they were playing a video. One of them, I'm not sure how old or new it is, of Eric July talking about how, you know, look at me, you know, showing his arm, saying he's like, you know, look, I'm built and everything like that. I think he's a scrawny motherfucker. He's got little thin arms, you know. You can see
does
why
that?
he's afraid.
I mean, but who does it anyway? Like, dude, who cares? Really, legitimately, who cares? God damn. All
you
right,
guys
let's
seen
get back
that?
to you. No, go ahead, Jim. No,
You
you-
seen that Nosferatu thing that Shamp and Jetty just launched today? It's a second chance campaign for the.
Oh, is he the guy that
looks
was on
really-
he's
it's
on
like-
Ethan's
looks-
stream tonight, right?
Yeah, it looks really. I mean, I can pull it. It looks really interesting. He's also selling like custom one-off painted pages.
Well, that guy was a super pleasant guy before the stream
Yeah.
started, Nicholas. He was a really pleasant guy. He was boomering the fuck out of how to present his stream to Ethan. It was pretty funny. He's like, dude, you're a fucking editor and shit. Like, you're having a hard time presenting me a screen. And then did only Mike Barron show up? Did other people show up in that stream?
No, there's
Because
a whole bunch of people now. It's John Malin, it's Cecil, it's Shant, it's Eric Weathers, Liam's there, Dan Lawless.
We're watching some
and-
video. I
is he
checked in
still
when I
is
watched.
the guy that's doing the campaign still there?
Yeah, Shant is still there, and then Paul Ravoche.
Okay, well, that's cool because Ethan was saying we'll see how many people show up because these motherfuckers like to take, but they don't all like to give. So
We need to get Revoche on for a politics show. So like, just so he's there the whole time going, why? It's
With
Paul?
useless.
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
able to stop.
And that's all you
asking-
do. You would just tell everybody that it's useless. It's all rigged. It doesn't matter.
No,
I mean,
but
that's
I
just
would-
his personal convictions. I mean, which I
Go-
mostly agree with, honestly. I mean, I
But go
agree
ahead,
with the
Jim.
guy.
I wouldn't be able to stop talking to him about Justice League Unlimited.
Well, I can hit him up. He told me before he'd come on the show anytime. And he would probably come on for one of these streams. He seems like a pretty well-rounded guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I watched that with my son when he was growing up, like 4 years old,
Sure.
5 years old, just repeatedly.
Yeah.
Both, it was pretty cool actually with the Martian
cool.
Manhunter. And
I remember because he worked on, I know, the Batman the animated series.
he also
that
worked on
came out.
he worked on the Justice League and Justice League
Yeah.
Unlimited series. He did all the
The
backgrounds.
problem,
But for the
Nicholas,
Batman one,
if we talked
I
about
was like a middle school when that came out. That was like amazing to me.
if we talked to him about politics, he's a Canadian, so we can't really take much of his comments.
He's
on
an
American.
American. No, he's an American living in Canada.
Really?
Yes, he's
I always
American.
Are you sure?
Yes, he's an American.
Sounds
Okay.
like a Canadian.
Well, he's an American citizen. That's all I know. I don't know how long he's lived in Canada, but he's an American citizen because he's talked about getting his mail-in ballot.
Oh,
Is that
I figured
absentee
we just-
ballot or whatever?
Oh, right on. That's cool.
well, that's
but-
then we can.
Well, I would like to bully you two with him and tell you all how it doesn't matter.
And I'd like to tell you it does matter. Shut your mouth,
That's
boy!
When
That's
stuff
in
stops
conflict.
mattering, Nicholas, then you might as
Shut
well
the
fucking
hell
give up. What is this one?
The whole reason we have elected officials is so we don't have to think all the time.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Mordred Kane says BTM reviews. You guys should watch your boy Zach talking about the birthday party clowns. I will anytime. He talks about them all the time now. So you tell me a video, Mordred, and we'll play it because I do like Zach. He did go a little SJW there for a little bit, but he snapped out of it real fast, Wode. And now he's all over these guys that we have all left. We've all stopped watching these people because they're just bad actors. I'm Nicholas. I'm going to do videos on dipshit and dipshittier, Ryan and Yellow Flash, and their monthly April, May, June, July, just what they talked about with spreadsheets, because it's going to be awful. I just haven't paid any attention, but I guarantee you they're going to be so alike. What they're like, I saw Ryan Cannell on Twitter today. They canceled the Acolyte, and he's got that serious look, Jim, when he's talking to the microphone. It's like, are you surprised? Really? Why are you surprised anymore that anything gets canceled at Star Wars that Disney makes? Why are you surprised?
I'm not.
I'm not surprised at all. For some reason, though, Ethan's going to go back and start watching Star Wars on Disney and start reviewing it. You've heard him talk about
He even
this, right?
admitted that Darth Vader would kick Cyberfog's ass too today on Twitter.
He did?
Yep.
Wow.
He's back.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What I do like about Zach is he told Ethan, "I don't want to be part of your live streams. I don't want to promote my books. I just want to be this independent guy. I don't want to be." Fine. That's cool, man. You don't have to. And he's happy with what he makes on his own campaign. So cool. Good for him. Let's get back to your video. Jim, did you have any Chicago riot stuff tonight?
I wasn't really looking for any.
Oh, I didn't know if
had
there
that
was
campaign pulled up if you wanted to show
Oh,
it
yeah.
real quick and
Yeah.
look at the artwork and stuff. It's it looks very like classical art.
Nosferatu?
Yeah, like if you look at the let's see here.
Not the kind of guy who pictures a horror guy.
Yeah, and it's all painted, hand painted pages.
Oh, the art edition. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why crowdfunding is good, because it'd be really hard to get a major company
No,
to
I mean, it's not
to
really
agree to do
expensive.
something like that.
You know, you can get the second edition book for $25, the art edition for 33. You can get and then he gives you a discount if you get multiple things. Like if you get the second and a print, it's 35. The art edition and the print 43. You get art edition and the second edition for 55, and then he has the first edition book signed for 75. He's doing like painted sketches. He's got 10 of those. He's gonna sell for $385 plus a book, and then I don't know what this cryptic treasure is. You get 4 interior ink head sketches. So it's not just like a comic book that's penciled and then someone inked and then a colorist comes in and applies the color. He's actually painting each page by hand with paint. That's why they're painted with paint.
With paint and a brush, or
maybe
paint pencil,
maybe I don't know, maybe a
or paint pen.
Maybe it's an airbrush spray paint. Maybe he huffs it. I don't know. He seems like a really nice guy, very quiet guy, very subdued.
Yeah,
He's definitely been putting in the work on the Ethan stream, so.
Yes, so I don't know. if
is
anyone's
Nosferatu like some ancient person I should know who it is, or is it just a name?
Well, Nosferatu is that's
Right.
Dracula, so maybe Nosferatu. Let's see what it says.
Nosferatu's like Romanian for vampire.
Dracula. Yeah.
I think this person might be killing. Let's see. I think he might be killing the. Maybe he's killing monsters because this looks sure awful lot like Frankenstein.
Yeah.
So maybe this guy is battling, monsters. I don't know. Look, I bought it. I don't know. We'll see.
What does he know when it's coming out? Has he said? The campaign's for 30 days. I see that, but
yeah. Well, this is the second chance campaign, so I would imagine that means it's close.
Let's just have to reprint it. Yeah.
It might already be done.
Especially if it's hand painted. I mean, that.
What did you buy? The painted edition, Jim? Or the art edition? I'm saying.
I bought the art edition and interior sketch, and the first edition.
Okay. Gotcha. So no original art.
Well, it comes with this head sketch thing.
I'm saying, but none of that.
I didn't buy it.
One
No,
of
I didn't
10.
spend that kind.
Right.
1 of 10 or this one.
But he sold
I
3
like
of
it.
them. That's pretty cool.
I like it. I just don't know how much I like it.
Yeah, and what's gonna suck is you're gonna get it and you're like, fuck, this is really cool. Like that's what you hate missing out on, right?
Yeah. It's hard to tell until you see it in person. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the stuff, you go, "Oh, it looks cool," and then you get it. And, like the stuff from B.A. Turner is way better in person than what it looked like on the computer.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So,
100%. It's like,
yeah, I've questioned some of the images that he's used for promotion versus some of the interior pages that.
Yeah. So so we'll see.
Those interior shots are a lot more impressive than some of that other stuff.
yeah, and it doesn't have a lot of them either. It's not a comic. B.A. Turner's. It's a fucking novel, 500-page novel, split up into 2 books. It's a lot to deal with. Did you get cold, Wode?
Oh, why? What's up?
Looks like you put on like a cover up.
Oh
or
no,
like a
I've
pullover.
just been wearing the same shirt.
Oh,
I'm boring. No additional clothing.
I know why it's fun to shit upon Ethan Van Sciver, but look at his background. Everything is an EVS creation. He was like explaining the whole DC era with Green Lantern and Flash, and the Flash cover that he did is like the most iconic Flash cover ever made. Like that's the one that's won that argument. And with all the artists that have drawn that character, Ethan's Flash cover is the most iconic. Pretty damn good, man. Like
sparkling energy, the Speed Force stuff going on.
And it's a side view where he's pulling up his boot, so you don't see like him going crazy fast. It's just him in a slow motion thing doing what he needs to do to go. It's just like I saw that cover. I was like, holy fuck. Like, you know, and you got people like Yellow Trash saying that Ethan doesn't, it's just like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, and this is why Ethan laughs at all these clients. Like, you guys don't know what I did. You have no clue. Because he's talking about he owes Jeff Johns everything, right, guys? He says, if it wasn't for Jeff Johns, Ethan would be nobody. No, dude, that's why it's a partnership. That's why you got a writer and an artist who work off each other. And when it works right, holy fuck, the sky's a limit.
Sure. EBS has always shown a lot of appreciation for Jeff Johns.
Yes.
Because, yeah.
Of course he does. He knows where his bread was buttered, just like Jeff Johns does. Because like he said, he goes, you know, even though I left and there was a new character that he wanted to put into that universe, he came to me to create the character. At least I created the character, and he'd let other people draw it because he was off doing other stuff that he wanted to do. All right, so Zach articulates quite good on why the zeros are lame. Yeah. Ethan just calls them zeros, and he's like, yeah, these guys are, I don't like that guy or whatever. But
EBS just has a more entertaining, humorous delivery.
Zach
assumes a much more intelligent audience. He speaks above all the head of the zeros audience. I mean, they don't understand what the fuck he's saying.
Right. That's probably true. All right, let's get back to our boy here. The Schneider Speaks. This is a map of these installations in Nevada.
And then melts the remaining rock as a coating on the inside of the base, so you don't have to use gunite cements and other kinds of things like that. That's all old hat now. Technology. So just basically the new technology we get is the old hat of the military. I'm going to be real brief about it. I carried a level 1 security clearance, the Rhyolite 38 Factor. There are very few of us. There's nobody except myself, to my knowledge, talking like this. Nobody. I'm breaking the law. I'm breaking world as well as federal law. I'm coming out and even talking about this to a group of people. I love my country more than I love my life. 2 weeks ago, I was shot in the shoulder.
Tell your wife to stop fucking shooting you.
I don't want to gore you women out, but I was shot in the shoulder up here. I recently have become friends of a retired FBI agent who took me under the wing. He says, I've never seen a person braver than you. And I said, well, there's more coming. Our patriot movement in these United States is going to pick up the ball, and we are going to kick the parasites out.
The lizard people are gone.
First of all, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, a few other founding fathers, Patrick Henry to mention a few, all had visions that these United States is going to live 700 years from where they were standing, and that was somewhere around the late 1700s, early 1800s. So you can count this country. This country isn't going to go to a new world order. I believe firmly in constitutional law. I'm not very well skilled in it, and that's my embarrassment. But I'm going to be real blunt about it. The government that is now instilled in ruling over us are ruling as we're serfs and they're the kings and queens. Now, that's a feudal system. That isn't even a democracy. We are now being ruled by an autocracy and a technocracy. In other words, technical knowledge as rules as king with a feudal type system. Feudal systems haven't been used in the last 350 years, and they're coming back like gangbusters. If we are complacent, if we do not speak out in droves, and I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about a bunch of us getting together and getting on this stump and loving our country more than we love our lives, getting on, some of us are going to get killed. I almost got killed a couple of weeks ago. Hadn't been for an FBI, a retired FBI man who risked his life, his career, everything, put it all on the line, and he didn't know me from Adam. A week prior to that, he listened to one of my tapes I gave up in Post Falls, Idaho, and I'm going to be very blunt about. He said that we need a lot more of you, but unfortunately, we're not getting anybody. Well, I'm not the best speaker in the world, but I'm trying to relay to you that we need to get out and seriously get the message out. These shows are great.
Jesus Christ,
should be
this
absolutely
guy went
packed,
from fucking
standing room
aliens
only.
carving rock out of fucking special tools to being a fucking goddamn patriot. Holy shit. I thought
he got shot for it. I mean,
yeah, but like
there's a lot more stuff about that. Like there's been a lot of information
I agree, but
also
like,
about that too.
Does he say who shot him? He just says he got shot.
Yeah. Well, it's the assumption that it was somebody from the government trying to prevent him from speaking.
Right. I get it. It's just like, I want to hear it. Like, come on, tell me who shot you, dude. Come on. Like, but I appreciate his patriotism, Woad. Like, get off your ass and fucking go against this government that hasn't been practiced in 350 years. And he's right. I mean, but now we're going back to it does feel like a lot of monarchyism, Jim. Like there's just so much one person has all the power in these places and suck it up, right? Kind of feels that way. Our votes are so they're so discarded now, Nicholas. Like our votes just are whatever, dude. Because
what was that about your vote mattering earlier?
Well, yeah, I mean,
your vote matters depending on where you live. I mean, if you live in a state like California or Illinois, New York, your vote mattering. You should still vote because there's other elections.
It still matters. It still matters for you as an individual to get off your ass and state how you feel about stuff. Even if you don't win, at least you made it known. This is how I'm going to vote, and that's life. But
I think local elections have. I mean, that's a common political wisdom anyway. That local elections have a lot more effect on your life than a federal election or even a state election.
These days, I think the most important election of anybody in the United States is the president, because he picks the Supreme Court. And that's who decides what the fuck they can take away from us and what they can't.
Because it's so out of whack, Jim. That's
I
so
know.
out of
It
whack.
shouldn't be that way.
Because our states have given up their rights to the feds for grants and bullshit. That's the problem. These states have become slaves to the federal government, and it's backwards, Woad. It shouldn't be the way it is. The federal government's job is very minimal in the big scheme of things. States have rights. States do what they want in their fucking state. And if goddamn Tennessee wants to have a drinking age of 15, let them. It's their fucking state. As if you can have a Tennessee license and you show or a ID and you're 15 and that's legal there, who the fuck cares if you live in goddamn Oklahoma or California? Fuck those people. They're not Oklahomans. That's why they have a state line. It's not a fucking federal line. It's a state line. Now stay the fuck out of our business. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree. They should stay out of our business.
So you think no state should have their own rights?
No, they should stay out of our business. States.
So you believe in
the
states'
cities?
rights?
So you agree?
I believe in my rights.
But
I believe in your rights.
If you live in a state, they have their own laws. Other states should not have the power to influence your laws. Is my point.
Oh no, they're not supposed to at all.
Yeah.
And the federal government shouldn't make like this made up number between 18 and 21 that affects everybody that lives in states that are on a state level before they're a federal level.
Right. And you shouldn't be able to have these little jurisdictions inside states like cities and counties that decide they're going to outlaw something and take away your constitutional rights, like happened for years in Chicago and in Washington, D.C. before Heller and McDonald, where they said, oh, you can't own guns? What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, it's a city ordinance. Go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And how they got Chicago for a long time, how they got around it was anytime they charged somebody with the city ordinance violation of having a gun, they would just drop the charges. They didn't pursue it. It was like a menial bullshit charge. It was a city ordinance violation. It wasn't like a crime.
But they took their gun anyway.
Correct.
Right. You didn't get your gun back, Wode.
No. But they take your gun, but then they don't charge you. And then if you go to court, you can't. The court goes, well, they didn't charge. You know, you didn't.
There's no charge here. What are you fighting?
There's no charge here. What are you fighting?
Well, I want my gun back. Oh,
well, you could sue to get your gun back, but that's a completely different animal. Then you're asking for your property back, and it's, you know, paying. You're going to pay, you know, 30 grand
just go
to
buy
get
another
a
gun.
$500 gun back or something. You know, so that's what they were doing until finally it got, you know, some guy.
But it's still a fucking nightmare to get a gun in Chicago legally, with all the fucking classes you got to take and the background check. And
I don't even know if there's a gun store in Chicago. There was only one gun store in Chicago for the longest time, and they only sold to cops.
I know one day though, Jim, I went to the gun store and just, I think it was Will or DuPage or whatever county I was in. I say, hey, let's go look at some guns, right? Me and my wife, we go in the store. I'm like, hey, I like that one. He goes, take you a week to get it. Fuck you. I'm not waiting a week. I want it now. I'll wait the 20 minutes for a background check, but I ain't waiting a week. Fuck you and your mental conditioning. Like, oh, you just want to, I'm here with my wife. We both picked out the gun. Who am I mad at, dude? What the fuck?
Here's the thing, too. That's why there's a lot of places they're trying to challenge those laws, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. If somebody already owns 20 guns, why you would make them wait a week or 10 days?
What if you own none, but you're worried and you want to protect yourself when you get home because you've been harassed?
Correct. I agree. I don't think there should be background checks.
I don't either.
I think there should be vending machines that have fully automatic 249 saws at the gas station that I can go up and go, here, boop, boop, boop.
And I can buy unlimited ammo out of those same machines. There's a fucking goddamn gigantic well of ammo beneath it. It just keeps vending it to me. Here you go, boy. Here you go. Have a good time.
Prior to 1934, you could mail order machine guns, grenades, anything you wanted to your house. It was perfectly legal.
Because it's a piece of metal. It's an inanimate object. It's nothing more than that. That's all it is. Until you load it, until you pull a trigger or turn off a safety and pull the trigger, it's just a piece of fucking metal. So these fucking retards, guns kill people. Nope. People kill people. The gun's just the object they use in that situation, because the same guy that's that crazy would have grabbed the knife or a baseball bat or a fucking crowbar, whatever he had around him, and did the same thing, Wode. Maybe not got as many, but would have got enough. Ask Britain how their fucking gun laws are working out. And their knife laws. They have knife laws in Britain now.
Yeah.
So, like, you're a Brit. You're following the law because you love your country. Your government says this is what I want you to do. All these immigrants, they don't give a fuck about your British law, and they know you're not going to be able to defend yourself. Ha! Yeah.
Well, what they're doing now is they're letting all these people out of jail in Britain for, like rapes and murders and machete attacks and anything, so that to make room for the people that say stuff like, hey, I don't like immigration, this is wrong.
Yeah.
So
or share a mean tweet.
Yep. Or share a mean tweet. They're locking people up like crazy. I mean, it's happening here too. They're locking people like that. Douglas Mackey, who shared a meme on Twitter, is in jail.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Is he in jail?
Yeah, they said he interfered in the election.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Yep.
The Hillary election, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's still in jail for that?
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the classic things that multiple people have been prosecuted for that kind of stuff. You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to create confusion about
Charles.
the
If I lived in Arkansas, if I lived in Missouri, any of those other, Kentucky, probably the same thing. You go to the gun store and you walk out the same fucking day. Not Illinois. No.
Yeah. They didn't prosecute any of the people who did it on the opposite side, the same exact thing in the same exact election. They pulled up the examples.
Republicans are the only known people who have done that for the last 40, 50 years.
No, it's not true.
It's been a Republican thing for a long time.
No, it's not true.
Where they would do that. It was more of a joke. It wasn't
Yeah.
even prosecuted, but it's something that they had started to prosecute.
Well, I'm telling you
in the last
right
20
now, there
years.
was a woman who posted the same thing, telling Trump supporters, "Oh, you can vote here
I'll be
or
right back.
something. Text your vote, blah blah blah." Because that's what it was. It was some bullshit about text your vote to here to this number.
No. The specific thing is you're not allowed to create confusion around the date of an election, not the time and not the like the method of doing it, but the actual literal date of it.
Okay. Well, wasn't Mackey prosecuted for putting a thing up saying text your vote? You don't have to worry about voting.
I don't
You
know.
can
I'm
text
making
your
up this
vote.
shit as I go along here.
Well, I'm saying that's what it was. That's what he did. And I'm telling you, the same exact thing was done by a woman. It was a thing, and they didn't go after her because she was doing it like, she was on the left. Just like they don't go after the people who take over the Capitol when it's on the left. They only did it when it was the guy with a fucking horned hat on.
Yeah,
Being guided through by the fucking Capitol Police.
The furry and the two Duck Dynasty guys.
Yeah, and they're still arresting people. They just arrested a guy that's part of a channel I watch called Future Conflict. They're all military guys that talk about what's going on in the world. And he didn't go in the Capitol. He was outside filming what was going on. They just arrested him 2 days ago. No knock raid. The FBI. And that's almost 4 years ago this happened. They're still doing this. This is trying to stop people and prevent people from speaking out or saying anything. Like, they want to make it a crime to say, I don't believe these election results.
Yeah, it does seem like they're pretty hell bent on that. Which is funny because after 2016, the Democrats spent 4 fucking years
saying Trump was not the rightful president. In 2001, after Bush won, they kept saying the same thing about Bush. They did it again in 2004. They only say the election is good if they win. And I'm not saying the Republicans don't do the same thing, but generally speaking, the first time any Republican pitched a bitch about an election was Trump. When this shit happened, when fucking Nixon got fucking robbed by the mob in JFK in 60, Nixon said, well, all right, just let it go.
Just let it go.
I think the Democrats were mostly taking retribution for 2000 in Florida.
Well, that's weird because
there's been a lot of sore asses in the Democratic Party since.
Yeah, but Bush won Florida in 2000. That's what happened.
Right.
Gore did not win Florida. All the bullshit about, we keep counting. They wanted to just count one county. Like, we want to count this one county and this county. It's like, no, if we're going to recount, we're going to recount the whole state. That's what the fight was over.
Yeah.
No, I had to.
If they hadn't have done what they did,
I had to get a new bottle of bourbon. I ran out of my Green River, so I went and got another bottle of bourbon. My High and Wicked.
They were doing shit like counting dimples. Like, here's somebody touched this piece of paper.
Hanging chads.
But it wasn't hanging chads. They were counting like, oh, look, and here's this thing. Look at this. Well, it looks like somebody touched this with the thing, so we're going to count this as a vote.
Yeah. They were confused by the ballots. Remember that? The ballots, they were confused.
Dude, Illinois used to have some of the most ridiculous ballots with all these things you'd have to flip and then poke through. And, oh, my God, they were designed to fucking confuse you. And you had to put them in, like, slip. I think they were designed.
Illinois now has gotten like in trouble for handing out only Democratic ballots. Like they don't even give you the full ballot. Like here's the Democrat candidate. Well, where's Trump? Oh, you don't get that one. Wait, I don't care if I'm registered a Democrat or not. I get to vote for who I want to. You fucking piece of shit. Just because you register as something doesn't mean you can't change your mind. Oh my God. Yeah, the left, they're our friends. Hillary still hasn't said that Trump won, just so we know. It's been 8 years. She still says she won that election. Yeah, the ID thing drives me crazier than anything. Your voter registration card is what you need, Jim. It has your house address. It's got your name on it. It matches up with your ID, and you fucking vote.
Well, the thing is, they're not requiring people to have ID to register to vote. So what the fuck's, if you don't need an ID to register to vote, then the voter ID card is meaningless because they don't even know if you're the right person. I don't know. I mean, we're like, look around the world. We're the only fucking country that doesn't require ID to vote. Every other country, you have to provide fucking ID.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And if you're an illegal alien, you can't vote in that country.
Eye on your finger when you voted.
Yeah, well, yeah, they make sure it's you. You have to be in person and do it. I mean, we are doing, like Jimmy Carter said, mail-in voting. They did a whole study on this, I think in 2006 or 2007, because they were all sore ass about what happened with Florida. We want to come up with this. That's where they came up with the electronic voting machine shit. They're like, no, mail-in voting is ripe with fraud, and you have no idea knowing what's happening. They knew this. That's why they implemented it, because they knew they were going to fucking cheat.
And then they went super extreme with these ballot boxes on the street corners in 2020, right? Like they just fucking changed the whole game again. Oh, you're not blocked. You are not blocked, Charles.
No, we don't block people around here.
This ain't that house. We don't block chatters. We live the big life. But I do appreciate this guy, Nicholas. He took a bullet to get the message out. Good for him. I wonder if he's still alive.
Just like Trump.
It gets a lot worse for him, Dave.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Okay. See, like those electric guys.
We should be getting the message out to as many people as we can with as many shows as there is it possibly to reach.
Turn it up.
Is the public. We got to get on talk shows.
There you go.
We've got to get on news shows and TV shows, and we have to really get the message out. And I think we're doing it, but it's a little bit slow in the first part. That's just that part of what I want to say. In working with the black projects, I was very loyal.
Did you say black?
I was picked because I was very strong mentally. There's a bunch of us that were picked because we don't crack under pressure. We don't freak under pressure,
Black don't
so
crack.
to speak. Everyday events don't bother us. Now, I was involved in something very controversial, almost totally unbelievable to most of you. Some of you are religious people. I think all religions have a time and a place, and they definitely have a place in America. Now, another thing I want to reach to you is that during the unbelievable part, I was involved in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. It's a biological laboratory. On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles hollowed out underground. Then to the southwest of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. Number of the original wells or drilling machines that were used were
machines.
at the rate of 2 miles a day. It was fairly rapid. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down. We wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, to find out what was going on. Well, to our total surprise, first of all, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green
Please do,
Beret,
Julio,
Black
because I never
Beret
heard
people
Skip Girl either.
encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up. The gig was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien grays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 or 500 years. It had been one of their internal bases. And we drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was sunk, and all this soot came up. And well, that's when all the hell broke loose, really, all started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build a underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and then you build called stopes or cross member holes across, and then you use blasting equipment, special blasting equipment by the analyzation of the rock formation, and you literally blast out or tunnel out or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and about from me to this elderly woman here in the front was sitting a 7-foot tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time. I reached for my pistol. At that time, as an engineer, I didn't have time to carry all the folderol of one of these big submachine guns that all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walther PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This is in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes, you got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal and they do die. However, in the process, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish, and burnt my fingers right off of me. And it was some form of electrical force, because the kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt burned all my toenails off of me. Completely crispy crittered my left foot, burnt the shoe right off of me. All I remember is the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me that risked his life. In fact, he died, but he risked his life. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button and took me up. And I wouldn't be alive talking to you today if it wasn't for him. I'm forever indebted. He lost his life. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives because the government, our United States government, lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious. It's been going on since that time. Since late August of 1979, our military, the Russian military, basically the militaries of the world, have been in constant conflict with the outer space alien.
Okay.
The small gray, the large gray, the reptilians, the whole thing. There are 11 distinct races of aliens. 2 are benevolent. One had to leave here in a hurry because their world is under attack, both on the surface as well as underground. There, the Pleiadians. They're familiar. Maybe some of you are familiar with that. Would some of you raise your hands?
Is he going to talk about the Anunnaki? He better talk about the Anunnaki, goddammit, Wode. If he don't talk about the Anunnaki...
I don't think he does.
Oh, man.
I think the Anunnaki was a little after his time.
Well, they left. So I'm sure they're still out there stealing gold from other planets, Jim, right?
Something.
Yeah. Man,
Only about halfway through this, too.
11 races of grays? Is that what he said? Like,
no, 11 extraterrestrial races. So not just grays, but just
and then one left
he's saying
because there was a war
aliens
on their planet. Yeah, right. Do you believe him at all, Wode? Do you find anything he says compelling?
The part where he was talking about how we should take control of our country, yes. The parts where he's getting into some of this other stuff, yeah, maybe not so much.
I do have a video
for one. Who the fuck doesn't carry condition 1? The dude had to load a magazine into his PPK. He didn't have one in the pipe ready to go already.
And took out 2, like
Yeah,
that
I
quick.
find that interesting. I always look for those little things when people are talking because they'll tell on themselves with just
Yeah,
little
just-
inaccuracies, you know.
Like you had to kill him. Like you're I in the
He-
worst.
his fingers. I'd like to talk to his shop teacher.
Why?
You know, that's where you lose your fingers in shop class.
Oh, did he lose a finger?
No, yeah, he's missing some fingers, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh.
He says that they got blown off by the alien's electrical blast after he rubbed his tummy.
Julio says, "Yeah, I bought all the alien stuff, but he lost me with his gun handling skills."
It's like I can't watch a fucking movie. The only movie that I really give a pass to is Predator, but everything else, you watch the dudes. They're always walking around with their fingers on the trigger. They're stabbing the guns at people. Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, like I love the new thing in some movies is when they're using the fucking gun to stab somebody through the fucking skull. Shut the fuck up, dude. What are we doing here?
Or how many times? How many times are you gonna rack that 12 gauge? You realize the rounds come out every time you rack it, right?
No, dude. And
Yeah.
I love the unlimited fucking rounds and
Yeah.
handguns in
The
movies.
90
It's
shot
like,
revolver.
oh
Yeah.
my god. What are we doing here?
Yeah. I was watching one earlier. I just had it like kind of off in the background. The dude's chasing this guy through the woods, and he's got a single action revolver, and he never cocks the hammer, and he just starts firing. I'm like, that's not how that works.
Director has no idea how guns work.
No.
Right.
Pay me
and
$20. I'll show you how to use a gun on your movie.
I'm gonna tell you something right now. I watch a lot of Korean stuff. They get the shit more right than Americans do.
Well, yeah, because they respect it.
Yeah, I was watching a Korean movie before the stream tonight, and I loved it. Like it was this whole thing about these volcanoes are gonna fucking destroy the entire region, North and South Korea. So the South Koreans, they go to fucking North Korea to steal a goddamn nuclear bomb because South Korea doesn't have nukes. North Korea does. So they have to go steal the nuke in order to just do something with a volcano. So when it does erupt, it's not going to destroy both countries, right? It's like fucking cool as shit. And it was the Americans. They had Americans in the movie that wanted to stop the whole thing because of the Chinese. The Chinese had this nuclear deal going. Hey, you guys can't put off nukes in this country. And they bought it all together. It's like, holy fuck. So the goddamn I watch a lot of Korean shit, and I do not watch it with the fucking where they're talking over it, Nicholas. I watch it with the subs and let the actors talk.
Yeah, I tend to like reading the subtitles and actually hearing the original dialogue.
Yeah, because the fucking voice actors that they hire to do this shit in America, they're awful. There's no emotion. There's nothing. It's awful. And 9 times out of 10, it's the same goddamn actors.
Yeah. You got to watch out for the localizers.
Oh, yeah. Well, and Amazon's the worst about fucking their subtitles. They get half the words misspelled. You're like, what the hell are you doing, man? Come on. So I do. This is why this is Woo Woo Wednesday. This guy is got a lot of information that you could actually like think about, but I would like to see some pictures of some stuff. You know, at least a picture of one of these 11 races of aliens, Wode. I mean, he was level 3 Black Ops. He didn't have a camera. He's already breaking the rules. He already said this. He got shot for doing this.
He had a camera, but he didn't have time to load the film into the camera, wind it, and then take a picture.
But his gun was loaded properly so he could shoot
in his
2
spacesuit
grays.
after he loaded it when he saw it, you know, because
Yeah. 200 rounds are too much. Is it? Is it? I don't think so. Like 200 might be enough to get you started for the day.
No, we were commenting on the 196 round revolver capacity. That's just right. But
Oh, my Colt had a 196 round revolver. Sure. And I never had to cock my my Colt, my 1918 Colt, the 196 rounds. Never cocked it. Went to the shooting range. They're like, God damn, you're fast. I'm like, yeah, it's an automatic. It's an automatic revolver, dude. Unlimited capacity. Like
my belt-fed revolver.
Yeah. And that's my Uzi right next to me. But I have to do that one round at a time. It only holds 6 rounds. Do you have an Uzi, Wode?
No, I do not have an Uzi.
No,
I do not.
Have you ever shot one?
I haven't got to shoot. No, I haven't got to shoot a Uzi.
How about you, Jim? Have you ever shot an Uzi?
Yeah.
Was it bad?
Oh.
So the thing is, like the actual real Uzis, like the ugly ass ones with the full wood stocks, they're probably one of the easiest submachine guns to keep on target. They're
okay.
Well, they're heavy as shit, and I mean, it's a pretty simple design, and it just worked.
Yeah, one of the most difficult machine guns to keep on target is the Thompson.
Oh, well, yeah.
Because there's so much weight moving around, the lockup, the moving bolt moving around is so heavy, and everything, and just the way the stock comes down, it's not in line with the reciprocating mass, so it just causes it to go burp to the left.
It's not a very ergonomic firearm.
No.
I was watching a podcast about the LA bank heist. Remember those two guys that and they had modified Chinese AKs or whatever, and they were saying like they're very good guns for the first round. When you shoot it, it's very accurate, but after that first round, they spray like crazy, so you lose all your accuracy.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say that. You have shooting full auto. You have to practice shooting full auto. You have to learn. You know what I mean? You have to it's easy. The slower the rate of the gun firing, the easier it is to get it back on target after it fires, because you're going to have to time, bump and then bring it down. But a super fast gun, it's going to be dependent upon your skill in practicing with it. If you've never shot a full auto gun before, you pick it up and shoot it, you're going to be all over the place. You're going to be like, trying to, you know what I mean?
Well, that's not what they were saying in the show, though. They were just saying like that first shot, you can get a guy right between the eyes. The next round, you just body shot him. Like that's just the difference in the accuracy.
Well, you're going to have, a
spray area,
a spray, but it's going to be you're going to be able to hold it in. Like you can hold some guns, you can hold full auto a nice, about that big.
But what's funny about, or not funny, but that whole thing, they didn't kill anybody. They wounded a bunch of motherfuckers, but nobody died that day except for the 2 robbers. One killed himself, and the other one just bled out. The guy in the car, they just kept creeping down the road in the car. He just got shot so many times, he finally bled out. But the first guy that kept walking outside the car, he's like, yeah, it's over, baby. I'm gonna Minecraft myself. So he did. And they had done a bunch of bank heists before that, and they had gotten $700,000 from one Bank of America, and the other one they got another $690,000 from a Bank of America. And they went to this one that day, and they had changed all the rules, and they were only going to walk out with like $300K. But dude, you're not satisfied between two of you with $1.5 million in like 2 months? Why don't you walk away? I mean, it was crazy. These guys were me neither, Charles. I don't own any guns. Are you crazy? That would be like telling the state I own something. I don't. There's no guns in my house. I do have this little handheld arrow shooter, and when you put the arrows in, it'll kill you, Wode. It's
Oh,
that
yeah.
powerful. It'll fucking kill you. So I have to keep the gun in my pantry and my arrows on top of my fridge so my 5-year-old can't find the 2, because when you put that shit in, it goes to a 2x4, dude. It's that fucking powerful.
Yeah. There's one dude, I think he's in Germany. He pops up in my feed every now and again. He's got a crossbow design, and you can shoot it like a 12 gauge shotgun. So you shoot it and then you cock it like a 12 gauge, and it loads another bolt right in.
Oh, that's
Pretty slick.
crazy.
It's got like a 10-shot magazine that feeds from the top. It's pretty interesting.
Does he have them for sale?
I think he does. I don't know if you can get him out of their country, but because they have such draconian gun laws over there that
But it's a crossbow.
alternatives.
But it's a crossbow.
That's where they come up with these alternatives to firearms.
Yeah, like knives and crossbows and
Yeah.
whatever, right? People are going to make weapons.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
That's human beings. It's not an American thing. It's a human being thing.
Well, the 3D printing of guns, I can't remember the model number of it, but there was a pretty famous dude over there. I think he was in Eastern Europe, and he put the plans out for a 3D printed 9mm that basically is a submachine gun, I think, out there. And he's like, "Yeah, you can't stop me. I'm just gonna make these." And yeah, they killed him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Let's get back to our boy here. I do like hearing him talk, though, Woad. He's an interesting dude. I think.
Yeah, he's a character for sure.
Do you? You listen to people talk and you actually think they believe what they're saying? Like, I think he actually believes what he's saying because he stutters enough. He's not super polished. Like, he doesn't have this whole thing worked out before he gets up on stage. He's just talking about what he experienced in life. Those are the kind of guys that make it believable to me. But you just gotta kind of think about it and go, wait a minute. But go ahead, Nicholas.
Oh, very good. About half the group. Well, Billy Meyer is one of these lucky people that they figured, well, he's kind of a simple type. We'll show him everything. Well, these are the benevolent aliens, and they've been here helping us. In fact, I have a picture. Let me reach for it here.
Oh, a picture, finally. Holy shit.
Here's your picture, Dave. Asking you shall
I have
receive.
a picture of one of the aliens been working for the United States Pentagon for the last 58 years. His name is Valiant Thor. He's right here.
Valiant Thor, yeah,
My
that's the name
father
that
in the
comes up.
background. This whole place, the ready room of the USS Eldridge, Al Bielek has probably explained, or maybe even shown you this picture. There's a list of some of the notable people in it. They're all the atomic bomb scientists of the day, all the time variant experimentalists of the day, all the top physicists of that particular day. This was in August of 1943. Now this guy has not
Nick's going
changed
live tonight,
one
Jim.
iota in 58 years. Started work. He came here, crashed here, or whatever. Whether he's under duress or not, he started work for our U.S. Navy and military operations in 1937, either 37 or 38 is what I've been told. So it's for 58 years. This man's been employed, probably under duress. If you don't do as we say, we're just going to use you for alien bait or something. I don't know. But anyway, he basically hasn't changed. He lives for 490 years, is what he says his lifespan is. Now, he's supposedly a semi-benevolent, he's a human-looking type person. He has 6 fingers and 6 toes, and he's got one oversized heart, one lung, giant lung. His blood vessels are bigger. He's got copper oxide for blood, similar to an octopus. His brain capacity, 300 centimeters greater than ours. He has a thinking capacity, IQ, if you were to measure it, be totally off the scale, be about a 1200 IQ. He speaks 100 languages fluently, alien as well as others. He's a remarkable person. I had a chance to meet him one time. Now, by the way, he doesn't shake hands. he was kind of in a spacesuit, because all aliens, regardless benevolent or otherwise, they're carrying germs and diseases and bacterium in and on them that are deadly to us. If I were making policy, I'd quarantine them all, because how do we not know that some of our diseases like AIDS, Ebola, hantavirus, and a few of these other weird designer diseases, as I call them, are not made from the cadavers of some of these aliens as a biological weapon to use against the people of the United States? Well, I'm tired. I'm a tired American speaking out.
He's telling ET to wash his balls.
Yeah, of course.
Now, what I'm telling you is kind of almost like a brain overload here. Back in 1946, we set off a number, actually 4 atomic bomb tests at Bikini Atoll. It's a group of islands in the South Pacific. I have an original photograph here with original language on the photograph that shows there is a large alien spaceship off a wingtip of a United States aircraft. It was a drone aircraft right at the point where the bomb was beginning to show a neutron flash cloud. Here's the bomb going off. Here's the airplane tip here, and here is the alien spacecraft.
God damn, that's dark as fuck.
Now, in 1947, excuse me.
Blurry like Sasquatch.
Questions later, please. In 1947, after Roswell debacle, our military got before the U.S. Senate. They were hauled before the U.S. Senate and says, what's going on here? But we didn't know anything about discs until this happened. It plopped in our backyard. Total lie. They lied to the U.S. Senate. They should have been prosecuted as traitors.
You see this message?
Lying to United States Senator.
He doesn't want to tell you the real story about how he lost his fingers. He was finger banging an alien and they rotted off.
So, story about extra crickle shite.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh my god, that picture is fucking dark as fuck, man. That's so good.
Person, President of the United States, Vice President, any cabinet member lying to the American public is a traitor and should be dealt with in an appropriate fashion.
Wow.
This is
holy shit. This guy's actually saying Minecraft fucking senators and congressmen.
Sure. Get rid of them.
I don't disagree. The point is, like, this was being recorded. How long did this guy live after he made these fucking public appearances?
I think it was a while. I mean, it wasn't like immediately he got,
Was he found dead in a hotel room in LA one day before a show? Was he one of those guys?
No, he was actually found, if I remember right, he was found dead in his house. And I can't remember if they ruled it like natural causes from organ failure or whatever, but there's also people are saying that he might have been strangled with a catheter. So who knows?
Strangled with a catheter.
Yeah. My memory's a little fuzzy on it.
Hate to ask where they got the catheter from.
Exactly, right? Probably the same place he lost his fingers.
Oh, dude, this dude don't have a wife, Julio. Come on. Nobody wants to hear this drivel. Nobody wants to hear this when they're married to somebody.
You wouldn't even be able to slap her, right?
Yeah, like it'd be a 3-finger death punch, not a 5-finger death punch. It would not be pleasing to the female sex. Like, I bet he's our age, Jim, too. I bet he's in the 50s right here, but he looks so old. Like, this guy looks beaten the fuck down, which gives him some more credibility, Woad. Like, a lot of stress in my life, guys. I'm completely white-haired. I eat a lot of pizza in hotel rooms because I can't go out in public.
He's 27.
Yeah. He's 27. Can I make it to 28?
Yeah.
Can I make it to 28? fuck, man. Like, holy shit.
Hollywood would cast him as a high school senior.
Even in 1980, they would have, dude.
Yeah.
That would have been Robert Downey Jr. in 1988. Like, Robert Downey Jr. was an old man playing young people parts. Like, he was like everybody says modern Hollywood sucks. Hollywood is just a weird place. It's always been a weird place. Remember Weird Science? Remember that movie?
Yeah.
That hot chick wanting to fuck 14 or 16-year-old boys in high school. And I think they did. Like, I think she actually did with the redhead kid. What's his name? No, the brown-haired kid is the one who never went anywhere. But the other kid was in a bunch of shit after that, like Breakfast Club.
Was it Anthony Michael Hall?
Yes. Like, and he also did that. He also had his own show on USA for a while. Anthony Michael Hall. How dare you, Julio? I thought the chick in Weird Science was overrated. You've never typed that fast in your life, Julio Scissors, without. I thought she was wonderful, Jim. The chicken, the beautiful British accent, the nice body, and what is this, Jim?
Oh, this is something going on in Chicago.
Early in the day.
Man, yeah.
All right, what is this?
We just want to show off, that's it. Why did you do that? This is not okay. You come here to make a problem, man. No, listen to this. Listen to this. What you trying to achieve? Oh, I'm just asking you a question. I'm just reporting. I don't care. Don't do that. Please don't do that. No.
So he has to explain why he's in America flying an American flag?
Oh, yeah.
That's fucked up.
Of course. Yeah, this is America 2024. Thank you, liberals, for making this a one community world.
Yeah.
I'm a reporter. Stop. I'm a reporter. Stop.
Fuck you and your reporter, dude.
Hold this flag. Hold this right here. What just happened? Can you tell me what just happened right now?
You got people who hate this country. They want to sit back and call me a disgrace to my people and my race. Black and white people have fought very hard. Hispanic as well. Fought very hard for this nation. And we're going to see foreign flags raised in an American part. Our ancestors, black, white, they're turning in their grave. They're turning in their grave. No matter who you are, if you live in this nation, your grandparents are turning in their graves. Because they fought
This guy with the Russian fucking hat on.
It's nothing. I'm married, guys. Pay me what? I'm by myself. I spent a lot of money getting here. I spent a lot of my hard-earned money. I spent the rest of the check that I got from separating the military to get here. It's black place. Just want to show off. That's it. Every dime I got from leaving the military, I show off. That's it. Stop. Yeah, I'll show off. You just show off my nation. My nation. You get to show off yours. I can show off mine. Hey, America.
Yeah, fuck you, Palestine. You fucking pieces of shit.
This is my country.
This ain't your country.
We love you, brother.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
We love you, brother. We love you. We love you.
You love us.
Just relax. Yes. Follow that guy. Follow that guy. Excuse me. Quick question. Just as a reporter, what would have happened if somebody would have harmed you?
I'll be right back, guys.
Were you willing? I mean, I suppose you were because you grabbed the flag, but like, did it cross your mind that someone could have like seriously injured you in that act? No. Well, I mean, like, you didn't grab the flag, but she did. So I was just wondering, were you assuming people would help you if someone were to attack you?
I mean, if someone did, I would beat the shit out of them.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
So fully
the
understand.
masked warriors, Jim.
If someone did, I would beat the shit out of them because
Yeah.
I'm tough with my
These
mask.
masked fucking cunt bags. Jesus Christ, man. Who's the
I just want
black
to point
guy?
out that
I want to know who the black guy is and bring him on the show, Woad, because he stuck that American flag right up those fucking Palestinians' asses, these fake ass motherfuckers. You don't like it here? Take your ass back to Palestine. And this guy speaks perfect English and USA to Israel. No, fuck off. We'll fucking aid whoever the fuck we want to as a country. So go fuck yourself. All of you can go goddamn fuck yourself. Andrew, for $1.99, just like Australia. Palestine doesn't exist, lol. Exactly. Look, this is not our fight, Wode. We should cut off aid to all these Middle Eastern countries and let them figure the shit out themselves. Who the fuck cares?
No argument here.
Nobody fucking cares except for politicians and this fake oil price that they want to make a thing when we could keep drilling here and have the cheapest oil in the world, like Trump proved. He proved it like in a year. Like, oh, just start drilling in America. Oh, we have a surplus of oil. We're not dependent on a bunch of people that hate us. Their religious beliefs are so against America's religious beliefs that they would kill 99% of Americans if they ever took over. They would just go up, take off his head, take off her head, take off the kids' heads because they don't believe the Quran or whatever the fuck they want us to believe in. So fuck all these people. They can suck a dick. You can protest your shit in Israel. Keep it off an American Democratic National Convention goddamn fake ass thing anyway. Kamala Harris has no right to be running for president. I still have not figured out the math there. I still haven't figured out why the DNC is taking it. Oh, wait. They think she's the next Obama, the next Manchurian candidate, this made-up person that should be the president because of blackness. And she's not even African-American, right, Jim? What'd you say? She's Indian, Haitian, right? Or something?
Who?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, she's Jamaican and Indian.
Right. So she's not even African-American. She's never had a kid. But she's going to tell us how we should raise our kids. So she's a worthless candidate. Julio seems to think that white women in America are going to love her. I think he's completely wrong. She's a vapid cunt, and women see that too. Women aren't stupid. Women see vapidness as quick as anybody else, and my wife would never vote for her. My wife would vote for fucking Biden before she ever voted for that fucking idiot.
Yeah, but it's not your wife you need to worry about. It's all the Taylor Swift fans.
Dude, I know. I get it. They vote for what they think is their favorite person's thing to vote for. But Jesus Christ, man. Some of these people have parents that actually talk to them after they get home from the Taylor Swift concert and go, let me tell you something. Let's just watch this this 35-second clip of Kamala Harris talking about NASA with kids. And they're like, oh, that's going to be our president? That's the fucking level of dumbassness that Kamala Harris is. And my only thing that I told Julio the other night, Wode, is if you guys if women liked her that much, why could she not even get one delegate in 2020? Not one. She couldn't even get one delegate to get to Iowa. That's how fucking terrible she is as a candidate. And now she's forced in. Like, Biden just announces that that's his replacement. And the Democratic Party says, fuck yeah, let's do it, baby. MSNBC, CNN, whatever other left-wing. I know you're here, Julio. That's why I'm talking to you, not at you. I know you're here. So it's just, and like Julio was saying, she's got all the momentum only because they have all the big networks. And Fox is only going to talk about her to make fun of her, but it still gives her some kind of visibility, right, Jim? What do they say? Bad press is as good as good press. You're still getting
they say.
Yeah,
press is good press.
No press is bad press.
I'm saying is bad press or whatever, right?
Well, it's like I saw, and of course it could be a totally made up statistic, but if you look at the positive news coverage of Kamala versus the negative press coverage of Trump, it's pretty insane.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's pretty obvious who the machine is behind.
Well, and think about anything positive that Kamala's ever done. Nothing. Let's look at her track history in California. She was horrible. She arrested and imprisoned a lot of people.
And laughed about keeping people in prison for marijuana charges. Yeah.
The black people in California. Yeah. Like Biden got cucked. No. Biden got abused by his wife to even run for the first term. He was already mentally disabled. But then Jill let him do that job for 4 years when he couldn't even fucking walk off the stage in the right direction. So I hate Joe Biden. She's a fucking glory hound. Biden probably wanted to go home to one of his many mansions and just chill out and talk to credit card companies and say, hey, I hooked you up in Delaware for all these years. Can you send me $1 million this week? I'm broke or whatever. I mean, you know who hates this more than anybody is Hunter. Like nobody's gonna ever talk about Hunter Biden again. He's out. Like he has no more press. He'll never sell another piece of blow art for ridiculous amounts of money. What were you gonna say? Do I want to see what?
Ethan Ralph and Aaron Emholt fight.
Did they really?
They're fighting. Is what it looks like.
Do you have it?
Someone's at the gym and they're watching. I mean, we can watch Aaron's channel, or we can watch potentially Criminal's channel watching it, or
Whoever.
Ethan didn't do it.
I don't see Ethan's. I'm looking at Ethan's stream on Rumble. I can't find it.
Do not give Aaron any fucking viewership from his channel. I hate him.
So I guess we'll have to watch our
Fat
friend
Slob Sean. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to get him to come on the show.
Why?
Why not? It would be interesting.
Really?
Yeah.
I could probably bait him into talking shit about Star Wars Girl.
It wouldn't take much.
It'll cause a commotion.
Well, I just sent a shitty message on locals about Sean to Dick's stream. Like, but okay.
All right, let's finish this real quick.
Yeah, I'm just asking. Just trying to be objective.
The objective reporter.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Winnie, it's enough. Sit down.
Here, guys.
I wish I would have brought like one of the other fighters to the gym here. We could have at least
Well,
done some work.
Okay.
We wanted it and we didn't want it.
Okay.
That would have been a sad
Come on, Aaron. Like,
beating.
work with me on this here, man. Just a little bit.
I had it all figured out too. I knew what we were going.
Why? How does Sean have a feed to this? What's he
He's
streaming?
watching. He's
Steel
watching
Toe?
Steel Toe. So
Drop a little right in over
he's
the
only
top,
given one
fuck
view
with
to
him.
Steel Toe, and Sean's got
And then it just plods around the ring.
It's Inception, a view within a
350
view.
people watching it.
Around the
So
ring.
it's
Eventually, he's going to wear out, and then we start going to the bottom. What's the deal?
so.
I won't answer it.
Oh, no, we
He
can't.
probably could rope-a-dope him.
What are you going to do?
Aaron probably is a little bit fitter than Ethan. No matter how skinny Ethan might get.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ethan's skinny, but I don't know. I mean,
Go to the body.
I wanna answer it.
Eventually, he falls down. Not going to make it past the first 3 minutes.
I won't answer it professionally.
You know they're showing you, right?
I don't know if it's going to go that
He's
well.
gonna have a
Aaron,
heart
I'm just
attack
saying.
and fall out.
But I just want
No.
well,
Well,
I would get into the ring with
I'm
him,
sure you're-
and then I would
What was it,
immediately
10-10?
shoot his legs and take him down and just start.
Yeah, looks like it.
5'10" before he's
Oh, okay. Now, who was?
Wow, I mean,
Remember back about
half
like
time is already
5 or
passed.
6 years ago, that big
Well,
fight that was supposed to happen.
I didn't mean shoot him with a gun.
Yes,
I
thank
meant
you, Leo.
shoot
Yes,
him, take him
restream
down. That's
chat.
a
Yes.
wrestling move. I was not talking about
I
using
mean,
a gun.
oh my
I
God.
think I'm past my goddamn bedtime.
Fucking potato phone, Aaron. Don't you meet the goal to pay the bills? Come on. Why isn't this in at least like 360p? Come on now.
I turn my back. This is his chance to win. He had a chance. I'm sleepy.
Oh
Now
my
we
God.
might technically have to lace him up for this to be a
Push us over
victory by
there.
forfeit.
There you go. Yeah, do some boxing moves.
I think we gotta lace him up. I was gonna wear the 18s too. These are gigantic. These are like rocks on my head.
NPSN's
He's got rocks in his head.
So it's big, meaty.
When's the main event? It should have started already.
Pig hooves could kick a little.
Feel them. That's like hitting with Mike Lindell's Mike.
Check Ethan's Twitter stream. Is he even there?
Almost as big as his gun.
Look at that. Look at how big those are. You can't get hurt getting hit with these.
I mean, I don't know. He challenged him and said he was going to go there. So what the fuck?
Did you get those from Mike Lindell?
This is the most the phone has ever rung for Aaron. Oh no, Shat, no, we're not. It's a firing squad here tonight, a potentially criminal. Oh no. Is the headline real? Yes, they're supposed to fight. Is your internet? It's your internet. It's good on Kino. Really? It's good on their end. Okay.
He's saying Kino's doing it.
We all may be going all night, but Aaron's phone.
Well, they're just probably.
Yeah, I'll read.
They're probably just.
Yeah, guys, look.
But he's saying their stream
I'll
is
even
better.
bump it down to 480, just to help Aaron here.
He's saying it's not pixelated.
Yeah, guys, I'll switch to another video here.
Then we have to listen to that fucking.
I'll switch to a video that's live.
That fuck. Yes.
Worski.
Apparently, Pastor Flash,
Here,
this guy Aaron Emholtz is there at the gym, ready to fight Ethan Ralph.
Hey Dave, I gotta bounce out, man. I got work.
Thanks,
tomorrow.
buddy.
Man,
all right, man.
All right, guys.
Let's get back to the
Wolverines.
I don't want to watch Aaron. He's a fag. Let's get back to our boy here. Just watch it in the background, Jim. See if Ethan shows up.
All right.
This occurred in 1946. Now, U.S. military.
Well, I've seen Ethan get his ass kicked, so it's a good chance Aaron might win.
And flying disc technology is thoroughly early, as 1933. Of course, remember the Germans did too. The Nazi Germans, Hitler, and all their bad.
I guess Ethan's trying to call the gym because Aaron gave him the wrong address.
The big question.
Oh, is that the ringing in the background?
Yeah, they hear in the background.
Everybody says, "Well, where's the
seeing it
proof?" I've
posted
got
now.
some of
He's
the
like,
proof
I'm
laying on
calling.
the
He won't
table.
answer the fucking phone and give me the right
A
address.
lot of you probably are totally
figured
skeptical.
it
They
was
say,
their
"Well, I could be anything."
thing.
In my hand here, I have a piece of what's called corbamide. It's the heaviest element in the world. Element 140. This piece of material weighs 15 ounces. 3.5 times the weight of uranium. It cannot be made to emit gamma rays. It cannot be isotoped. It is totally stable. It is used in all stealth aircraft and all Phoenix-class submarines. When combined with other alien elements, it is impregnable. It cannot be melted with charged particle beam weapon. When properly combined in secretive compounds, it can withstand temperatures in excess of 10 million degrees Fahrenheit. It is grown by aliens who have given a good. The other side of the alien question is, some of these aliens have broken off from their mainstream and said, we're not getting a fair shake, and so this is what happens.
Crazy Cat, you can't show up late. This is all about
Some have
aliens
broken away.
living underneath military
They're
bases
talking about
and
not being popular.
Working with our government to manipulate
Is
humans
an amazing
around
piece
the
of
world.
technology.
Crazy Cat hates
It's
the
capable of being
Constitution.
grown in 15 different crystal systems. Now, I'm a geologist.
That's a
and
problem.
Prior to 15 or 20 years ago, knew of only 6 crystal systems.
Stop it.
There's actually 15 if you count all the alien metals. Now, this is only element 140. If you look at the local periodic table in your local library, it says 104.
You're on stream. Be a good boy.
Somewhere down the line, we've been lied to and we've been cheated. What we have to do is we have to literally ask for the truth. If we cannot ask for the truth, we must demand the truth. We must take it before courts of law and common law systems, and we must demand it.
Is he an actual
If we cannot do
geologist,
this, our
engineer?
founding fathers told us
Like,
the
is
only
that
thing
like,
left
does he have those
That's
degrees?
what it says on screen.
is
Right.
to overthrow, to get the parasites out. I don't advocate overthrow, but it does look like this may be the only alternative.
Jim, this stream will never get green because I got a guy giving a lecture talking about overthrowing the government. He's like, we got to overthrow this shit. Like, he's like, the government better tell us what we need to know, or we're going to overthrow it. Holy shit. Charles, I thought you were in Vegas. Now you're saying if you're in Jacksonville, hit me up. Holy shit. I'm into Florida. I met my wife in Florida in 94, 93. I've been back since like 97. I have no plans to go back. I hate Florida. Jim is waiting for a boxing match to start. He's reading tweets. I'm sure he's saying this fucker's not giving me the right address because it's what everybody wants to start a boxing match, Nicholas, at 10:15 at night Central Time. That's when you want to go fight somebody. When you're sober, especially, right? So it's not like it's a bar fight. Oh, you're taking a trip to Jacksonville. Oh, to Jacksonville? Like
the horrible, dirty fucking city.
Jacksonville? You got to have family there, right? I mean, that's the only reason people go to Jacksonville. I have a stepsister that lives in Jacksonville. I ain't going to Jacksonville to visit her though. Sorry. Oh, there's Rocky. It's been a while, man. You must have been watching Ethan's stream. I'm your second slut. So thanks for coming over, Rocky or Peter Wells. Exactly. There was always going to be a reason that Aaron would show up early, be the guy that wants to fight, gives Ethan the wrong address, and oh, you've been at work. Oh, you got a car, and I've been back at work. That's cool. God damn, it's amazing how much we need money, right, Nicholas? Like this money thing, we got to go to work every day. I got to get up tomorrow, Jim. And I got to go. Today I went to Springfield, right? And then I went another hour south after that. And then I came home. And then tomorrow I got to drive down. Let's see. I'll tell you guys. I'm not gonna make anything up. Let me tell you how far my first appointment is tomorrow morning at 9:00 a.m. So I got to get up and drive 2 hours and 17 minutes tomorrow for a 9:00 appointment. And then after that, I have to leave there and drive another 45 minutes southeast to do another appointment and then drive home fucking 3 hours almost. So whatever, man, it's just life. But you hope to go there. The one is training. The first one is for training. They've already bought the equipment. Then the next one is they tell me they need equipment plus some other equipment. So hopefully it's a sale. But these sales, Jim, this is not cheap stuff. So you know how it is. Could take 2 days or 6 months, right? You go do a demo and 6 months later somebody calls, hey, I'm ready to order. You're like, who the fuck is this? I'm not that gay. I don't take pictures of food and I don't stream myself driving down the highway, Julio. Lots of Springfields in this country. I used to go to Springfield, Missouri all the time as part of my area. And an hour south of that is Branson. So that was also my area. So, and then, but I live in Springfield, or I was in Springfield, Illinois today. So I cover the whole state of Illinois. So an hour south of that is basically what, fucking Collinsville or Edwardsville or whatever. How gay am I? Never been attracted to a male. Never touched a male penis except for my own. I avoid it even when I was changing diapers for my kids. So I think zero. I'm going to say zero gay. But if you are gay, God bless you.
What if you were locked in prison for the rest of your life?
Just fucking kill me if you want to fuck me. I'd rather you fucking slit my throat. I have no desire to ever have anything that's male inside or me inside that body. It's not a thing I want to do ever, ever. I don't give a fuck what. Oh, you can suck my dick for $1 million. Mm-hmm. Keep your $1 million fucking dollars. No, zero. Look, man, no way. It's not a thing. But if you are, good for you. It doesn't affect me at all. Not 10. Nope. I won't even say 10% gay. Maybe the gayest thing about me is that I enjoyed the Barbie movie. I enjoyed it. I didn't hate it like The Fellowship did. So maybe that makes me 10% gay for liking a movie about a bunch of chicks. But the chick wasn't the star. Ryan Gosling was a star.
Still haven't seen that movie.
Huh? You haven't seen it?
Barbie.
Yeah.
I don't intend on it either. I mean, it's like I don't
Julio,
watch kids'
Julio,
movies.
if you're going to send chats like that, I'm not going to read them for free, you piece of shit. You hater. A lifetime. Look, man, if the judge said you're going to jail for life, I'm probably going to find a shoestring gem and hang myself before I have to go to the prison. You know what I mean? I'm not going, dude. If I was out until I had to report, I'm going to try to escape the country and let the cops kill me as I'm fighting them to go back. I'm not going to prison. That's a big fear, dude. I never want to go to prison or jail. Fuck that. No, because the girl's story, Margot Robbie's story was lame. The story with Ryan Gosling when he comes back to Barbie Land after he figures out the whole patriarchy thing, and in 5 minutes, all those other hot chicks basically are drooling over him. That's the shit. That's the funny part. Margot Robbie, at the end, I finally got to see a gynecologist. This is great. No, not cool. Not cool at all. No, but how did we get on me being gay? Crazy cat, you piece of shit. Again, I'm not going to read how gay are you fucking chats for free. You want me to read a gay chat, it's going to cost you. We got a $20 super chat tonight from Low Watermark. We got a $10 from Julio, who will not let me include his $10 into my next woo-woo show. So we're $22 into a woo-woo show because Andrew Rowland sent me another $2. So we're like $28 from our next theory show.
Chat likes talking about you, Dave.
Who?
Chat.
Oh, well, hey. Zero. Dave is 0K. Well, hey, how many gay men?
One defender.
How many gay men are looking forward to getting a roll of fucking pomegranate chew in the mail? Because I'm looking forward to that. Just so you know.
Brokeback Mountain.
No.
Exactly what the guys from Brokeback Mountain would be doing, getting some weird faggy pomegranate chew.
Never, ever seen that movie. And I like both actors. I don't want to see both actors being fucking gay. Not a thing.
It's a good movie.
Are we getting close, guys? The percentages who's going up. So should I ignore it? What's gay? Me not wanting to read them for free, or me reading them for free and trying to tell you guys, I did have 4 children. I've been married 30 years this November.
They're called beards, Dave.
No, they're not. Not for 30 fucking years. They usually dump their wife after 15, and then they go find something different, or they come out in 20 years and tell their kids, I've been gay all my life. What the fuck you, Julio, you piece of shit. I'm not even going to read it. Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Well, if you don't protest, Jim, your gayness or lack of gayness, what's the point? Should I just say, I started out saying 0% gay. Is that a problem? Are you percentage gay, Jim?
No.
Would you rather Minecraft yourself than go to prison with a bunch of dudes that want to, butt grape you? Yeah, probably so, right? And dude, guys, I'm 6'3", 230. I would probably be able to defend myself, but I'm 56 years old. I don't even have to do that. I don't have to defend myself against this shit. So no. And that's not gay, by the way. That's fucking grape, Nicholas. That's not being gay. When somebody in prison says, and you have no choice because you just don't have a choice because you're afraid of dying, that's not being gay.
You're a big guy. You can offer protection to a smaller guy.
After
make him start growing his hair out.
I'm sure after 6 months of taking a few beatings and shit, you could. But look, man, there's all these fucking white nationalists and these fucking Colt, come here, puppy. All these Mexican gangs, all these black gangs. You might have to defend yourself for a while, but I just don't want to go. Just don't break the fucking law. How about that? If you don't break the law, you won't even be accused of being gay, because like, oh, you got raped in jail. That's what they're going to say when you get out. Oh yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, you fight it too much, crazy cat. Crazy cat said, well, Dave, you went to jail for 3 weeks. I know you got raped. So you're gay now. Oh, dude. I'm jumping off the balcony of the 2nd floor of that prison before that shit happens. It's not going to happen.
They usually wait till you're not noticing.
Okay, so chat. All of you chat non-gay, I fight too much. How many of you let your other half put something up your rectum? Answer that. Give me a rectum, 1 if you've let something.
Nearly killed him.
Yeah. Guess what? Not in my fucking house. That's an out entrance in my body. So don't put nothing
what about
up.
Our tongue?
No, God, stay away from that shit. No. In mine. In mine. I'm talking about mine.
Someone like it. Yeah, but someone like doing it.
Yeah. So it's an exit only. Exactly. But Charles, there's people in here giving me shit that let their girlfriend put their fucking pinky up their ass because they think it's cool. Whatever. It ain't cool. No butt stuff. Stay the hell away. So this is not a gay chat or stream. Well, it's only gay.
I don't know if they would go on for 10 more minutes. It might become.
It's only gay because we talk about nonsense, but not because we're gay. I know why Nick Ricciardo stopped streaming so much, Jim. Because doing a stream without drinking is boring. But when you are drinking, you get a looser, have more fun with the chat, you talk some shit. Julio, you just admitted to me that you let your wife put something up yours, and I might not let you back on my stream.
Or they say, if you tickle the sphincter. It's like a more intense, orgasm.
Uh-huh. Yeah, just like if you put cocaine on the tip of your cock, you'll last for fucking hours, right, Jim? Isn't that what they say?
Yep,
I
that's
always
what they
thought it was
say.
just to let her sniff
I've
it off.
never done cocaine, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't really like cocaine. I just like the smell.
Does it have a smell? Does it have an odor? I have no idea. Like,
It's a joke.
I get it. I just
it has
like
a smell, depending on where it comes. Who made it,
Usually you're smelling the
gasoline or
adult
acetone or ether. Or,
okay. So like some people like the smell of gas. I can't take it. I hate the smell of gas. Ugh. The video we're watching is more game to the conversation. Thank you, Enmato. Thank you so much. Enmato's a smart person. That's why I invite him on. Enmato, I hope you never hit me up to fix out to work out your sound. Hope you got it worked out so you can come back on. Tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but Friday, Jim, we're doing Just a Fried, right?
Yeah, Just a Fried day.
So we're going to do another review of Just a Fried.
You want to see what I got all set up for it? Hold on.
You already have a thumbnail?
Oh, I have something.
Did you see my thumbnail for tonight's stream? Oh, you already did. We've seen this, right?
No, this is different.
We have a lot of fun with this stuff.
Is this AI music?
It's music through Clip whatever
Clipchamp.
Yeah,
so it's free.
Yeah.
I'm just asking because remember the other night when we were on and Julio played that blues music, and it got me, but it didn't get you.
Yeah.
It's like, so this is for your channel, right? Because I don't see a picture of me. Obviously, I see a picture.
Yeah,
of
no,
you.
I don't have a picture of you to put in. I need a picture of you. I'm gonna have to get one.
You're gonna send them some pictures, Dave?
Right here. No, right there.
I don't know how to do that. What are you gonna take a picture and then cut it out? And,
Take some pictures for him, Dave.
Take some pictures without your pants and send them to Nicholas, and he'll make some thumbnails.
I think if you go to my YouTube channel, my facial picture is up there. Where I'm standing in my kitchen.
You're gonna take a facial picture.
Just my face, not a bottle of bourbon.
I thought you had pictures of you getting a facial.
You see the gay chat? You see how gay it got between my fucking panel? My panel's so gay. I meant a face.
A face shot?
No. A portrait of my face only. Is that better? How about that?
Cool.
What's going on in this portrait?
Well, that's what happens when guys shoot aliens, Nicholas. When guys shoot aliens through their spacesuit and kill two grays, it turns wacko here. Oh my God. You can tell Ethan stopped streaming. My channel grows, my viewership grows very quickly. But I'm very happy I'm very happy Ethan got past his 200,000 last night for his campaign, because Jim spent, like of that 200,000, Jim probably has like 70,000 into it. And he did it all for that little beer mug when it got to $2,000, because I think it's scratch and sniff. Like if you scratch the top, you'll smell the smell of the lager or whatever's in it, or it's probably going to be some apple cider shit, Jim, because apple's like the easiest thing to recreate. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's fine. And it's a joke, chat. He didn't spend 70. It's a joke. Dick pics? Never. That's another thing. Never understood that whole thing, Jim, about sending dick pics. But again, I've been married 30 years, Thomas. Tomas. You're married in the 90s when cell phones weren't even a thing yet. And never did it. We're just happy to have Jay Bama or Mandy on stream. To not have. Oh, I like Jay Bama. He's actually pretty mellow most of the time when he comes on here, Jim. He's got some insight because he watches this shit every day, right? Mandy drives me crazy, Charles. Like last night when we were showing that Ethan video or live stream with Mandy, it's like, oh my God, her voice is just worse and worse every time. But she's probably, have you ever bought a Mandy book, Jim?
Yes.
Are they any good?
Yeah, they're all right. I think Dale does a lot of work for her in the books, from what I've seen.
As far as the drawing or as far as the writing? Does Mandy write them or does she draw them?
I think she writes and draws. Not 100%, but I think Dale does a lot of work for her. Like, I don't know if, I don't know. It's none of my business.
No, I've never bought a Dale book or a Mandy book. I don't have any desire to buy a book.
Yeah. Here's a small clip of these protests making their way down the streets on the south side of Chicago. And as you would figure, the inhabitants of said streets are not happy.
Wait a minute. You're talking they're rolling into the black neighborhoods of Chicago?
Yes.
All these Palestine liberators are rolling into the south side?
Yes.
These motherfuckers are armed and dangerous, you dumbasses. I can't wait to watch this.
It's only 20 seconds long, so.
Oh, man. I wish it was more.
I know.
You don't want you there. Take that shit down the street. Take that shit down the street. We don't want you to fuck over here. We got it. We got it. Move the fuck around.
That's an old black man, too.
Yeah.
He's like, get the fuck out of my...
Take that shit down the street.
It's already hard enough for these people, Jim. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already hard enough for these guys on the south side. Nicholas, when you go to south side Chicago on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock, everything is behind bars and a door that rolls down to protect their businesses. They usually open around 11 because at that point when the neighborhood wakes up, because they just have no ambition in life to get up and get going. I remember going to the south side with the South Side Chicago Water District. It was one of the most sad things ever. This is like it's not even like it's 2 years ago. And then these fake ass protesters are going to roll into their neighborhood and tell them how bad it is in Palestine. They got it bad in the south side. Right, Jim? I mean, it's bad in the south side. It's not fun. It's not cool. Their kids die every fucking day because of gun violence. It's awful.
Chicago has like the highest murder rate in the country now.
Yeah.
Used to be New Orleans, but then Chicago took over.
Hey, music. I don't know if you've ever watched this stream enough. We'll be ending pretty soon. Probably by 11:30 or so, maybe midnight. But generally, I'm good most of the time for 5 to 9 hours a night, right, Jim? Even though people check in and check out, me myself, I'm pretty good for 5 to 9 hours. I just like talking to the chat. I mean, this is so much better than watching lame shit on television. This is so much better than even watching lame people on YouTube that I've heard 1,000 times. So, I have no agenda. I'm not an artist. I'm not a creator. I don't hate Disney. I don't love Disney. I don't go to Disney. I don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. And Motto sent $20. Thank you, Motto. I got to turn around and write on my board real quick. Turns out they sent me the wrong mic. I returned it and I have the correct mic now. It seems to be working Dude. All right. So tomorrow night is another theory show, right? Thursdays, right? This is our normally scheduled Theory Thursday. I kind of feel like, Nicholas, we should continue with this guy because he's not a bad guy. I just hope there's other videos we can attach to it with different modern perspectives about what's actually under these bases to match up with.
No, there's some people that really go into this guy. Yeah, this guy's become more the focus of attention in recent years, I think.
Right, but I
as
would love to
opposed the
see like
actual incident.
some like modern, maybe some other people that work there talk about it, because I mean, this was what 1990s or something. So this was before people were really well. This was a time when if this guy disappeared, not many people would notice because he's not a YouTube guy or a Twitter guy. It's like, where'd that guy go? Well, he's dead. Like in 20 seconds, you know he's dead. Back then, if he disappeared, it might take 6 months for people to know he's gone. So thank you for the $20 on Motto. You are more than welcome on anytime.
This means we do another theory stream.
Not yet. We're like $8 away from another theory stream. Which
Two 20s and a 10.
No, Julio said, please do not count my 10 towards a theory show. And I will respect Julio. So we're 2 20s and a $2 from Andrew Rowland. So we're close to another theory show, but we're not there yet. So what is this, Jim?
And Julio?
This is something happening. There's someone getting arrested, and one of them green hat fucks try to where am I at here? Wrong feet. And the green hat fucks try to get him out.
Watch your step! Please stop here. Watch your step! Watch your step!
John, please do not let them arrest
Julio, you son of a bitch. Here's to the woo-woo. For $8. So
oh, look, there's one of their protesters carrying their flag around.
thank you, Julio, for the $8.
Well, those people were Hitler's allies in World War II.
Yes,
they were.
Yes. So now is Friday going to be Justified Theories? Because now it's another theory show.
Oh, we could do, I don't know. It's up to you.
Well, I think we could. Tomorrow we got to continue with this, Nicholas, because I do like this topic. What I like is somebody up there talking about that's trying to convince us that they were part of something, right? That's really cool. It's like the whole thing with the Area 51 guy or Area 52 guy, Jim, that worked in the base, and he saw the alien dead. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
He's a cool character too, and nobody's ever really said he lied. Right? They accuse him of lying.
Include October 7th. Yes.
Who's this white guy? Who's this fucking fat white guy?
I don't know. Let's see let's listen if he has an accent before we accuse him of anything. He looks like he could be tan.
I heard him say yes, like an American.
I mean, he's wearing a Hamas headband and waving a thing, so who knows?
Oh, Charles, could you imagine Tucker Carlson showing up here one night to talk about Chew? That'd be awesome. Friday night will be a hour on Justified, an hour on, maybe 2 hours on Theory, and then whatever time it ends on Detracting, whatever it is. Tomorrow night, same thing. Although Friday, I got to drive fucking 4 hours in each direction to go do a goddamn training.
Well, tomorrow won't be Justified, right? It's just
Friday. Tomorrow's. But
you know said tomorrow will be the same. I know, but you said tomorrow will be the same thing. So that's what I like.
Well, what I was saying is tomorrow we could. A lot of times it ends up where we're at now, right? We start as a Theory Wednesday. Now we're looking at some fake Hamas guy, like this fucking guy. This guy needs a red a little red laser point right between his eyes or between his sunglasses, and somebody pulls a trigger, and then Minecraft says, "Oh, Steve, you killed him in Minecraft." That would be great. Oh, nice. My family lived all around the Hyde Park area, says Music.
Cool.
That's money though, right? Isn't Hyde Park money?
I mean,
I said in Minecraft, Crazy Cat. I know. I thought about it as I was saying it. I was like, oh shit, there's a couple of red dots that could really get me in trouble.
you want to hear what he's got to say?
No way. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What's your name? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to.
I'm going to keep my name.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool.
Oh, pause
what's
it,
your
Jim.
headband?
I'm going to keep my name private. You heard it. That's typical America speak. This guy's not Hamas. Go ahead.
This is the headband for the military wing responsible for the resistance operations in Gaza.
Okay. Hamas?
Yeah.
Okay, do you support Hamas?
I do.
Why do you support Hamas?
So I would support any and all resistance operations that fight for the freedom of our country, for the freedom of Palestine.
Does that include October 7th?
Yes.
You support October 7th?
Yes.
Why?
Because it didn't start on October 7th. It started in 1948. October 7th is just a response to that.
But do you support the actions on October 7th?
What actions are you talking about specifically?
Like specifically the sieging of kibbutz and the murder of innocent civilians in their homes?
It was established and proven that the murder of innocent civilians was actually committed by the Israeli military.
No, it wasn't. I've seen the body camera footage from Al-Qassam Brigaders breaking into homes and murdering people.
They broke into military sites as well as homes, but it doesn't matter because...
But you support the breaking into the homes?
Yes.
Deport him to anywhere except America.
He's probably a second generation. There's a large on the south side, and like there's a couple suburbs, Burbank or Bridgeview, I'm sorry, and Hickory Hills area where there's huge Palestinian. They glom together.
No.
After 9/11 on 95th Street.
This guy's from fucking Tennessee.
No,
Somebody said,
probably
"Here's your
from-
script."
Well, maybe,
read
but
it.
I'm just telling you that after 9/11, there was they were marching down 95th Street celebrating, and they got their ass handed to them.
So this guy's very happy that they killed a bunch of people at a concert and then rolled into houses and just murdered people.
Sure, he's happy.
But Israel's the bad guy here. Fuck. This we watched this crap to call these idiots out, Kevin. Like, this guy's a fucking dick. Like, we're trying to, like, Jim's actually trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's hear his accent. Did they start fighting yet, Jim?
I don't see any fighting.
Yeah, of course not. These are crisis actors. Yeah, this is, oh God. Could you imagine, chat, if this guy was the defender? If this guy was the defender of your country, he's gonna this fat fucking Adidas wearing motherfucker that lives in America is gonna be the savior of your Palestinian culture and country by wearing a flag or wearing a fucking mask, whatever he's got around his face, and a hat, and carrying some flag, and he's the guy that's going to change your country. And as soon as the Israeli soldier walks up to him and says, "Hey, what's your name?" He goes, "Oh, I'm Ben Smith. I'm from fucking Southside Chicago. Can you please send me home? I didn't mean to be here. I don't know what I'm doing." And they wouldn't shoot him. That's what a fucking piece of shit this guy. I mean, shit, if they started taking your shit, which side would you be on? Well, who took whose shit? This is the whole problem with this. This is why America needs to stay out of it, Moss. We just need to stay out of all this stuff. No. I just think that I just think America just needs to let these people work it out themselves, because when America gets themselves involved for their reasons, it doesn't make any sense. even for the people there, Nicholas, like, because you're building up another side because you have this big economic power, and you give the side that you want to win the power, make it a fair fight. Let these guys fight it out, and whoever wins wins. Whoever wins wins, but it's not the way it is.
If we stepped away, and if Europe stepped away, all the Islamic nations would group together and just march west until every single Jewish person was slaughtered.
Maybe
that's what would happen.
But that's not my problem.
Fair
it's not my problem.
point. That is what would happen.
But that's
And
not my
Israel
problem.
doesn't exist without external support.
But that's, again, not my problem. That's their problem. They need to figure it out. Maybe they need to build better relationships with those Middle Eastern countries so they don't have the desire to march on them. Like, that's a thing. Like, that's not my problem. That's, everybody wants to kill the Israeli Jewish population for whatever reason they have, and it's not like it's a 20-year-old problem. It's millenniums of problems, like 2,500 years of this shit, and it's all based on religion. We can never fix anybody's religious beliefs. That's not something we can do. What, we're going to build them up militarily and pick a winner for the region? Oh, you invade this? Fuck off. Let's invade Mexico and keep your fucking illegals out of our country first, and let those guys figure it out. Am I wrong, Jim? I just think
no, you're not wrong.
I just can't like, I've been around 56 years, and I've heard this shit since I've been like 5. And nothing ever changes. It's all a money ploy. Everybody just wants to fucking take our money and take your money, Nicholas, just to support shit that we don't even have any. There's nothing in it for us. Nothing. If Israel disappeared tomorrow, how does that affect our life? How does it? It doesn't. If Palestine, which isn't a country, got crushed tomorrow, Iraq got nuked by fucking whatever, how does that affect our life? It doesn't. We can produce our own oil. All these fucking countries that want to hold us hostage for the oil, they can fuck off too. We have our own, and plenty of it. And besides, I got 1,000 fucking solar farms in the U.S. now, so obviously we can just power our cars by the solar farms. Whatever. Yeah, like even Taiwan and China. I know we as the great saviors of America, we're the guys that saved all these countries after World War II, Jim, because we're the great savior. We made all these regions around the planet, and now we feel obligated 75 or 80 years later to fucking defend these places. If you're Taiwan and you see China doing everything they're doing to make their country better, maybe you should do it too and not depend on the U.S. to go fucking defend your little island nation. No, that's our problem by giving Taiwan all the tech that they needed to build these fucking microprocessors. We did this last night, Charles. Like, be brave. Give money to Dave. Yes, be brave. And sorry, Palestine is a country before 1943. We know that. Like, the whole Israel thing was after post World War II, right, Jim?
Listen, Palestine was never a country. It was established by the British, and it actually if that's your argument, then Jordan and part of Saudi Arabia is also Palestine, because that was part of what the British mandate for Palestine was prior to World War II.
Well, Britain didn't create Palestine as a country. They just
It
said
created
it was an
a
area.
region that was Palestine. There was never a Palestinian country.
It was a region.
There was never a country of Palestine. That region was controlled by
Well,
many
the
different
region
people
was called Palestine
by
for
the
most of
British.
history.
We've already went through
No.
this, and I pulled up the maps.
No,
it was
that was
never
the
called
Romans.
Palestine on the map. The Romans
Yeah,
didn't
it
call
was.
it Palestine. It wasn't called Palestine before the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, did not call it Palestine.
What did the Romans call it then?
They called it whatever the fuck they called it. They didn't call it Palestine. They
They're
called
the
it the
ones
land
who-
of the
No, we
Philistines.
saw the map last night. Yeah, we pulled up the map last night.
They called it
A
Anatolia.
Crusader map. That was a Crusader map.
Okay.
They weren't
Is that a
calling
thing?
it
Are you
Palestine
guys getting a bunch of
necessarily.
ads during the stream? If that's a thing, I'll turn off that shit. They don't need to keep playing ads to my fucking stream.
I'll call it a shithole in the desert that I don't give a fuck about either way.
Right? Let me turn off.
Why
the
are we
ads.
paying them to build? Why is the American government paying for walls to be built in Israel, but we can't have walls in our country? But they could build walls in Washington, D.C. around anything the Democrats hold. There's fucking walls to keep them safe, but the American people can't get kept safe.
Word to your mother's brother on that, Jim. I completely agree.
No, Israel existed.
Chad,
back
I just
2,000 years ago.
I just turned off the ads. Just
There
so
was
you
a
guys
king.
don't have to deal with it.
named Solomon. He had mines. And then they made a movie called King Solomon's Mines. Look it up.
Yeah. Because Hollywood gets everything right.
There was all types, kings of Israel before the Romans invaded and conquered them.
Did they put up walls in Chicago?
Around the DNC, yeah.
Really? How tall are they? 6 foot? 3 foot? Is it just barricades or is it a wall?
I don't know. Probably something.
Probably like fencing and barricades.
Yeah, but they're not very good at it. They got the tips on the fences so they don't hurt anybody. On the
They got
foils.
rubber nubs at the top. Israel only existed beginning in 1948. The name Israel. But
no, it was Israel when it was the Kingdom of Israel.
Right. Like, yeah, that was a thing. Like, again, this is semantic shit that people get into. We all know that the Israelites got destroyed by many countries, right, Jim? Many empires went into Israel to take over the Holy Land. That was a thing. The Romans, and these were
Somebody, I'm trying to think who went in there and conquered them and took all their shit and took the Ark of the Covenant with them, and then
the
they brought
Romans
it back.
conquered them.
They brought it back because it started putting boils on them, kind of looking like monkeypox or something.
The Ark of the what do they call it? The Knights Templar got in there.
Yeah.
And apparently
they got all the good stuff, and they buried it in Oak Island, and it's in the money pit.
Or they went to fucking Ireland and put it in that big round mound church, which is actually cool. That fucking place is cool. I'd like to go there and see that. Oh my God. I didn't mean to start a shite storm. No, this is great. This is why we're here.
I'm not a Zionist, crazy cat. I'm just telling you that Israel existed before 1948. There's been Jews living there for 2,000 years. I don't give a fuck about them.
And they got defeated.
Yeah, just like everyone else. That's like saying, like right now, like, oh, well, I mean, if all of a sudden the Navajo decided they were going to declare themselves their own country, but the difference is people get conquered. There was a war. And the Jews fought the war and declared themselves a country. It was recognized by everybody else. It's a country now. So
let's
that's just
think
the way
about
it is.
it. The reason the Jews got what they got after World War II is because so many were killed in concentration camps. I mean,
well, then why didn't all the gypsies get their own country then? Because a lot of them were killed too.
Because they didn't even think that.
Well, they do have a country still. It's called India. That's where they came
gypsies?
from.
No, the Roma. People.
Yeah, they're Roman. They're like Eastern
Roma
European. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they ended up in Eastern European, but they're genetically linked to India. That's where they come from. Even their
Ah.
language is obviously based upon Sanskrit.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
I
just
mean,
started migrating, I guess, around like the 1300s or something towards Europe.
I don't know.
Thou
They
shalt
don't look
not
very
steal.
Indian to me, the Jippos.
Well, now
They
I mean,
live in
they were
caravans.
married.
So,
You know, the one
okay,
looked like Brad
here-
Pitt when he was a
here's what I wanna
fighter,
know.
and he
Here's-
hit that guy one
Caravans
time and
didn't start
killed him.
until the
here's what
19th
we brought
century.
up last night, Chad, about the Palestinian side of this argument is they were travelers, right, Jim? They were not. They did
Bedouins,
not have a
yes.
country, right? They were traveling or wandering
Even
travelers, right?
Saudi Arabia, there was just these tribes and stuff in Saudi Arabia
That
and
moved
then
around,
They moved
doing
around.
trade and
what
stuff.
happened was the British government went there and said, "Hey, there's oil. We'll make you king of Saudi Arabia, and you give us the rights to get all the oil."
When they were, imperialists, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so they decided that this family of Wahhabis were the king of Saudi Arabia.
Well, no,
And-
they're called Saudi Arabia because their family is Al Saud. So it's Arabia, and it's
Well,
ruled
the
by
House
the
of Saud,
Sauds.
yes. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, it was just the Arabian, peninsula. And it was controlled by a bunch of different families, factions, warlords, whatever you want to call it, sects, tribes.
Right.
So
That's how
I
that
do
whole
have
area
the,
was.
The British
I do
rolled
have
up with guns and said, "Hey, this is our."
I did find the naming history of Palestine.
Mhm.
So the Romans called it. It was first called Judea.
Mhm.
That was the first name for it.
Dude, hey
And then
Charles, so were so many of
Yeah, I've heard of the Balfour Declaration. Yes. They had no right to do it either.
What was that, Jim?
It was the British government and the British government, the U.S. government, and people told the Jews that they could go back there.
Yeah, after World War II. Yeah.
Yeah, that they were
Sure.
going to establish a Jewish homeland.
Right.
They had no right to do it.
They didn't because
Well, they defeated the Ottoman Empire, who had that territory before them. So yeah, they had every right to do it.
Yeah, but the Ottoman Empire didn't operate like that. They basically let the people that were there that controlled the
Yeah, but they
land.
still controlled it. Yeah, but they still
Yeah.
controlled it.
Yeah, and so the people went there and they were buying land from people who probably didn't even live there. That's the whole thing. Like there was people in Syria and in Turkey that owned the land, had title to the land, but then never lived there because they just got it from whoever, and they were selling it to the Jews that bought it, and then they moved in, and there was people already living there, and they were kicking them out, and it's all fucked up.
no land rights and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Balfour was World War One. Was it?
It was the end of World War One, I think.
Okay. What's up, Niobe Comics? Good to see you. You stepped into a 1900s argument about the Jews to have land that's going on today, and we're watching videos in Chicago of a bunch of white people telling us how the Palestinians have all the right to just go slaughter all the Jews. Is that their argument, Jim? That's what I want to know. What's their argument? Like the Jews have no right to Israel at all?
Pretty
Yeah, I
much.
guess.
Yeah, like it's a pretty pathetic argument. Why do the Palestinians have more of a right to Israel than the Jewish people? Doesn't make
I don't
any
know.
sense. Talk about the King David Hotel. The King David Hotel.
Well, let's see. King David Hotel. So who was King David?
Me?
King David was
Oh,
the kingdom of Judea, of Israel.
right. Right.
Well, the Jews called the land Israel.
Yeah.
Right.
It was the promised land.
Their
the
promised
promised
land, sure.
Yeah.
And
They called it, but they never had a country of
but
Israel
didn't like
so much.
even
Well, see, technically,
Egypt-
my people who were in the North America 30,000 years ago before the Great Flood and established the Atlantean province of Naklatoma. See, I claim this as my own, so everyone get the fuck off my land. See how
Right.
that works?
Everybody's a fucking goddamn colonialist at this point. So, like, it's like, didn't Egypt conquer Israel and they made them a bunch of slaves? Isn't that where Moses part of the Red Sea to get them the fuck out of Egypt? Because They were slaves at that point for Egypt, is according to the fucking Bible. Not the fucking Bible. The Bible, according to the Bible, like the Jews were slaves. How did they become slaves? I'm sure they were conquered. This shit has been going on for centuries and centuries and centuries. And 500 years, Jim, there's a good chance we could be fucking South Korea. Right? I mean, this could be the South Korea, America. It could be a thing. It just is a thing. You have no idea.
Actually, there's stuff in the Torah, actually, about when the Jews came out of bondage in Babylon, actually. So it was even before the Egyptian bondage.
Yeah, they've been conquered
Babylonian
thousands of times, dude.
They were instructed to learn when they were going back to their former homes. They were instructed by a rabbi that popular was written down that they were supposed to find common ground and learn how to live with them.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of so you can make a religious argument that the whole reason why there's still all this tension is because the Jews disobeyed
because they follow the Bible
God.
and not the Quran. Right, or the Torah and not the Quran. Like they never were going to convert to the religion of Islam. That's not what they were going to do. That's their religious belief. And this is the problem with all of this, Nicholas. When it comes to these beliefs in religion, we cannot fix it. We cannot go into Afghanistan and convince people of certain things, of the capitalist things are going to work for your country when it doesn't align with their beliefs in religion. So we spend all this money, all these people die, all this stuff. That's why we can't fix it. It's just not a thing. We're not going to Mexico and trying to convert them because they're already Western Christians or Catholics or wherever they are. So there's nothing to do there. But when you try to go to Afghanistan for 20 fucking years after Russia was there for 20 years prior, and they walked the fuck out too. They're like, we're done. We cannot do anything for this country. They don't give a fuck about us. But we thought we were smarter. No, we were dumber because learn from the Russians and actually figure out what the hell happened. Well, they are very, very devout to what they believe in, dude, because they're very poor people. Poor people believe in religion, Nicholas. They believe in what the only thing that can save them is religion because their government's not going to save them. It never has in the past. You're not going to change the Middle East. That's just the way it's going to be till the end of time. And Jim, if the meteor hit tomorrow and 10 Jews lived and 40 fucking Islams lived for the next 2,000 years after the meteor hit, it'd be the same goddamn war. It just fucking would. You're not going to change these people's mindsets. Do you agree or disagree? It hasn't happened yet. Nobody's convinced all these Muslims to convert to Christianity. And trust me, over the years, think about how many fucking people have been sent over there to try and convert people. And if you convert one, 1,000 said no to Christianity. Shut up, crazy cat. Of course you do. You're not going to change these people, and you shouldn't want to. That's my problem, Jim. Why do we care? Why do we care? Right. Why does any government care?
I don't know.
I understood why Russia wanted to go there. They don't have oil, right? They do not have the resource.
It gives us a foothold, unlike the foothold that we have in Kuwait, in Jordan, in Saudi Arabia, in Syria now, in Iraq.
Right, but we have that
on the Mediterranean.
We have that foothold in our own country without depending on any of that exportable shit, Jim.
We've got a giant base.
Means we don't have to sail all the way down on the Horn of Africa.
Right.
I mean, we've got all over the place. We've got bases everywhere over there. We don't technically have troops stationed in Israel. Technically.
No, but my point is this. If this is all about protecting oil, it's a stupid fight if you're America.
Yeah,
we've
we
got
should
our
be in
own.
Venezuela then.
Right.
If
But
we
no,
really
we've
want
got
oil,
our
'cause
own
they got
here.
it.
We've got our own. We don't need their oil. We don't even, I mean, even if we're producing it for ourselves as a country, we've got more than enough resources.
Well, but the thing was, 40 or 50, 60 years ago, they didn't know that we had all this oil. They were worried about it running out. That was a big thing.
I don't
so they
agree.
wanted to use.
I don't agree. I think that's why they made it all national parks, because they wanted to be dependent on these countries to make it look like we needed to tax the fuck out of Americans to go out and make these bases in foreign countries.
What I'm saying is the American policy was to use everyone else's oil first. That way we were the only ones left with any. If it ran out.
But
the US would be the only one.
oil's not going to run
Right.
out.
It's not going to run out.
It's never. That's why oil should today be about 8 cents a gallon. There's no reason for this shit to be.
Well, it costs money to get it out of the ground. It does cost some money to get it out.
Yeah. As much as they produce, though, Jim, literally, like you think about how much they produce. Okay, let's say, I mean, you remember, Jim, you're 50 something years old. It was like 38 cents a gallon when you were 5 years old. Yeah, that was a thing. Now, the problem is all the regulations that are going to play since 50 years ago, and it makes it more expensive for them to get it out of the ground. And that's when you roll up to the, like you roll up, Jim, in Chicago or Illinois, it's so bad. Like regular's $3.69. Mid grade is $4.19.
I got to
high
run my
grade
dog
is
out. I'll be right back.
$4.59. It's like, God damn. And then I go to other states, Nicholas. There's the 10-cent gap. Like, you remember the old 10-cent gap? You know, regular, mid, high is, you know, 2, 210, 220. It ain't that way anymore. So you getting tired, buddy?
Yes.
Yeah. You got to make some music tomorrow, or are you just gonna?
Well, probably, but yeah. No, I had to get up early. I had to take my poodle to get groomed. And I'm normally up anyway, but I definitely had to get up and actually get ready and everything and go drive this morning.
Dude, my groomer comes to the house. So she shows up once a month, and I got 4 dogs, and she does 2 every month. Because that's just expensive. Dog grooming's not cheap. Like, goddamn. $75 a dog? What the fuck? They're little dogs. They're little dogs. They're not even big. Yes, you should definitely blame Nixon for all of our problems. He took us off the gold standard. Should never done that. Should have done that. Don't make this shit. Don't make our economy based on a fake. What's that whole thing that they have set up now, Nicholas? The oh shit, chat. What is it? Where it's based on a bunch of idiots that determine the value of the currency. So, yeah, a flat currency. Yes, fucking dude. We should have kept it. Yeah, the gold standard should have been kept in place, if not for any other reason than to make the rest of the world bow to America's fucking value for the gold standard. Fiat currency. Yeah, fiat.
Basically means you decree it. Like,
right. Right.
Declare it by fiat.
Well, and it's not a stupid question, Tomas. What's my opinion on crypto? I think it's kind of like this. I think it's like the stock market. I have some 401k stuff I'm invested in, blah, blah, blah. You'll have a good month, Nicholas, and the next month it fucking beats it down. It's never going to let you get rich unless you're an inside trader, right? Like somebody calls you up and says, hey, get rid of that shit. Or just, it's not going to happen. And I have some crypto.
If you know how to do it, you could, but you definitely had to be in on the early.
Well, you also have to be the guy that's what he does all day. Like he's watching the signals, right? I have a job. Same with crypto. I have some crypto. I bought it. I actually bought it. This is the dumbest story ever. I bought some crypto because me and my wife were in a fucking Uber in Vegas. We were in Vegas, and this guy goes, "Hey, this crypto is going to blow up. This crypto is going to blow up." And this was 2.5 years ago. I put my little bit of money into the crypto. 3 years later, it's about even. Like, it's just like the fucking stock market. Like, whatever, man. So I
mined crypto for a little bit. So
I
just got tired
I don't
of
have
the
any
noise.
faith in crypto. I have faith in cash, and I'm not a saver. It's not what I do. I would rather buy products and let them retain their value than keep a bunch of money in the bank that for sure could be worth nothing tomorrow if I died. That $1,000 would be worth $100. But hey, this pinball machine behind me that I spent, whatever I did on it could be worth that or more, because that's a product that people want. What's your thoughts on crypto, Tomas? I just don't care. I don't think it's going to make anybody rich unless it's Bitcoin and you got into it 20 years ago or 15 years ago, whatever it was. Yeah, of course, paycheck to paycheck. That's
15, 16 years.
Yeah, 15 years ago, when it was nothing and you had to mine it for yourself. But to get into a crypto now is like what, $60,000 or $50,000 for one coin, or 30,000?
Well, for Bitcoin, Bitcoin itself.
Fuck.
There's tons of others, but you got to catch them at the right times too, like how they're doing it, because they do change over time. Like I was mining Ethereum back when you could still do that with like consumer grade hardware, but I think even you used to be able to do that with Bitcoin, but then it stopped being like that. You had to start using specialized hardware. And then
I don't understand
pretty much they de-incentivized all that.
I don't even understand what fucking mining for Bitcoin means. Like, what the
Basically, you're just solving a cryptographic problem. And so every time you come up with an answer, you mine a coin. That's that might be butchering it, but that's how I understand it.
Like, people bought like mega PCs and just set them up. Remember when the fucking
not even just PCs, just like add a rack of like one little
cards,
just breakout thing to split out the PCI slots, and then a bunch of video.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, dude.
That's what it sounded like all day.
Jim, what's your thoughts on Bitcoin? That's like Tomas asked.
Bitcoin was created by the NSA and the Naval Intelligence as a way
to not Bitcoin, but crypto. What's your point? What's your opinion of cryptocurrency in general?
I think the idea is good, but it's pretty stupid to put your money in stuff that could disappear just like that.
Like the stock market, right?
Well, no, the stock market, at least you can have a piece of paper that's a stock.
But
anything digital, it's completely digital. It's gone.
But if your stock goes from $100 staying 1 cent tomorrow, there's nothing you can do to change it. It's what it is. They're both a gamble, right? They're both a gamble at the end of the day. Do you disagree?
I think I have some Bitcoin in cold storage that I'm just going to leave for.
It's not going to do you any good after the solar flare.
It's pretty well protected.
Okay, but what if there's no electronic devices working anywhere, no internet?
Well, if it's encased in lead, it's pretty well protected from solar radiation.
Nothing else will be, though. So what are you going to plug it into?
It might happen.
So I don't think the stock market is going to get you rich, Jim, because every time I have a good gain, the next month it fucking goes back to whatever it was before. It just sucks. That's why Congress having insider trading rights sucks, because they get the call, like, sell that shit right now and make all the cash you can. It really does. So, you know, we're the poor slobs here supporting this shit. Well, solar flare will not hit the whole planet if we spinning. Well, the moon doesn't spin, the Earth does, so we'll be okay. Do you know your password still, Nicholas, for all of your frozen Bitcoin?
It's on a series of stuff together.
Yeah, because without the password, you're fucked too, right? Like if you
Right, yeah.
I've
Yeah,
seen
if I
people
somehow
on
lose
videos
one piece
searching
of it, I lose
garbage
it all.
dumps looking
Yeah.
for their old hard drives because they threw them away and they had like 80 Bitcoins. They'd be bazillionaires, Jim. But they didn't know.
But basically, it's just a couple little sticks. They're just really, really fucking tiny, you know, really thin, just the width of a USB. Those little sticks.
That's
One
cool.
has passwords on it. One actually has the cold storage on it.
So I'm guessing Ethan Roth never showed up, Jim.
Never showed up. But Nick started streaming and he's talking about the what's it called? Kurt's breakdown of the case.
Kurt? Oh,
Yeah, you
the
remember
guy we were
Kurt?
watching last night?
Yeah. You want to? I have it pulled up.
Fucking ain't right.
56 over on Rumble. It's up to Rumble. What's up, locals? Hope you guys are doing great. Look, I haven't watched it, but I saw that he was ripping it apart or whatever. You know that
He
whole
watched
thing
my stream.
about
He knows what's going
oh,
on.
you can't raise someone else's Fifth or Sixth Amendment rights in your the prosecution had to concede that we were right. They conceded it in court.
Of course.
So I guess maybe someone in their weird rage forgot that the confrontation clause exists. That little thing called the Constitution that you have to kind of use as a rule book that exists. And people are just forgot that the confrontation clause exists. And you can't just do an end run around people's Sixth Amendment rights or their Fifth Amendment rights and then try and get inadmissible statements admitted. They don't just let you do that because the person who you're doing that to also has rights, even if they're not directly implicated.
That's crazy.
And one of those rights is the right to confront any witness against you. But if you can't call that witness because they have a Fifth Amendment right that you can't pierce, the state doesn't just get to use that. And you know how you know this is true? This is the funny part. You know this is true is because they don't just do it all the time, because they just do it all the fucking time. If it worked the way that certain reviewers thought it would work, they would just always do it, because you could always get someone else to make the statements that you need without Miranda and then just trample on the rights of everybody else. They just do it all the time, but they don't for some reason do that. It's not a normal practice to just fucking curb stomp Miranda rights like it's an African American in Ed Norton's boot. It doesn't. Is it? I just wonder sometimes about some of my friends. Because I'm sitting here and I'm going, I know they keep saying that I'm a non-practicing lawyer, proudly fucking so. I know they keep saying it, but I'm just sitting here going, but their analysis is bad. Not their conclusions. So there's two different aspects of how legal analysis works, right? You have your analysis of the issues, identify the issues, identify the legal questions, and then you have your application section or a lot of people would call it like a prediction or an outcome or whatever. And you take the facts and then you apply them to the legal analysis. But like the analysis part should be fairly consistent. And the question should generally revolve around, the facts at issue. Because then you go, okay, well, here's how the analysis works. The question is around the facts. That should be relatively frequent. Now, obviously, you're going to have people with different legal analyses. We have that all the time. Lawyers disagree on the law. They say, no, the law doesn't say this.
Hold on.
Someone says, well,
Jim,
it does
pause
say
it,
this.
pause
And
it,
then
pause it.
one.
Good question, RBM. What Nick's talking about is the fact that this fat fucking lawyer who his job is what's it, Jim? He does
patent law.
Patent law. He's got licenses in 3 different states, but he's gonna talk about how Nick's arguments for his warrant being void, basically, right? He's trying to void the warrant out for people, the cops showing up to his house.
Yeah, if the warrant goes, then everything they found goes, and
so this is and Nick had a win today because the judge told the fucking state of Minnesota, what the fuck are you doing? You better come back in however many days and give us a good argument. And Jim, I guarantee you they don't have one. I guarantee you they will not have one, but I guarantee you also the judge will say, well, let's take it to court and let the jury listen, because that's our fucking judicial system. Do you disagree? Like, I just think it's going to get that gay. Kevin, I agree with you. When he drinks out of that mug, I'm thinking, what the fuck is he drinking out of that? Like, it's ice cold, and this is not drunk Nick. I think this is why this is why Nick only streams a couple days a week now, Jim, because on his off nights he's having a couple drinks and he doesn't want to do it on stream to get his ass in trouble. Even though he has his kids back, he just doesn't want to be that guy anymore. Jim is probably looking at if Aaron and Ralph are going to fight. He's also looking at whatever he can to play the next video, because maybe we get bored with Nick and he's like, hey, look, you want to check this out? Here's the secret with Jim. If Jim's not looking at what's on, don't ask him a question, right, Nick? That's just don't ask him, because he'll go, I'm paying attention. What'd you say? But he is, but he isn't, and that's okay.
He's barely paying attention now. He keeps looking back over, trying to figure out if he's being talked to or not.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
I think Jim is looking at the cute sandwich girl. God damn, you guys type so fast. Like, I would be going, Jim is looking at, it'd be like 38 fucking messages later. No, I agree. Like, Kevin, like that metal glass he drinks out of is cool as shit, but it's not as cool as my Yeti, because my Yeti will keep my ice from like melting quicker. I bet his ice melts super fast. Does Jim ever get stiff neck from looking sideways at other streams and Twitter while on Dave's stream?
No, I'm looking at it like this. My camera is on an angle. Right now, I'm looking
It's a
straight
lot
at my
of,
screen.
By the way,
backwards.
guys, you got to understand, Jim is looking at a 75-inch screen. So it's not like he's looking at a 30-inch monitor and he's trying to keep this all consolidated real close. So he's don't do that. That's gross, Jim. He's looking at don't do that, Jim. It's gross.
I'm looking at you, crazy cat.
So he's looking at a 75-inch screen, trying to keep and he's probably got 14 tabs open. How many different windows within your 75-inch screen are you looking at? How many?
4.
4. So he's actually trying to make the show better for you guys. A lot better, because I'm a retard.
I could just do
Don't
this. That
shake
way
your
they
head,
can't see
Nicholas.
what they.
How
they
dare
can't see
you?
what- I'll just do this. That way no one can see what I'm looking at.
Well, that's what
I do, damn it.
That's what what's her name? On fucking Friday Night Tights. Jesus Christ, what's her fucking name? The Asian
X-ray
chick.
girl.
X-ray girl. Like, she'll go off screen for a while, but you're not X-ray girl, dude. I want you on the screen because I like talking. I'm not reading that.
What he's
crazy
trying to
cat.
say is, Jim, he
I'm
thinks
not
of
going to
you
read
as
that
a
crazy
woman.
cat. Yeah, I've only got a 30-inch monitor or a 45-inch monitor, so I don't have all these windows open. I just have tabs open because, reasons. And Jim can't even mount his TVs on his wall, chat. So he's got it on a fucking stand on his desk. So I'm sure that desk is super crowded. Can we play Nick again? Because I'm like, this is like,
one's generally right and one's generally
Gay.
wrong. I mean, that happens in almost every court case. Is you have someone who says the law is this way and someone who says the law is that way. But the analysis of how you get there is pretty consistent. And sometimes I just wonder, like, how much non-practicing lawyer derangement syndrome some of these people have. And I'm like, guys, like, please stop doing bad analysis because you're mad about something, whatever it is. I don't care, but like, stop throwing your own integrity down the fucking toilet. That's weird. It's just me. You don't need to help people hate me. They do it already. They do it for free. They don't need you. Like, just calm down. Out there screaming and yelling, like, I can't believe he's doing this. Like, and yet we go in and the prosecutor's like, yeah, that whole thing was really bad, where he kind of just like fucking steamrolled her Miranda rights, or the reading of Miranda and her assertion of 5th and 6th Amendment rights. That was probably not good. So we're just going to let that issue go, because fuck. But please tell me again, practicing lawyers, how you got that one right. We won't even get into how bad your analysis has been on the actual substance of the motion that we filed. So I started to get the feeling that maybe the practicing lawyers out there don't deal with Frank's challenges to warrants. And I know I'm just talking shop right out the gate. I'm not even doing any sort of intro, and I apologize for that, but we're getting into it here, because like I haven't been able to say anything about this filing that we did because we had a hearing today. And I won't be able to say much about the specifics because the state gets to respond, and I'll talk about what happened at court. But I'm sitting here going, they all think this is a motion to suppress or a motion in limine. Do they not know about a Frank's challenge to the warrant? Like, I'm not sure if they just don't, like, if they're not familiar with it. It's a federal case. It's not like a Minnesota specific thing. So I'm just sitting here going, why do they think this is a motion to suppress? And it's great because they're going through all these analyses, right?
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Sure.
Look, the video's the exact same. Of course it's the exact same. Look, it's there's no edits here. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. It's like, but what you're doing is you're arguing about the sufficiency of the evidence for a trier of fact. But we're not at trial, guys.
Right.
We're not even
Right.
close to trial. We're not asking a judge to rule on the sufficiency of the evidence, because what you've done is presented an argument as to why this evidence would be admissible. But admissibility isn't the issue. And if you're stuck on the admissibility of the video, I'm just going to encourage you to go back and read the fucking document again, because it lays out that, again, this is a Frank's challenge. The Frank's challenge is about the sufficiency of the warrant request, not the evidence used in the warrant request. There's a nice distinction there, but you have to know what you're talking about.
And he doesn't.
But hey, you know what? It'd be kind of weird. It'd be kind of strange. What if I told you that there's a non-practicing lawyer out there?
What?
Who is representing a client in a felony possession case in Candy, Ohio County, in front of Judge Wenzel, and won that case on a Frank's challenge to a warrant where the prosecution, or I guess actually just the affiant, the officer who requested the search warrant, lied about having a confidential informant. They actually called them a concerned citizen when they were a confidential informant. What if I told you there was a non-practicing lawyer out there who won a case in front of this judge on this issue?
No way.
It's almost like there was a resource you could go to and find the winning argument on a Frank's challenge in front of the same judge. If you looked.
No way.
And maybe the non-practicing lawyer, the retarded, stupid, non-practicing lawyer, maybe he has some idea of how a Frank's challenge works, and you fucking don't, which is embarrassing to be worse at this than me. That's the biggest own I can imagine. How can you be worse at lawyering than I am?
He's talking about a previous case he did where he got a warrant tossed out on a Frank's challenge.
Exactly.
It was in front of the same judge. So this judge has a
history,
has a constitutional bent to him when it comes to warrants, and is going to maybe, who knows? Let's see what happens.
Yeah. It's the same gay shirt who wore that fucking picture, though, Jim.
I don't get it.
People make fun of my shirt.
You're over there. The video. You want the video? Like, does the state need the video? It's still there. It's still on Rumble. It's still on YouTube. It was never taken down. Go visit the URL. It'll tell you it's private. It is. But they can easily get that video from YouTube, right? Yes, they can. Why didn't he?
Because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Well, they could easily get that from Rumble, right? Well, yeah, he can. Why didn't he? Why didn't he do that? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Odyssey. Oh, you can get it from Odyssey. Yeah, he can. Why didn't he? Isn't that strange to you? Doesn't that bother you? Why he would say he got it from YouTube and Rumble? Why he would say he reviewed my video, but then not actually do that? When he could do it easily. Or better yet, what he could have done was just say that he didn't. He could have just said that he didn't. I watched it from this other place. I found it reliable. Okay. But why didn't you? Why didn't he do that? Maybe he had doubts about its reliability. Maybe it's because cops lie sometimes.
No.
Maybe it's because cops lie.
That's a lie.
A lot
Nick.
of the time.
You're going to hell. Cops don't lie.
But that's none of my business.
He's being pretty bold here, Jim. Do you agree?
No, he's just,
But the embarrassing thing is not even the cop lying. Oh, and by the way, I can prove it. Because we have to be able to raise this challenge. That's the thing. You don't raise a Frank's challenge willy-nilly. You don't go, I'm going to take a shot in the dark. That's why what you actually are doing is asking for the judge to grant a Frank's hearing. And at the Frank's hearing, there will be an evidentiary argument. And we'll find out. We'll find out if the cop lied or not.
They don't lie, Nick.
He
no
did.
way. What?
He did. It's easy
What?
to prove. It's easy to show.
What?
And the crazy thing about this is like you don't go into a Frank's challenge by bringing in a bunch of extra stuff. Like, look, I can show all this. I can do this because that's the temptation. You want to fight everything all the time. Criminal cases are big. You want to fight them. You want to like, no, I want to fight this and this and this and this and this, but you don't fight them all at once. You don't fight those battles all at once. You pick the appropriate battles for the appropriate times, and the other stuff has to wait.
What?
But here's the deal. You don't go into a Frank's challenge by bringing in a bunch of evidence that you think the cop should have known. If you do that, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You have to use the information that they provide in the warrant and through discovery. You have to know. Numero uno Josh Denny fans is it's the same video, retard. There's nothing different on your video. You're arguing the wrong thing. That's the best part. You're arguing the wrong thing.
Right.
And
This
that
is
you
what we
can't
talked
figure
about
that
last
out
night, Jim.
is
Yep.
the fault of the practicing lawyers who can't seem to analyze a Frank's challenge.
It's not Nick's fault that the lawyers are stupid.
If the cop lied to get the warrant,
But they were
the
all
warrant
right.
goes away.
They're right about those 6th and 5th Amendment questions, too. When they're right about the seizure of firearms, aren't they? They're right about all of it. I'm sure. I'm just like, of course, because what I did was I just hired an attorney who he would just let me draft all the motions and everything, and he just signed them, right? Like I've seen that.
Yeah, I saw that. That's what.
First of all, as if you hire someone
that's
to
what
do
Andrew
that
said,
anyway.
Jim. Like,
But second
Nick
of all, as if he
wrote
would
the fucking
forego his
argument.
ethical
What
obligations
the
and do that
fuck?
is fucking ludicrous. But people just can't figure out why the practicing attorneys who are all sitting on YouTube more than I am, why they're getting this shit wrong. They're wrong about all the family stuff too. I don't know if anybody's keeping score, but practicing attorneys are losing all of their predictions. They're only getting all of them wrong.
This is why I love Nick, dude.
But hey, what's that temptation, right? When you forgo your legal analysis, you throw away your credibility on the altar of super chat money.
Oh, what? No way.
Hope
Nick.
it works out for you. I hope you all make $1 million.
Pause it, Jim. Pause it. Like they're this is the shit that he's so right about. Like, what the fuck, guys? You guys came on my show. We had conversations, and now all of a sudden you've got 120,000 subs, and you're gonna throw me under the bus, and you're all fucking wrong. Andrew, Kurt, and I know you want Sean on the show, but he's wrong too, dude. All these people are wrong. They're retarded. Like Andrew literally said that Nick wrote the argument to keep his kids and all this shit out of, and it's going to affect all of YouTube. What Nick's argument is going to affect everything on YouTube going forward. This is how stupid Andrew is. This guy that's living in Thailand because reasons. Nick Ricade is pulling his grift. I don't think so. I just don't. The grift is the judge said, "Hey, state, you fucking fucked up. Come back to me with a real argument, or we're going to probably toss this warrant." And guess what? All this shit goes away. It all goes away. That's how bad the state's fucking warrant is. Yeah. I think the state's argument with the anger is Nick always calls cops clowns, Jim. No matter where they're at, they're just idiots. Even though he's been doxxed, and they've raided his house. He's like, oh my God, just call me. Just call me so I can fucking show you I'm live streaming. Don't make me stop a live stream to come talk to you guys at 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's, what do you think, Jim? Am I wrong? I don't, I mean,
No, you're right.
yeah. I watched so much Nick shit for the last 2.5 years. I'm not saying you're right. I don't think it's a grift, though. I think Nick's trying to show that all these lawyers that he built up, and he did, guys, like Nick built these guys up. And now they're using Nick to be their whipping boy to make, whatever they're making super chats or whatever. But I don't think it's working for Nick's true fans, Jim. There's always it's like anything, the Fellowship, the Quartering, Yellow Flash, all these guys. There's always the opposite side of the argument, and they're always going to find the other people right. But if you think Andrew is right about anything, all he's ever done is basically defend Disney in Florida, and then went to fucking Korea or wherever he was at, and then got thrown the fuck out. And he sent his ass to Thailand so he could look at young boys. And he's actually said it. Well, you played that like 1,000 times last night, Jim, right? Like his whole stream about.
Oh, he's an expert.
Yeah, he's an expert. Yeah. So. Yeah, and his anime gift or grift didn't seem to work. Yeah, he's like this. He's a freak. Andrew's some fucking rich, privileged Florida kid. That
he's from Orlando too.
Yeah, like
I'm
he's some
curious.
rich. Yeah, he's
we're
probably
roughly the same age.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Like I've never really looked into him. I mean, like when you work in Democratic politics, it naturally dovetails with a lot of lawyers, because a lot of lawyers want to become politicians and shit. I'm not interested in seeing
Crazy Cat, if you're going to leave the stream like that, you could at least throw me, $20 to say thanks for joining the best gay stream on the internet. That'd be great. But either way,
Crazy Cat's a cheap son of a bitch.
Cheap son of a bitch. He's so cheap that the fucking Africans go, I would have gave $20 to Dave. It was a fun stream, but yeah, Crazy Cat's a cool guy. And Crazy Cat's told me
Cat
before,
was a woman.
Person. Crazy Cat's a cool person. Crazy Cat said before, I'm surprised you haven't thrown me out before. Never, dude. I would rather you get my panel so irate that they never will show up again than throw my chat out, because if the panel can't take your mild ribbing, we're fine. So anyway, yeah, Andrew, you're like you're saying, Nicholas, I don't know his history except for what he says. Well, hello. This is the heterosexual Dave. How does that work? Good night, Crazy Cat. See you later. But anyway, I just think he's this privileged guy, and he, he's had it pretty good. He goes over to Korea.
Wait a minute. I got to call Crazy Cat on that bullshit. That motherfucker chatted Pop Culture Crisis, and that motherfucker is the gayest motherfucker on YouTube on there.
Oh, well, I see him super chat Ethan all the time. Ethan's kind of gay. All he does is sell comic books. No. Did we detract Eric today? There was nothing to detract. He's on a vacation with his wife somewhere. Dave, my girlfriend got freaked out when you said her name live on air. Did I already say that? I'm drunk. Yeah, you did say that earlier. But Tina, hello again. If you rewatch a stream, I hope you know it's not all nerd shit. It's stupid shit. And we just come in here and hang out and have a good time pretty much 5 or 6 nights a week. There's no reason to detract Eric. He's boring. Like he's just boring. I won an art auction, my first art auction one of my life last night, and it was Shane Davis art. And there will be t-shirts available as soon as I get that art, and I get with who's a good t-shirt company online that you can order when they order, they just get their shirt, Jim. I mean, there's plenty of these sites, right? I don't have to buy a bunch of shirts and ship them
No,
out.
you just open
Teespring
a
or something.
Teespring or
Yeah. I'll probably set up like a hoodie and some t-shirts and some long sleeves because we're going into winter, not fucking summer. So be some long sleeves and some hoodies with some beautiful Shane Davis art. Tomorrow night or Friday night will be the naming of the character. And we'll have a good time with it. And
Fabian Sheckelstein.
I did like Julio's name earlier. Like he talked oh my god, I can't remember the name of it. But
Cabra or something.
Yeah. Sturgicabra or whatever. All right, go ahead, Jim. This is good. I'm loving Nick. He's so confident right now, Jim.
So anyway, court went a little bit anticlimactic today.
Yes.
So I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Let me hit the super chats that have come in. I had to pontificate a little bit, get my little monologue in.
Jim, did
but
you
we'll
super
talk more
chat
as
him?
we go.
No.
But I'll talk about how court went. Don't worry. It was a little anticlimactic for a lot of people, myself included, because I'm at the point
Tara,
now
I'm sorry.
where I've been waiting for today for 3 months.
Sorry, Tara.
I've been waiting for today for 3 months, just because
Good to meet you, Tara.
it was my first chance, just the first chance to start this fucking fight. The government gets to run your name through the mud. They get to lie. They get to misrepresent things, and they get to make. We'll word it more diplomatically. They get to make honest mistakes too. They get to make honest mistakes or just suspicious misrepresentations. That's what people don't understand about some of the stuff, like the mandated reports and stuff. It's like there are people who get things wrong with no negative intention at all. They just get something wrong. Like maybe a mandated reporter who didn't report a single thing firsthand. But maybe what they did was they took reports from 4 people who fucking lied. Maybe that's what happened. Not sure. That could hypothetically happen. But maybe 4 people got together and fucking lied.
I'll be right
And a
back.
mandated reporter made a report with 0 firsthand knowledge. Maybe that happens. All right. The people receiving the report don't necessarily know that, right? Like they don't know that. So they may take it and work on it. The problem is when they find out that they got it wrong, when they find out that it was a fucking lie, they don't have any duty to correct it. They don't want to. They want you to be a villain, because otherwise they would look like maybe they did some shit that wasn't right. Even if you give them the benefit of the doubt, you just go, hey, kind of fucked up, you know? And they're content to just let that marinate. Maybe let a couple things out into the public to make it look a certain way. Maybe those things just accidentally get out, like unredacted documents that I couldn't possibly have had yet and still don't, because all of my copies are redacted by statute, but the unredacted ones aren't. Maybe like they just let those slip out by mistake, right? And just let it sit there to maybe taint people's opinion of you or whatever their motivation is. I don't even know. Maybe that happens. But they do that, and you're forced to just sit there eating your fucking hand for 3 months, just waiting. Eventually, I'll get discovery. Eventually, I'll look at what they have. I know that this can't be right, but I got to see what they have first. And you just sit, and they don't give it to you, and they don't give it to you, and they finally give you bits and pieces and little things here and there. They do last-minute dumps, less than 24 hours before a hearing. They do all that stuff, all that cute little interaction, and you have to just fucking take it. Because the temptation is to fight. The temptation is to go out there and say, no, this isn't this is that, this isn't true, that's not true. You sit there and they just, okay. And they take notes. And then all those things you said, all the ways you defended yourself, everything you said when you didn't have the information, then they use that against you like a sledgehammer. And I thought that the practicing lawyers out there would know that, but they just didn't. Because why would they not? Maybe they're just a bunch of
white bread ass niggas, man.
Oh, holy goddamn. How's he have that set up so quick, Chip? I want to know how he does that. Like,
maybe that's what it is.
Like, how does
or
he
maybe,
know?
They saw an opportunity.
I don't know.
Credibility.
You can't
was on
put
a
an
sacrificial
MP4
altar.
file in the Roadcaster. I know that. So it's got to be
For those little
somewhere
super
else on a
berries.
pad. He must have
Right.
a video
Little super
pad.
chats. I'm gonna
you
get
know.
my super chats too. You guys are fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, no shit.
But it's fine. I'm
No,
sure
it's
you'll keep
not.
being right. It's okay. And look, I'm not saying I'm going to win straight out the gate here. I'm not saying how this case is going to go. I'm not making predictions. I'm just saying I have rights and I will assert them and I will fight this as long as I can possibly fucking fight it. Because I actually am fighting for something
5 kids and a wife.
rather than sitting there cackling and mauling about just to try and take people's money to give them the opinions they ask for.
Ooh, goddamn America. Holy shit.
Hope it works well for you. But I've been waiting for this day because we got to finally start to fight. I get to finally speak because I can only really speak through my lawyer. The stuff I talk about here is either wildly public knowledge or has been dealt with in some way or is completely adjacent to any real issues. And so, you know, but we finally get to do some talking. And the first thing we did was filed this Frank's challenge. And the Frank's challenge says very simply, the detective, Officer Pomplin, lied. And the standard is, with knowledge of the falsity or reckless disregard for the truth, misrepresented to the judicial officer information that was material to the issuance of the warrant.
Cool.
That's what our filing says.
Cool.
To make a showing under Frank's, you have to make a prima facie showing. That means on the face of the challenge, you have to say which statements were false and give a statement of reasons why they were false. You have to list that if it was a misrepresentation that was material to the
Retro Dice, never leave her. He says, my girlfriend buys me handmade serial killer action figures. That's fucking awesome.
Wait. Are they action figures made by a serial killer?
Either or is the right answer, Jim.
Because how does she get them from the I mean, I would be scared if your girlfriend is hanging out with serial killers and they're making her handmade action figures.
I would be impressed.
Another good
that
reason
she's
not to leave her.
Dead
I mean,
and she still loves me. Like, holy shit. Retro Dice, I don't know how long you've been here, but there's plenty of streams where I'll start the stream off with something that my wife buys me that, holy fuck, you bought me this? Because, dude, don't leave her. When your wife or your girlfriend understands, you know, unless you don't like serial killers and she's trying to fuck with you, that's a different thing. But if it's a thing and she's like, I know you watch all these ID investigation discovery shows and you watch all these murder serial killer shows, and you're like, hey, this is interesting, and she's bringing you fucking these figures home, don't leave her. Don't leave her, especially if you're not, reciprocating because you're not sure. Because I don't know, like, my biggest thing with my wife is Christmas, and I just buy a bunch of stuff hoping that something clicks. But cool girlfriend. Tell Tara, super cool, like super cool. Go ahead, Jim.
To a particular element, or if it was an intentional misrepresentation, whether or not it's material. If we win on this, we then get a Frank's hearing. And the Frank's hearing is where those statements, the challenge to those statements gets evaluated, right? You duke it out like old school.
Old school.
But if you heard any legal experts or practicing lawyers talking about suppressing evidence or motions in limine or anything about evidence in the case or trying to exclude anything out, and they're doing some sort of analysis about that, well, they're flat out fucking wrong. And they got the basic question of the purpose of the motion incorrect.
Like, probably Camelot
So if that was the analysis
probably
from any of the legal
Camelot, Jim,
experts that
at
you
some
guys have
point.
seen,
Like Camelot
I
probably
tend
screamed
not to
about
watch
this. We
theirs
didn't notice
because I've been so embarrassed to have known most of them, that it's just not really worth actually engaging the content.
Don't, Nick, because
But
they're
if that's what
fucking
you've seen,
idiots.
I can tell you straight out, that's the first fucking filter. If that's what they're talking about and reading these motions, they've got it wrong from jump, and their analysis is going to be as garbage as their shows are.
Oh, god damn!
Throw in the fire. Throw in the fire.
Holy shit! Hey,
I definitely think he's earned it. I mean,
yes,
they really went to town on
But again, we'll talk about this
1000%
France challenge a little
Nicholas.
bit more in a
Yes,
second. I promise to read the super chats, so I'm going to do that
1000%. You're
first.
right. Pause it, Jim.
SVH says, I still can't get over you
He's
being 1 minute
earned the
late. Are you
right.
sure you're gay?
Jim, pause it.
I'm pretty sure. Drake on
Nick's earned the right to fucking go against these guys at this point. Like, fuck these motherfuckers. He's earned that right. He earned that right before he ever brought these idiots on his show. What? But Kevin, that'd be super cool. Like if Retrodice's girlfriend knew serial killers, and they were making action figures of themselves, and she had the inside track on those fucking figures, and she's giving them to her boyfriend. You think about how cool that would be. Like just how cool. Like it'd be super cool. And I'm glad you're in love, Retro Dice. It's cool. Cody hasn't. Yeah, he's done some. Is he poor again? Is poor Cody and his Alabama mansion poor? Fuck that piece of shit. Like goddamn, he's JDA at this point. Oh, I can't pay for my hotel rooms when I'm driving a NASCAR series car that's funded by Tim Pool or Ethan's fans. Fuck off, Cody, you fucking asswipe. You're not getting any more money from me ever. And goddamn, I gotta go to work tomorrow. I don't want to. I might call in sick.
Oh, you want me to
No,
end the stream?
Go play it. I just like this is
We've
good.
been on 5 hours. I mean,
Draconamore says it was great meeting you while I was bartending at Marriott here in Matsuri.
If you're ready to go, Jim, because you got to do something tomorrow, just say it and we'll end it right now.
I mean, I can go another hour.
Okay, another hour.
Okay, how about this? I can't.
Okay, well, we
My
can end
vision
it.
is
That's
starting
fine.
to go like that.
No, but you'll be back tomorrow for
Yeah, I
Thursday
can go.
Night Theory, right? To keep presenting our guy here.
I'll be a little bit better tomorrow. But I've just been up since early this morning.
Yeah, I get it. Sleep in tomorrow, dude.
Try a little. My cat wakes me up at 4 a.m. every fucking morning to let her
Throw
out.
that bitch off the fucking bed.
To attack me.
Really?
She was a feral cat.
I'll put her outside.
Yeah, well, I do. Luckily, Luckily, I don't have to use a litter box for her too much.
Oh, okay. All right, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow night, Nick. Ciao, Bella.
Just us now.
Thank God that guy's gone. I like the topic he brought up, though. It was cool. I just want to hear more.
And you know what I thought about his topic?
This is some fucked up repugnant shit.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear different. I want to hear different perspectives later tomorrow. We've invited Nick on 100 times. Jim has an inside.
I sent him the link again tonight.
And you know what, Pastor? He'll show up one night. I think he will.
He's got a lot of stuff going on
I think
right
he's
now.
got his kids back finally. And you know, it's weird with how it is with kids, right, Jim? You miss them for because each one is unique. Snowflakes. But my target's the same. So this is my other shirt is flesh toned from the same company that I bought this from, where I got my concealed carry. So I decided to wear this one tonight, so you guys would not accuse me of wearing no shirt. If he doesn't, who's that? If he doesn't, that is all right. Who are we talking about here, Chris? If he doesn't, that is all right. I don't know what that means. I think I missed something. Are you saying if Nicholas doesn't come back? That's not cool. Nick. Well, Nick is a unique guy, man. He's like our vinegar and our oil. Never. I can't stop lying anymore. Don't lie to your wife or your girlfriend. It's not worth it. Tell them the truth. My wife told me if you lie to me, we're over. And guess what? I haven't lied to her in 30 years. I might have bent the truth, but I haven't lied. I don't lie. Retro Dice's Lethal Burrito? What? Dude, you're like the most calm version of Lethal Burrito, dude. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is Rocky, I saw you over in fucking Salty's chat. I called you out too. I called you a traitor, you some bitch. What happened to your stream, Jim? It's gone.
Oh, I thought you said take it down.
No, I said get rid of him. That was Nick. That's like it was a joke. What's up, Blue Gundam? How you doing, buddy? I hope you did, because I called you right the hell out when I saw you in this stream. I was like, wait a minute, that's Peter Man. Peter Man sent me super chats, and now he's over in Salty's stream, and I don't know if Salty's over yet, but my stream is forwarded to Salty after this. Well, there's some. You know what? I think that Lethal Burrito is just wired as fuck in Motto, but I don't know why he changes his name all the time. I don't understand it. Like, dude, just be a person. My chat gets it. We're not hating on Lethal Burrito or whatever person you want to be here, but Retro Dice, I actually was liking you like a brand new person here and telling about your girlfriend and stuff. I've never changed my name. Never, Rocky. Why would you change your name? I mean, do people care that you were Rocky or Peter or what's this? What was that sound?
I haven't beaten it yet. Wait a minute. Holy shit. You're the mixologist at the Marriott? Dude. Some good fucking drinks. Logan Orr, the first time you let another guy sleep with your wife, you become embarrassment forever. Imagine having kids explaining mom's extra boyfriend. Well, Koov says, thank you for not killing yourselves. Thank you, Koov. Same thing. Fred Jabooby says, Rackets, where did you get the Stein? This I got from actually at Anime Matsuri. It's a place called Pecos Pete's. They have sweet tea that you can get in this. And if you buy one, you get like free refills all day. Delicious. Kevin Brownell says, how does April's statements after the warrant was executed challenge the warrant getting signed in the first place? I don't know that they do. That was a separate issue, but there you go. Well, I stayed by my lawyer in court. Let's do it this way. There is a time and a place to raise the challenge to Fifth and Sixth Amendment violations not on behalf of a third party that are impacting the defendant as a result of violations of a third party's rights. Okay. And the question is, do you bring that challenge too late? Because there's case law suggesting that there is a waiver where if you don't raise that issue soon enough, it's waived because now it's too late. So we raised the issue in our motion, and the issue again has been resolved by concession from the county attorney. So that's good. The county attorney acknowledged that the rights were violated, and they're not going to use those statements. So there you go. Perfect. But what does it have to do with the warrant being signed? Nothing. It's a separate part of the challenge. Let's see. Here we go. JS says, I work with a retired cop. He lies nonstop and is small-minded and power-hungry, horrible guy. Some of them are like that. I know a couple of retired cops that are really good dudes, really nice. I don't know how they were as cops. I didn't have to deal with them. But Nice to Lizard says, hey, Nick, praying for a good result for you and your family that brings stability back in your lives. Thank you very much. Renegade Shuriken says, how long are you going to keep being proven right? Hopefully all the way. Because it's my life. right? It's my life that hangs in the balance here. I'm the most interested party in all of this in regards to my case. Obviously, Lady Rackets has her case. We're each the most interested parties in our own cases and each other's. But like I'm talking about outside of our very close circle, like other people get to comment on it from the sidelines, and that's fine. But it's just funny watching them flush their integrity down the toilet, claiming to do the opposite, by the way. I have never fucking asked anybody to be uncritical of me. Ever. I've never demanded loyalty. Do you remember the whole like Legal Bites loyalty thing? Do you remember who did that? Does anybody remember who did that? Because it wasn't me who did that. That was Legal Mindset. I can't look in all the directions necessary, but that was Legal Mindset with the purity test, the loyalty test. Isn't that funny how that worked out? But that wasn't me. I've never asked people to be loyal. I lamented that some people had nasty opinions about things that I did, but so I've never asked people to be uncritical. I've never said agree with me on fucking anything unless it was an obvious joke.
Well, you're super skinny, Nick, and you're 6'2 and a half, 6'3". Gain some weight, you fucking fairy. That's critical.
But the
gain
practicing
some weight,
lawyers, and that's laughable in some of these cases, by the way. Whew, that definition of practicing is one I wouldn't even argue. Holy shit. But these practicing lawyers, man. Okay. Right-wing extremist says, show that first negative cocaine drug test result and I'll believe the rest. It's not like the prosecution doesn't already have it. Dude, every negative, show the first negative cocaine drug test result. But if you already know it's negative. Again, guys, if I didn't have exclusively negative tests, I wouldn't have my children back.
Thank you.
There's just no way around it. You know, people are like, he tested positive for alcohol on his first test. You're right, I did. I wasn't under restriction. They had not told me that I could not drink alcohol.
Alcohol is not illegal.
Actually,
what the fuck?
It's like people are like, I can't believe it. It's like, well, yeah.
Alcohol is not illegal. It's a
and again, as soon as the court said, yeah, like, no. Interestingly, so here's what they do to you in family court. Let's actually talk about this because this is really interesting to me. We were never ordered to stay away from alcohol in family court. We were told we had to, but the order itself. This is neat little just Minnesota trivia, and I'll teach you guys why this is important because this is a CPS trap. This is a CPS trap. So the order itself says no mood altering substances. Now, every order I've ever read that includes no mood altering substances says no mood altering substances.
Coca-Cola is mood altering. There's caffeine that can affect your mood, right? You can go from low energy to high energy really quick, right? That's a thing. Or the sugar can make you super hyper, whatever it is. So like mood altering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pause, but I hate these statements, and I'm sure he's going there, but this is my stream, Nick, and I'm older than you, so I'll talk about my gay thoughts on this stuff. Mood altering. Sorry. Go ahead, Jim. Where'd Jim go?
Including alcohol.
I see his doors.
That's the template language for Minnesota order that has a restriction on chemical uses. No mood altering substances, including alcohol. And I think soon they're going to modify that to say including alcohol and marijuana or alcohol and THC. Because now that marijuana is legal in Minnesota recreationally, they're going to run into this issue of, wait, I can't have these, not having illegal substances makes sense, but legal substances, is that going to be a restriction? And they've always clarified that alcohol is there. Our order did not include alcohol in the thing. Now, we treated it, however, as if alcohol was included, right? Once the order said no mood altering substances, of course, done. Treated it as if alcohol was included. No alcohol after that. That was, the court says, but that's the fucking trap, because the lawyer in you wants to go, but it doesn't say that. It says this. That's the fight you want to have, but that's a trap. CPS left it ambiguous. I would argue that they did so intentionally, but you can't really ascribe motive because they want you to fail. They want you to fail those things.
That's conspiracy theory stuff right there.
But
Jim.
But yeah, so it's since the hearing that, let's see, we had a hearing on June 7th.
What's conspiracy theory stuff?
And then the order came a couple days later.
CPS wants you to fail.
Issued it out. And once that order came in, the order said that we would submit to drug testing, random drug testing from the county.
Yeah,
we did immediately, every single time. We had voluntarily tested before that. Voluntary test was the one where the presence of alcohol was detected, but that wasn't a problem. Again, there wasn't a restriction. So people they make a lot of mountains out of molehills, which is fine, except when you sit there blabbing on about practicing versus non-practicing attorneys and you got the basics of literally every fucking thing wrong. it's just funny because you all staked your credibility on being right without considering the possibility that you weren't.
Right. Of course.
But time will tell, I suppose. Here we go. Horny Hand Grenade says, shout out to my number one, my beautiful dark twisted Fago tree. The Squid says, hey, with a big super chat, thank you. He says, okay, I honestly didn't see a scenario where you might defeat a warrant coming. I know the cops can get a warrant for anything posted on the internet. I hope you succeed, not because I approve of alleged actions, but because the law is unjust. Look, if they got a warrant illegally, they violated my rights, and that should bother all of you. And actually, the circumstances under which they got the warrant should really bother any of you. Any and all of you.
100 million%, Jeff.
Especially because you're having to argue.
Jeff.
Right now, you're having to argue that a copy of a video is accurate to justify the police using a copy of a video, but lying and saying it's the original. You're having to argue that to justify someone bashing your door down and raiding your house. And people, because of their weird sort of predisposition, are arguing that that's okay. Like, no, the state should be able to do this. Like, do you listen to yourselves? Do you listen? Do you listen as you sit and argue the state should be able to lie to invade my privacy? And we don't ask much. We don't ask much of these officers. They don't ask the officer to do some in-depth analysis. Like, I've seen some of these screeds on Twitter about the videos, like this deep forensic examination, like all these explanations of all these alternatives. Like, we don't even ask the cops to do that. All we ask the cops to do, this is it. Look, I'm going to tell you all of the analysis the cops have to do. It's tough. Don't lie. That's it. That's all we ask. That's the whole system. All of the warrant system, all of it on earth is just don't lie. And people are like, no, it's fine that they lied. Bro, where on earth do you think that should be okay? Holy fuck. Like, I don't like him, so it's fine that they lied. I hope they don't come knocking, man. It's not pleasant. I really hope they don't come knocking ever on your door because they lied. Because it's an insane proposition. We don't ask them to do this huge verification. We give them tons of leeway. And it says, just don't lie. When you tell a judge what you're asking, just don't lie about it. All the cop had to do was say, well, it's not the original, but like, I have reason to believe ... But he didn't do that. And he can't undo it. He can't go now and go back and be like, well, blah, blah, blah. What? Because the judge, well, I would have still issued. How do you know? You don't know that. At the time, would you have made the same decision? And this is the problem with how warrants work. And so again, if people are sitting there trying to argue about the sufficiency of the video or the whatchamacallit, the how identical or unidentical it is, you're arguing the wrong thing. You're out the gate. You're in the wrong sport. Because the question isn't about you get into some detailed analysis. And I can make tons of really, really boring technical arguments as to why that's literally not true. And anybody who thinks about it actually can too. But let's ignore that because that's the wrong argument anyway. The sole argument is, did the officer make a material misrepresentation to the court that may have altered the judicial officer's decision in issuing a warrant? And lying and saying you viewed an original video when you actually viewed and knew that you viewed a non-original video is a lie to the judicial officer that may have impacted their decision. Because if the judicial officer goes, but I don't know. And see this again, all they have to do is not lie and tell the judicial officer why they believe it's reliable. That's all they have to do. It's not like, again, we're not asking for some digital forensic breakdown of a video. And I say we in the collective as society, the rules for fucking cops. They don't have to have the cop do this like big explanation. They just have to say why it's fine that it's a copy and just not lie about it being a copy. But they didn't. And then you have to ask why they didn't just tell the truth. And if you're sitting here going, well, they shouldn't have to tell the truth, then I don't know what America you want to live in, man, but it's a fucking scary one. Poe287, show the difference, fuck face. What is the difference between the videos? Well, one says backwards internet on it. There's the difference. That's the only difference that matters because it's different. Have you gone through every minute of each video? Have you analyzed pixel by pixel? I don't know. But that's not the question. The question is, why didn't the cop just not lie? So if you're stuck in the analysis of arguing over the quality of evidence, you're way in the wrong part of the trial. You're not in the right spot. And I'm sorry that practicing lawyers have misled you into the wrong analysis by not being competent at what they talk about. But they have. They have misled you. They have let you down. They have done so to extract money from you. They have taken their critical ability and said, instead, I want to collect super chats. And that's fine. They can do that. So here we go. But yeah, the squid, you know what? Defeating a warrant is a huge uphill battle. Warrants are broad. Warrants have broad leeway. And again, the only thing we ask is please just don't lie in it. I'll let the motion do the talking. There's something like 6, I think, specific statements we brought in our motion that are provable lies. And they're internal lies. They're lies from the face of the information that is in the warrant. But yeah, that's the thing though, guys. Like that's not, some people are like, oh, it's a Hail Mary. This is not a Hail Mary. The Hail Mary is what you throw at the end. This is literally the beginning. This is the first part. This isn't the Hail Mary. This is the other team gets COVID and dies from myocarditis, and you don't have to play because you just win. To anybody out there, oh, Nick's throwing a Hail Mary. No, guy, if you don't realize that a challenge to the probable cause for a warrant or the probable cause for arrest is like the first part of the game, then you're already being lied to, probably by a practicing attorney, though. So, an honest doubter says, thoughts on Uncivil's coverage? Good luck, Rackets. Disappointing, because Kurt forgot the confrontation clause exists, which is kind of embarrassing. Because I always tell people that he's like got such a strong mind for the Constitution. He's got very good knowledge of Supreme Court jurisprudence, and he tends to be pretty bright on this stuff. And it was like, Kurt, what are you doing, man? Why don't you read the brief and then look at some of the cases that are cited? Like the answers are in there. But hey, to each their own. Renegade Shuriken says, those wanting the drug test and not realizing you have your kids back are just like the woman who refused to acknowledge the false jobs report numbers. William Jefferson Clinton says, YouTube won't take my super chat. It's tame, so take my $5. Will do, William. Thank you. Thank you very much. Patrick Brandon says, please don't forget that the police are there to protect and serve you, and the judge is there to make sure your rights aren't violated. Yes, I too went to kindergarten in public school. Cheers to that. Oh my fucking hell. Mario Carter 13 says, did you corner the judge in the elevator, or do you save that move for the ladies? I literally have no fucking idea what weird story this is. Cornering a judge in an elevator is not something I've ever done. So I'm not sure. There's not even an elevator in our courthouse. Or what? There is an elevator. It's what the handicapped people use sometimes. There's not an elevator that I would be in with a judge in our courthouse because, one, the judges don't walk around in the front court area. They wouldn't take the elevator that's there. And two, I just haven't been in an elevator with a judge since, I think in law school, I might have been, and I was in the elevator in law school with the Minnesota Supreme Court Chief Justice.
Yes, it is. Blue Gundam. It's from tonight.
I remember now.
Yeah.
She's very nice. She's very kind. But that wasn't, I don't think that's what people are talking about. I'm not sure what story this is, but okay, cool. Lo de Laguna. Hi, Lauren. How you doing? Says, I hope you're well, Nick. I'm doing better and better. Thank you. Hope you're doing well also. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, where's Ethan, fool? I don't know where Ethan Ralph is. I had lunch with Ralph today. It was nice. Other than that, I haven't seen him since. Let's see. Anime sucks, Cope and Sneed. I have to read this one 3 times. He says, I thought Ralph would fight Aaron. Thoughts? Did they fight? I take it they didn't fight? I don't know. I was watching something about it brewing, and then someone said it didn't happen or something, which is, I don't know why anyone expected anything to happen from 2 guys yelling at each other on the internet about fighting. That's a weird thing to me. Like when people do that, they're like, I'm going to fight you on the internet. I'm going to fight you in real life. It's like, I thought we made fun of that a long time ago. I remember being like, the I'll fight you IRL bro was a meme, but people now think it's going to happen all the time. I don't know. I guess they didn't fight or did fight. I would assume not. Also, can you finally show this on stream and critique it, please? I don't even know what this is.
All right, Jim.
Ew. No, I don't
take it off.
I don't think I can. But I don't know why.
Like,
but I hate
I
it.
get it. Like,
how's that? Also, anime sucks. Cope and Sneed says, I thought
Nick is on fire. He's very happy from today. It's good. He should be. I'm happy for Nick. Whatever comes after 4 or 5 days, and the state says, well, you know, the state presented a good argument why they did it. Whatever. But Nick's brought up some very good points, and he did make Andrew, and he made Kurt and Sean all look stupid. Because the judge had to make the state of Minnesota rethink their position for this warrant. That's awesome. I'm very happy for him because I know that Nick is a Coke addict. He's a sexual deviant. He hates his kids. He's the worst person on earth. He's a total grifter. Whatever, guys. You know, when he charged people $50 a ticket to go to his live event in Vegas or in Nashville, he just said, "Hey, you know what? I can't pay for this." But Neurotic is this guy that says, "They're all free for me. It's free for me." Yeah, Pastor, if you could send that to me, I will. I got to get that video so I can post it and take another one off, because I want to actually have a real vote Friday night about the artwork. Thank you, Pastor Flash. But chat, come back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night's going to be some more Theory Thursday. But
good night, everybody.
That'll last an hour, maybe two, and then we'll do what we're doing now. But I have to get up in like fucking 5 hours and drive 3 hours or 2 hours in one direction, and then whatever. You guys don't give a fuck. But thank you all for being here. I love y'all. I'm not Cody love, but I do like hanging out with you guys. And here's tonight's outro. Here we go, guys. Hello, everybody. I'm starting a new channel, and we're going to be talking about